Make sure we're good. Yep. Yep. Oh, come on. Oh. Ah! Ah! There we go. Hey, what's up, man? What is up? There we go. Just had to do a couple things there. Get that shit figured out. Cool. Been doing a unique class discovering Baldur's Gate, the Pathbreaker Paladin. There we go. I'm gonna sick of this damn bud. So annoying. Definitely in a traditional sense. So just like an evil knight, basically. Trades light powers for dark powers. And it's free to do whatever morally he wants, good or evil. So basically, he's just like kind of like, you know, paladin without. He's just kind of like a gray, basically. Like, yeah, it could be whatever, good, bad, neutral, whatever. Oathbreaker's free from their oath, so they can do whatever. You know. Well, let's see. What type of little crazy things be happening for today? No healing power. I don't even necessarily see that as a big deal. Well, let's see. Oh shit. You know, actually I just found a little video that, you know, would be probably interesting, because I know you and I privately been talking about it. Is shoplifting out of control? Like, oh boy. And you know what? I think, you know, we might, you know, discuss that in a little bit. Might check out that video for sure. The training healing you have for the ability to freeze enemies with an AoE stun and take control of the undead enemies. So there's kind of like an impart necromancy type of thing going on. Dr. Venom sees. What's up, Stefano? What's up, my dude? My dude. My boy. My G. My guy. My Homo sapien. Sweet. Cool. Gotcha. Said epiphany, Hawaiian bagel, pineapple bacon, Canadian bacon pizza. No. As soon as you just said fucking like pineapple and then like pizza was put at the end of it, that's a war crime. Are we trying to commit war crimes here, sir? Because I might have to disapprove of the use of war crimes here, gentlemen. Especially in this case. Fred Spiceland has good Hawaiian bagels, just good work. Wait, so like wait, so bagels? Oh wait, so you're talking about making it like a bagel, but like pizza style? Bagels, tomato sauce, cheese, pineapple. Okay, okay. Alright, now I see what you're talking about. Okay, now that you put it that way, actually I might give a pass. Because that's not actually a pizza. That's just a bagel sandwich. That's in the style. You know, when it comes to that. So, alright, you know, I'll give a pass to that. I mean, though I got my eye on you. I got my eye on you now, buddy. The idea of just having to see some you know, pineapple on a pizza just is, you know, to me nothing more than a war crime. Nothing more than a war crime. Here. Here, let's see what... Outside of that one video I want to look at, what other little things are happening for today? Let's see here. Let's see. Mom lost the house we were looking at because of step-douche. How in the... how? Is it because of the stupid credit score thing that he somehow fucked your mom on? Went down 36. Well, how in the fuck does, like, his bullshit have anything to do with that? This is why, you know, like, our social credit system is bullshit. Like, I mean, like, when it comes... And the thing is, it's not, like, unlike China, it's, like, literally due to other factors, not even really because of you directly. It's like, oh, you know, because of some dipshit, you know, decided to do something, well, you lose 36 points, bitch. It's just like, huh? And her name was on the mortgage, too. I mean, like, at this point, I mean, why should it be? Like, I mean, she's not, like, she doesn't, like, I mean, she's not living there anymore. See, that's, like, to me, that's bullshit. Like, that shouldn't have to be the case. It was on a mortgage shutdown. She made that payment. We lied about making said payment. Well, at that point, then he's purposely, like that could be, like, you know, civil court shit, if anything. I mean, she could, I mean, like, you know, I mean, if anything, I would say that, like, you know, she should be able to fucking, like, you know, get some retaliation off of that, because fuck that shit. I mean, because that directly impacts, I mean, not just your life, but also hers. U.S. social credit system. No housing for you because some landlord wants to jerk off. Yeah, pretty much. Doesn't have anything worth trouble. Said the same thing. Well, I just feel like that's cope. Just be like, well, whatever. I mean, not really cope, just Stockholm Syndrome shit. Like, come on. Knowing her, she should have, like, you know, some trick up her sleeve to, like, be like, oh, no, here's how we could, like, you know, fuck him for this. Because shit like that, to me, basically just equates, like, hey, it should just be free game at that point. Like, if he's willing to fuck y'all's lives like that, then fuck his. It's one thing to just be like an abusive dickwad, you know, while you're all living together, but if he's also like indirectly fucking you like that, I mean, it's free game at that point. Fuck him. I mean, I already fuck him prior to this, but I mean, exceptionally more so at this point. We'll probably have to accept a worse loan. Well, sure. I mean, but still. Oh, speaking of which, I found out for Christmas, apparently I'm gonna have to go to Phoenix for a little bit. Which is, I just told my mom, it's like, two of the states that are just, like, hot as fuck, and also politically I'm not great with, like, oh, God. Like, I mean, at least Arizona's kind of better. I already know why, it's because, you know, I'm assuming, you know, to go visit Granddad over there. Which, that's... Yeah, Phoenix is better than Texas, at least. And honestly, you know, I've only been to Phoenix once, so I wouldn't mind going again, I suppose. Phoenix has legal weed, too. That is true. New Mexico trip? No. Well, more like y'all should, you know, just find a way to come to Arizona to Phoenix or something. It's a family thing, like, I ain't gonna be able to go anywhere. I mean, if anything, I'm probably just gonna be, like, just stuck where I'm at. Like, there ain't no way I'm gonna be doing anything. I mean, I'll probably take trips, you know, with my family, you know, checking out different sites and stuff. I'll give you some recs. Well, I would have to, like, you know, be able to be, like, well, I don't think, you know, anyone's gonna be driving anywhere. Like, I don't think my, you know, dad, granddad, or my mom or anyone, I don't think anybody's really gonna be, like, out driving anywhere. I mean, maybe I can encourage, you know, one of them. I don't know. Be like, hey, take me out somewhere. Go to a bar. I mean, you know, I'll see. I'll have to, like, you know, see where they live specifically and figure that out. My half-brother lives there, so you mean to you. Who gives a fuck, dude? Like, quit ruling places off just because, like, one person happens to be there. Like, who gives a shit? You're not gonna run into them unless you have a medical emergency. And also, Phoenix is sprawl as fuck, dude. The chances are, like, you're gonna be, like, 50 miles, you know, on the other side of town, basically, you know, if anything. So, like, dude, get over... Oh, my God. Phoenix has Waymo. I've been to Phoenix a few times. So what's the issue, then? I mean, you've already been there a couple times. In Phonics. Yeah, Phonics, dude. Yeah, I've also been to Phonics as well. That sounds like a weird, like, pizza Sonic hybrid of a place. Phonics. I know exactly what hospital he works from. Then don't go near it. You don't have to be, like, it's like, why would you, like, if you're on vacation checking out Phoenix, why would you be near a hospital unless you're, like, sick or something? I mean, to go take at least a day to explore, see if you go. It's not great, but there's some cool shit. Tempe has cool Butte and cool park breweries and shit. Yeah, they have the, there's like a Phoenix Air Force Museum that I've been to. They have like a butterfly and moth like kind of recreation center that's really cool. There's a few places that, yeah, you know, Phoenix isn't great, but there's some cool shit there. You know, Phoenix is a little mid. That's what I call Phoenix, it's mid. Like, the time I was there, that's how I felt about it, and pretty much everyone that I hear talk about it, you know, plenty of complaints, but at least there's some cool shit to kind of make up for it, so, you know, mid. I'd say mid-tier. I mean, I wouldn't want to live there, but I wouldn't mind, you know, visiting. That's why I'm okay with at least going to Phoenix. Texas, not as much, because, you know, I'm going to have to deal with the crazy, you know, Thanksgiving dinner situation. Which, yay. I want to see the room I took my first piss in. Legend has invented piss in the doctors on his first act outside the womb. You want to see a hospital I was born at? Well, okay, fair enough. I could see the hospital where basically like on my way to Portland sometimes because I was born at OHSU, so the hospital's on the side of the hill. So I see it like every fucking time I'm going by Portland. So I'm just numb to that. Chandler is sprawled as the holiest fuck, but has some good breweries. I don't think where we're going specifically in Chandler. I don't even wait, is Chandler even near Phoenix? I don't think so. I don't know all the cities and towns of, Arizona. I just know of Phoenix, and that's it. I know Chandler's in Phoenix, but I just don't know exactly where in conjunction with Phoenix. It's the same hospital my half-brother is an EMT at. Then just drive by. Dude, you do realize just because you happen to be near a vicinity of somebody you don't want to be nearby, doesn't mean you're going to meet them. Like... so I don't think Phoenix is southeast of Phoenix. Wow. Awesome answer. Great answer. Phoenix is to the southeast of Phoenix. Fucking English, bro. Chandler to the southeast. Okay, yeah. Chandler's to the southeast of Phoenix. Okay. Yeah, I think where my grandparents, or my granddad mainly, I think where he lives is in between Chandler and Phoenix. One of those kind of like gated, kind of like retirement community places, essentially. Like he lives in a little neighborhood where he has like a few longtime friends that live in because they all like the little HOA gated community place, whatever the fuck, I don't know. Mesa and Tempe are the ones in between. I think it's Mesa. I think it might be Mesa that's in between. Because I do remember this much, it was in like the kind of the southeast area. Scottsdale does? Well, maybe. See, I don't know. I think it might be like... I think Scottsdale is actually more right. Maybe it's more like kind of in between like Scottsdale and Mesa or somewhere. Is an epic hike. Yeah, I remember there's like a cool little like mountain ridge that's not too far away, where I was like, if I walked over there, it looks like there's some trails. I bet I could go walk up there, but it's like I would have to traverse like the Arizona desert, and I don't want to get bit by rattlesnakes and shit, because who the fuck knows what's out in the desert between there and all that. So fuck that. So I was just like, nah. Camelback Mountain. Yeah, I think that's what they were. I've climbed its base. Well, maybe I can see if I could get, someone to just drop me off up there or something. I don't know. I'll just do it by myself. I don't give a fuck. Dr. Uber. Yeah. I guess I could do that. Then I'll have to download the damn Uber app and all that shit. Let's watch the Gay Cowboy movie. Honestly, I don't really get the whole hoopla over it. Like, I've seen it once, and I don't know. It's okay, I guess, but I don't really get the whole fucking, insane, like, oh my god, it's just immoral. I just think it came out as a time when gay folk weren't accepted. Yeah. I think so. I mean, because honestly, it's about, like, two, gay dudes who love each other, but end up, parting ways, and then end up, like, having kids and family and shit, and then, like, coming back and, like, having to be like, oh, shit, well, how do we kind of reconcile our love with each other while we have all this, going on for our lives, and so, I mean, it's been a long while since I've seen the movie. Funny enough, I've seen it with my mom. Because she loves the movie for some reason. Like, I mean, because, despite being kind of like a moderate conservative Christian type, she isn't really, like, that, like, bigoted at all towards like gay people and shit. Like, 'cause she has a few who are longtime friends, and I mean, obviously there's me. I think she just wanted me to just not be that way, because then she can be like, oh, I want you to have kids and blah blah blah, and all that shit. You know how moms can be with that stuff, which is annoying. But after like a year or two or something like that, I mean, it ended up just basically just being like, she didn't give a shit. So, I mean, whatever, you know, it's like, I mean, I think, you know, just because, I guess for me and my sexuality growing up, you know, it ended up being a little different in comparison to, like, you know, obviously during those times, which is honestly, like, good. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad movie, I'm just saying it's like, I mean, I don't really get why everyone's like, oh my god, it's just amazing. It's like, I mean, yeah, it's a good film, but I don't know, I mean, it's, I think, you know, I guess just outside of, like, you know, like the, you know, like, you know, social commentary about, like, you know, gayness and, you know, queerness and stuff, I think just beyond that, I mean, you know, it's just a typical romance drama movie. I mean, I guess in a way it's still good for what it is, so, whatever. Wouldn't let me watch the movie until I was an adult. Oh my fucking god. See, I was about, like, 16 or 17 when I did, because at that point my mom was like, alright, you know, I mean, because it's a romance drama, I'll just try to, like, you know, let you know when they're coming up, you know, so you can look away. I'm like, Mom, you know I'm not looking away. And she's like, well, it's like, you look away. It's like, I mean, it's more awkward if you don't. So I remember watching this movie called Transamerica, and it's just like, basically, I mean, it's about, obviously, a trans person, you know, trying to, like, you know, come to terms with their sexuality and, like, you know, how people perceive them and stuff, all this other shit. It's actually a pretty good movie. But it's one of those movies where, like, me and my mom watches, you know, we're looking for something to watch, and, you know, me and my mom looked at the title of that movie, we were just like, huh, this seems interesting, you know, and, like, pretty much within, like, the first, like, 30 minutes, my mom was like, okay, fuck this, but was still, like, weirdly intrigued to watch the rest of it, and I was just like, huh, this is interesting. And, of course, my mom didn't really like that movie as much, so, yeah, she obviously still, when it came to, like, the T element, I suppose, of the LGBT, she wasn't exactly, you know, like, you know, keen on that yet, or probably ever, but whatever. I mean, she's like an old Mima at this point, so, I mean, I'm not gonna fret over it. I guarantee you she would just do the whole love the sin or hate the same thing anyway. It's like, oh, well, it's a sin, and that's just an illness or something, and, you know, the devil's, you know, like, convinced him of that grossness, and blah, 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 and, like, that's probably about as far as it'd fucking go with her. Because I've heard the same fucking arguments, you know, when it came to, like, ironically and hypocritically enough, when it came to gay people and shit. To trans bashing. Yeah. I mean, that's true. And slowly accepting it like the gay folk. Yeah. I mean, it's, you know, just one of those things where, you know, it's just, it takes time. I mean, it's just a growing pains of when it comes to normalizing marginalized community and shit. There's still a lot of people that, you know, are still very ominous, you know, and abstinent about wanting to try to integrate that into culture and society. Especially if it really goes against the grain of what is considered traditional. Oh, not the devil's lettuce. Oh wow. Hey guys, get this. We're gonna build a wall. Let's build a wall, bastards. Let's build a wall against those bastards. Oh wait, Trump isn't the one actually doing the wall. Oh yeah, because Trump is the president. Oh wait, so the wall's being constructed under the Biden administration, and he promised not to do that. Oh my god, wow. Oh. Man, the shock on my face. Straight up, that is actually the top news right here, dude. See? Right there, right there. Resuming, dude. Yeah, so, you know, basically, literally like what Trump was known for, Biden's doing now. Man, it's like all that fucking, you know, like, all the good stuff that Dark Brandon, you know, was doing, all of a sudden just became like, nah, fuck that. Alright, now time to be, you know, now that we had our Dark Brandon moment, that's Jover now. Now we're gonna have, you know, Joe Malarkey Brandon. We're having, you know, the Dark Malarkey moment now. Instead of Dark Brandon, we're having a Dark Malarkey. Said the $50 dismount of robbery when all it is give a driver a good tip. Well, giving a good tip is different in comparison, you know, to like fucking, yeah, like $50 just for Taco Bell alone. Which would be fucking like highway robbery, basically. I mean, because, I mean, it's just kind of like, you know, ridiculous, like, when it comes to, like, you know, prices and shit. And considering, like, a lot of the conditions that people feel, you know, concurrently, like, it doesn't behoove me, you know, to see someone, you know, occasionally, you know, like slip in a couple things here and there while they, you know, buy a few things. Like, that happens, honestly, a lot. Even prior to things being so bad. Just got out of the new Exorcist movie and it was the biggest waste of time, so just when I thought I'm gonna sleep well tonight, but I'll sleep like a baby. Oh, the new Exorcist movie? Yeah, I figured it probably wasn't really gonna be that great. Sadly. I wanted it to be dope, but I kind of figured it probably wouldn't be that good, sadly. Like I said. Just like kind of an unfortunate quiche grab. Brr. Brr. Why? Goofball. Currently watching a new Nick Cage vampire movie. Oh, I still need to see that. Dude, because that movie looks fucking great. I still need to see that shit. Because, dude, Nick Cage looks fucking awesome in it, dude. I'd love to, like, you know, see Nick Cage in that. Dude, what is with you, bro? What? Goofball. Way better than what I watched tonight. Yeah, I need, like I said, I still need to watch a new Nick Cage movie. Because at least that one does generally look pretty good. But, yeah, I mean, honestly, I haven't, you know, like, really been, like, in the mood for, like, new movies. But I've definitely been in the mood to try, like, you know, watch old movies I haven't seen before. I could Discord it to you. That's fine. I could do that on my own. You don't gotta worry about it there, bro. Oh shit, oops. Poked that a little too hard. Yeah, get back in there. What is up, buddy? Big fluff ball, look at you. This goofy little face. You bought it so your mom could watch the precious Coast of Oak Island. Oh, is it precious? Well, we don't diss on a precious. It's a precious. Thought I have a moment with the precious. The Thing's 80s is hands down my favorite horror movie. Oh, yeah. The John Carpenter. Yeah, like, that one's definitely, like, hands down one of, at least probably, like, the top 5 Ultimate, for sure. You have a soft spot for the 2011 thing? Why? But I enjoy how it sets up the first movie. Even though it's nowhere near as good, I still enjoy how it sets up the first. Well, that's a good one. Return of the Living Dead for me. Oh yeah, that's another really good one. And then the original Night and Living Dead, because that one's just so pinnacle, and also just in itself, just as a movie, you know, on its own, is a really good one too. What else? What was another really good one? I mean, the first Alien and Aliens are both, I mean, pretty fucking good too in their own right. I mean, Man, a lot of the ones I'm thinking about are from, like, the 70s and 80s, like, back when, like when horror was, like, in its golden age, because, honestly, that's really, really when it was. I mean, it was a really great time for, like, horror and shit like that at the time. Do you mind? Can I help you? Woo! 80s horror number. Dawn of Dead from 78 was good. I love all the Romero. Dude, yeah, George Romero's, like, shit was great. Shaun Dead. Yeah, Shaun Dead is really good. Because, like, I mean, because that's also, like, a comedy, too. On top of being kind of, like, part horror and shit. So, I mean, that one, like, you know, is a really good blend of all that. But also the two dudes, I forgot their names, but the two guys that have done that, and also they have done what's that one where they're like cops of that small little town that end up being a bunch of weird psycho killers and shit. Like, I'm forgetting that one, but, like, I mean, the duo that you know, makes those different little movies, like honestly, Hot Fuzz, yeah, that's the name of it, Hot Fuzz. Yeah, like, I mean, that's another really good one. I'm forgetting their fucking names, but those two dudes that, you know, like, kind of do these little comedy movies and shit, they're really good. Like, I mean, you know, like, I would call them honorary Americans. Like, they're not Brits, they're just honorary Americans of how they are. Because, like, their movies are generally legit really good. I mean, they're not great, so to speak, not amazing, but they're good, you know, and you can have a genuine laugh at them. Like, as I do. I love them. Of a robot instead of a person? Yeah. And I'd argue that the first Terminator is kind of a horror movie. Took off. And the same, but with Alien. I know, yeah, with the Xenomorph. Oh shit. Hey, Walter Madison uploaded a new video. Trolling Moms for Liberty at Central Bucks School Board. What type of school is called Central Bucks? Or is that a school district? Central Bucks, bro. Oh my good lord. Here, I feel like this is a warm up. Yep, it was. I don't want to get too crazy in there yet. I don't want the spoiler. No spoilers. Here, let me do that. Pop. Let's have fun with this.
Oh, you're gonna come make fun of parents tonight.
Getting spotted by Moms Against Literacy. What's going on here?
Where's the comedian? Oh, you're gonna come make fun of parents tonight. That's fun. Thank you. You'll be making fun of me. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's very classic. You need my school district to help your career.
What? Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's why he's taking videos of the prayers so
Oh,
he can make
what?
fun of the religious people.
Oh,
Very
that's
Oh, they
nice.
pray? Oh.
We don't, yeah.
Well, it's freedom of speech.
It sure is. Sure.
You know,
You
establishment
gotta
clause.
come from New York to make fun of parents.
All the way from New York.
Yeah, it's nice. We're here to make fun of parents, right, in Central Bucks School District. Do you mind if I take your pictures to announce that the New York comedians here?
You can do that.
I put you and Bob together. Let's do that as one post together. We have a politician here campaigning for a commissioner seat and a comedian from New York, all at Central Bucks School District tonight.
I know.
No, he's the comedian. He's just here to make fun of parents. Him. He's the comedian. What's his name?
I heard about that.
Walter. Yeah, he thinks it's funny. I don't know if children go use it as like a joke. It's like funny. Yeah. Real funny. He's coming next. Biden, is he showing up? Is he walking in here? He's coming. You like that one? That was good. I'm like a comedian too.
You are.
Oh my god.
Candidates lie,
Jesus Christ.
try to convince you of a book ban, and that their rival candidates do not support LGBTQ students, simply because they do not support allowing sexually
You asked the trans guy if he'd give me a Lauren Boebert, and he said maybe. Oh my god.
explicit material within our schools. There is no book ban. There never has been. There is a common sense policy allowing the removal of inappropriate sexually explicit materials from our schools.
There is no book ban. There never has been. There is a common sense policy allowing the removal of inappropriate
Which that would also technically be a ban, even though you literally just said in the same sentence there isn't a ban. Oh my god. Gems of society.
There never has been. There is a common sense policy allowing the removal of inappropriate sexually explicit materials from our schools. That is it.
Voters need to ask why these candidates are so hell-bent on providing sexually explicit materials to minor children within our schools, and why
Trump called the judge for the fraud case a hobo who drinks on the bench. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck?
lifeblood of their community. Why do they believe graphic images of men giving another man a blowjob is so critical to the education of our children? But that's what these Democrat school board candidates think.
They had a security
What?
guard try to kick me out of the meeting for not wearing a mask, which I had a mask on. They had a security guard
Yeah, probably on your chin.
around the building, and I wanted to know who runs the county Twitter account. Nobody would answer me. Bob Harvey wouldn't answer me. So I went up. They have an information window that you can get information from. And they sent a security officer to follow me around to tell me to leave.
Biological sex is an immutable characteristic, which includes inherent advantages or disadvantages in athletics, and they cannot be erased by hormone-suppressing drugs. Male
That's just wrong. Like, that's just wrong. I mean, like, there isn't, like, an inherent immutable element to that. Maybe to certain levels. I mean, it's like, there's a lot more of a nuance to that than just simply, like, yeah, immutable, that's it. Like, because why would you think, like, you know, kids who, you know, go for, like, puberty blockers and certain things like that, you know, might not necessarily have, you know, certain biological features that, you know, might, you know, pertain as much anymore because, you know, or honestly just due to certain levels of hormone levels, you know, even for cis people. Like, that's just not true. Like, I mean, there's always going to be, like, yeah, advantages and disadvantages biologically and all this other shit, but it's way more complex than just simply being male or female. I mean, it's way more complex than that. It's not as simple as that.
Those who deny this are putting the safety of female athletes at risk.
No, it's not.
Yes.
Man, pussy, girl, dick. Man, pussy, girl, dick. Man, pussy, girl, dick.
To talk about these woke schools that are failing to educate our children. Why aren't we teaching our kids science and math? Is it because we can't pay for science and math teachers after the school superintendent?
Central Bucks School District's right-wing board majority awards superintendent for his loyalty with 40% pay hike. Huh.
Voted to give himself a 40% raise? No! Is it because Moms for Liberty is actively campaigning for school board seats, targeting teachers they don't like? No.
Oh my god, look at this little grandma just like, whatever.
Is it because the district is being sued by its own teachers over equal pay? No. The real reason kids aren't learning is socialism. When
Socialism.
I was in elementary school, I had a teacher who would reward his favorite male students by taking us on camping trips. Sometimes I was such a good student that it would just be me on that camping trip. But now, because of gender ideology, that same teacher isn't allowed within 500 feet of a school. And the police took away his van and confiscated his guns. When I look around this room,
Damn.
I don't see race. I don't even know what race is. So when you say things like slavery is bad, I'm like, bad for who? The Irish?
Did that guy just laugh? Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on.
I don't even know
Wait.
what race is. So when you say things like slavery is bad, I'm like, bad for who? The Irish?
Oh my god, dude, he actually did laugh. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I brought with me today a book that is available to children of all ages in the school's library. This book is filled with overt sexual acts, violence, it celebrates mass killings, and it's being used to indoctrinate our children.
I think he just smirked. No, he was like... like, nah, he was getting a chuckle. What the fuck? Dude, look at his MAGA hat. He has, like, the fattest, biggest pins I've ever seen in existence. Like, those are, like, 5-inch pins. Like, those pins are the size of a fucking, like, tea plate, dude. Like, a teacup plate. Oh, my God. What the fuck, dude? Dude, are your pins big enough for you, dude?
I'm going to read you some passages from this book, and you tell me whether or not this book is appropriate for your children. The Lord tried to kill Moses, but Zipporah used a sharpened stone and cut off their son's foreskin and rubbed the bloody ring on Moses' feet, saying, "You are now my bridegroom." This made the Lord leave Moses alone. If a slave owner beats a slave, male or female, with a stick so severe...
I love how he's using Bible quotes. The Bible, dude.
Slave owners should be punished. However...
You know, honestly, did you notice that one lady was like, wait, what? That's in the Bible? Like, I think, dude, like, hold on. Like, I'm being serious, look.
Saying you were to sharpen stone and cut off their son's...
Dude, this lady, she's like, what? Wait, that's in there? I think this lady right here... Oh my god, dude, look at the scowl on her, dude. Look at the scowl on her face. Oh my god. Dude, that could, like, fucking pierce obsidian. Like, and make it molten rock again, bro. Like, oh my god, dude. She is fuming. Well, she's having, I think, a moment of revelation of, like, oh shit, is this actually in the Bible? That this is what, you know, I grew up with? I've seen that look on my own mother. Dude, we've all, like, if we, especially when it comes to, like, you know, like, suburban moms, dude, I think everyone knows what this fucking look is, dude. This is a signature look, and oh my god, dude, that could pierce souls. That could pierce a man, dude.
Rub the bloody ring, beats a slave, male or female, with a stick so severely that the slave dies immediately. The slave owner should be punished. However, if the slave survives a day or two, he should get back to work. The slave is the owner's property. The Lord regretted ever creating human beings, and he was sad. So the Lord said, I will wipe all the human race off the face of the earth. And while I'm at it, I'll kill the livestock and the crawling things too. I'll even kill all the birds in the sky. I wish I'd never created any of them in the first place. Now, do you think a child should be reading this book full of sexual violence and genocide? I hope this...
Dude, that old lady over here is so embarrassed. She's like, oh, damn it, this is in the Bible, and I love this, and how dare he try to make this be painted in a bad light. Oh my god, dude, even this lady has this, like, snarl on her face, dude. There are so many old ladies in this womb, and dudes, too, that are just so mad, bro.
And all the way from K through 12. Books don't belong here at all. This is a place of learning.
Breaking news? Oh, fuck, really? Like, how breaking is it? Fuck. Okay, alright. I'm gonna put a pin on it. We'll put a pin on it.
And let's focus on science, math, and raising administrators' pay. Thank you. Thank you.
I started teaching in
Do you ever get the urge to pee in someone's mailbox? Why?
1964. There can be sadness tied with teaching. Kids can be harmed. I've known students who hung themselves, who shot themselves, who overdosed on heroin, who passed the gun around at parties while the parents were home, who built pipe bombs in their basements while their parents were upstairs watching television. I once removed a pipe bomb from a bus at East, moments after students had gotten off. There was an awful pipe bomb explosion at East during a lunchtime that I dealt with. These are children. Of the thousands of students I have known, not a single one, not one, has been harmed by a book. In fact, books for the students I've known have been a safe and protective haven. As for the LGBT students, we are aware that there is little place for them here. Policies 321 and 123.3 continue.
You want to pee in Venom's mailbox? Do it. Also shit note for good measure.
marginalize and endanger our transgender people. All 4 policies are stridently supported by the Gals Against Liberty and Literacy cult. I understand that several of you on the board are card-carrying members. According to its leadership, the Gals Against Liberty and Literacy cult is an anti-student inclusion, anti-government, anti-gender identity, and firmly anti-public school. To the few in the community, with no basis in fact, smear candidate Rick Herring, an honorable, decent, and experienced man, is unconscionable. That they would smear Rebecca Carty Herring, who has worked among the lives of children for a quarter century, whose classroom is centered in kindness, beauty, and truth, is despicable. In August 2009, I put these words on the sign at the top of the Lenape Hill: "We are all welcome here." That is no longer the case, and that is a shame.
Comment, I just want to say that spending all that time listing the things that you'll have to take away from kids because those terrible female teachers want equal pay is pretty ridiculous and a very clear campaign tactic. It's just another political stunt, like every meeting is beginning with political stunts. In March, I attended a school board meeting that was absolutely packed with students, and I saw a man with a concealed weapon. This is a man I've seen at several meetings using fake names, being disruptive. At that very meeting, he used a fake name. You asked him, and he lied. A friend reported the gun to security guards, but I didn't go with the friend, even though I also saw the gun. Why? Honestly, I was terrified. What I did do was I emailed the school board and the superintendent the next morning. What I did receive was a cease and desist from the man who had the concealed weapon, claiming that I was going around on social media and lying about him having a gun at a school board meeting. No one, besides the people on that email, knew that I had seen the gun. There were no RTKs put in at that time. I certainly did not post about it anywhere because I was terrified. Please tell me, how did this man know that I reported him to you? How did he know? There's also been some question in this community as to whether there was in fact a gun in the meeting at all. But again, this is directly a result of your action. You received a letter from Officer Logan, which I can email you if you've forgotten, the very next day confirming that the man did indeed have a firearm and that Officer Logan deemed the incident to be criminal in nature. We received emails from Mrs. Hunter and Dr. Lukaba about all sorts of nonsense, and yet you didn't think a man with an unlawful concealed weapon in a room full of students was noticeworthy. You didn't think you needed to tell the community about this. So why am I speaking about this now, months after this incident occurred? Because like many people who have been subject to intimidation, I tried being quiet.
What the fuck was that look that she just made? Dude, this bitch right here, honestly, has got some fucking shit that she's hiding, I feel like. Dude, why do I feel like she's like some weird, like, sociopathic, like, Nazi bitch that is, like, you know, in leagues with, like, the cops or something?
The email that I wrote to you informing you of the incident and asking you to please keep our community safe is being circulated all over social media.
Let's not pretend Central Bucks isn't losing teachers because they all know someone who has failed prior to retirement, some for other districts and others leaving education. Being a teacher is hard, and this school board has made it more difficult. Way to go.
You don't get to deflect a bullying claim by concerned parents by turning around and calling those parents bullies. That's gaslighting, and this community is not going to stand for that. This current board majority and administration cannot run from its many expensive, worst practices in education, such as spending over $1.2 million on homophobic...
I'm like sure that I'm like 30% sure one of these people is reptilian. I'm pretty sure it's that old lady right there with the fake blonde hair. That's probably her.
defenses and PR efforts in an attempt to, number one, defend their book and pride flag banning policies, which were written with the help from the far-right Independence Law Center at the request of Board President Dana Hunter. Number two, cover up the fact that this administration has not addressed the bullying of LGBTQ students that goes on every single day in our schools. If you had just taken the suggestions from the ACLU to make things better for our students, we wouldn't be in this horrendous national disgrace of a mess. Number three, most recently, the board majority pushed through a 40% raise for the superintendent in only his second year of a 5-year contract without any discussion or clear rationale for doing so. That's 90,000.
Because it's greed, and instead of putting that 40%, of pay raise over time into something that's actually worth a fuck, for students at school, it's given to him to basically suck a dick somewhere.
Per year, plus hefty benefits costs to us taxpayers. Over 50 books remain on the chopping block due, once again, to the worst practices in education policy by the board majority. And about the 2 books that were actually banned, it is egregiously unethical for this board majority and the Republican candidates running in November to argue that your Democratic opponents want porn in the hands of 5-year-olds. What a load of horse manure. Those books were meant for 16 to 18-year-olds. What an obvious attempt. Shut the fuck up.
Oh! Oh shit, what just happened? Whoa. Oh shit.
Those books were meant for 16 to 18-year-olds. What an obvious attempt. Shut the fuck up.
Oh shit, it was because she started cackling like a hyena back there. She's like, oh, you crazy liberal Democrat. Oh my god, oh shit.
Obvious attempts to distract and bamboozle the voters. And by the way, you really think the book Gender Queer is porn? Yet you mailed images of the book to 17,000 homes in Central
Oh
Park.
shit, dude,
You have broken the law.
Dude, oh shit, dude, people are shutting up back there, dude. There's like people going, dude, and they're having a bad, oh my god. Dude, this shit might just start popping off. Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit.
People who know of teachers resigning earlier and young teachers not applying to CBSD because of the chaos that has...
Oh, now she, oh my god, dude, she really changed her expression. Look at her. Dude, look at, oh, now she's really giving a sneer, dude. Oh my god, dude, these fucking reptilian hyenas, bro.
Also hearing from many realtor friends that people are starting to not want to look for homes in CBSD or are moving away out of fear for what's to come. If these far-right extremists continue to run our district, these worst practices in education are hurting everyone in our community. Instead of passing policies that serve to break this community apart, hurt our schools and marginalize children, we need a school board and administration that focuses on best practices in education. That's what Rick Herring and his fellow CBSD Neighbors United candidates support. Please vote Democrat for school board on November 7th. Thank you.
I see that the season
She's trying to maintain her form if she gets any of her skin splits open. I know, dude. I mean, for real, like, but holy shit, dude. She's got some spunk, though. I like that one. That was good.
For me, it started in July, when the Moms for Liberty decided it was acceptable to target children meeting at the Rainbow Room. Not for any type of medical care, but for...
The Rainbow Room, uh-oh, is this some, groomer facility room where all the pedophiles start meeting? Just like a little lizard tongue, just like, starts slithering out.
Obviously, they have the right to protest.
We need to see, I know, but like, dude, I said we put a pin on it. Come on.
Because the one night children would be...
Patience.
Grown
Grasshopper.
adults chose to bully children. Fortunately, despite late notice, this community came out in force to protect their own. Why don't you share with everyone in this room how many 5-year-olds currently attend middle school or high school? As that would be the only way those children could even attempt to access those books. People are sick of ugly personal attacks. It didn't work in the general election, it didn't work in the primaries, and it will not work in November. I understand that a storm is on the horizon. I am voting for Rick Herring because the harm that has been imposed on this district for the past 2 years cannot continue, and I believe he is the right person to bring sanity, fairness, and fiscal responsibility back. That does not mean that I have anything derogatory to say about his opponent, Mrs. Martino. I do not, nor would I ever. We just happen to have differing opinions regarding where this district needs to go. And
Oh my god, dude, what a centrist. What a fence rider.
lies the difference in campaigns.
But now the MAGA will present flimsy evidence and end the meeting by starting a fight.
We got to hear the Oscar-winning speech here by Leila Casey about how she was scared to her wits because a man didn't use his name and I didn't know where he lived.
Yo, where's your neck, bro? Do you have a neck? He's like, hey, what's up, everybody? We had this Oscar-winning performance by the slave. Like, dude, hey, Egghead, where's your neck?
Tonight she sat near Walter, who falsified his address as Warwick Township because we all know he's in New York City. Yet, she didn't express any fear that he was here. Miss Colangelo didn't express any...
A comedian?
So, Miss Casey, when you put in your email, you had no right to privacy.
He looks like Art the Clown without makeup.
Dial tears and go elsewhere.
You know shit, dude.
15, she sent in an email.
I like how this room got, like, empty really quick. Nowhere near as much people as there was before.
I don't really know the guy. That he had a gun. She was so fearful that she didn't show up at the hearing on August 30th that she caused. Yet I did. And I got to witness the facts. And the facts are, there was no gun. She lied. the department confirmed no gun. No pat-downs, no presentation, no gun. That's the evidence. Mr. Del Rio has been banned from school board meetings only, but he's allowed to go to Cold Springs, yet Miss Casey doesn't have a problem with that. And then, interestingly, Miss Delangelo used all the same talking points at 11:47 on the evening of 3/14 to the rest of the school board. Certainly.
Why do you have it so specified to such a time?
A lot of coordination. So Miss Delangelo, start taking some notes here, because we have some answer we'd like from you. Who was the person that called you that evening to tell you about the gun? Because you refused to give it to the rest of the school board, you refused to give it to security. We want the name. Give the name up. So emails were sent back in March.
Give it a name up so we can then, do death threats and maybe, threaten her life and make a move and scare him out of town.
3 to Miss D'Angelo's work by Kate Dezemi, asking for expert feedback on policy interpretation. 501c3 asking for that kind of information from a sitting politician, school board member. Certainly sounds like politicking, which is against the law as a 501c3. But more interesting was the email that I uncovered.
What are you, some auditor?
The servers here at Central Bucks on May 22, where Kate Dezemi and Kitty Semlish are asking advice from Tabitha. What should we name this thing? So Miss Delangelo, we would like to know. Again, take notes.
What the fuck are you, some wannabe lawyer?
Are you a founder of the Advocates of Inclusive Education? So, we also found in her emails where she states in an affidavit under the penalty of perjury that she was not conducting school business. Then we got an email from Kitty Semlish. We hear from a lot of these people, this push is not about sexualization. And Kitty Semlish sent an email to all of you asking, do you have any data on sexual activity behavior of the minors at Central Bucks School District? Unbelievable. They're asking for this kind of invasive data. We want some answers, Miss Delangelo. If you can't provide them, tender your resignation and expect more Oprahs coming to your work. You better tell the president.
Oprahs?
You better tell the general counsel, because if you did legal activities on those, you're going to face criminal charges.
Oh, what? They kept cameras off while he froze his papers at the mother who complained about the gun. What the fuck, really?
Alright,
Chairs picked up in defense.
Oh my gosh.
Oh shit.
Deadly weapon. It was a piece of paper.
Hold on, Benson. We will handle it. Ready to close the meeting? Are we done? No.
5-minute recess, please.
I really wish there was video of it.
Some sage.
Some sage, oh my lord.
I am an employment lawyer. I look at contracts for
What's an employment attorney? Applying by new contract.
living. I have never seen a change like this. So in addition to a $90,000 a year raise,
Shit, I wish I could see that type of money a year.
there is an increase by $10,000 in the contribution to the retirement account. There is an increase that will be about $10,000 to paid time off. If not used, it gets paid. And by the way, I think most people in our community would be shocked to learn that this superintendent contract provides for 8 weeks of paid time off, 5 weeks of vacation, 3 weeks of sick time, a week of personal time, plus every single holiday that is in the... Now, I don't know anybody who works full-time who gets that kind of vacation.
I mean, that should be the fucking federal goddamn norm. Honestly, when it comes to, for the average, working class person. That is just fucking insane. I mean, that's for one superintendent. He's only been there for 2 years. It's fuck you, dude. What the fuck? You greedy bitch. I mean, dude, I don't get any of that. I mean, I get, I might get, some of that, but it gets built up over time. It's not something you just immediately get. It's so it's, I don't even get anything close to that shit.
Just may say the contract also provides a penalty. If there's a new school board is elected in November,
and that's what's likely to happen. And this board is afraid, and they want to tie the hands of new school board members. And this new school board wishes to ask for the superintendent's resignation. The new school board will have to pay a 1-year severance, and now we know that is well over $300,000. Thank you.
Which all the taxpayers are gonna have to pay for. God love it. Here, where was that? There it is. Of course, it's a cow clip. And I'm assuming there's literally no video of this. Like, is there a video of this? Yeah, absolute shitty. I think you meant this. Like, wait, well, why is that so bowl of ice cream? What the fuck? Go on with this. Just stick the word absolute in front of literally in and out and make a top-notch insult. You absolute potato. You absolute tuna can. Yeah, that doesn't really work as well. Here, we'll use this too real quick. Cat be like who we hide from? Aww. Let's try to hide from this cat, y'all. Aww. Okay, back to this. Come on. Whoa. Alright. I tried substance, but, like, why is he on a bed, for one? And for two, like, I was hoping maybe there would be some clips. Guess not.
Alright, guys, got some breaking news here for you. This is from ABC News. It's about some of Trump's classified documents and the cases around that. So ABC News is reporting that they have specific examples of Trump giving up highly classified information. Apparently, there was an Australian billionaire by the name of, Chris Pratt is the actor, right? It's not Chris Pratt. Anthony Pratt. Isn't Chris Pratt an actor?
Yes.
I think it is. I think he is. Anyway, but there's an Australian billionaire by the name of Anthony Pratt. And this guy was at Mar-a-Lago, and Trump was running his mouth. And he ended up giving away highly classified nuclear warhead secrets vis-a-vis about U.S. submarines. And so he told this guy, like, the number of nuclear warheads that the submarines can carry, basically talked about, like, how high level the stealth technology is, so, like, how close you can get to some sort of enemy ship without the ship noticing. And this is all stuff that, like, has never been reported, nobody knows anything about. It's one of the highest level of classified, as, you know, usually as nuclear secrets are. And apparently he was trying to get the guy, he was, like, telling him this to try to pitch the submarines to be, like, purchased by Australia or something, which is...
So he was trying to do an arms deal with Australia?
Weird, because I don't even think that this guy... He's not in the Australian government, right? Like, I don't even know if he has the connections to, like, make this go up the chain or whatever to get more sales for freaking Raytheon or whoever sells this.
What the fuck? I mean, what the fuck, dude?
Sells it, but, like, very bizarre situation. But ABC News is reporting that, get this, so when this guy heard about it, he turned around and told, like, everybody he knows. So he spoke to...
No shit! Oh my god, of course he did!
At least 45 individuals, among them 6 journalists, 3 former Australian prime ministers, at least 10 Australian government officials, and nearly a dozen of his own employees. So this is like, you know, part of Jack Smith's case, and word is that this guy is basically fully cooperating with investigators, and he's had at least 2 conversations with Jack Smith around this. And so this is yet another example, sort of like with the obstruction charge. They have him dead to rights on this, man. And again, the thing that surprises me is the extent to which Trump left himself no plausible deniability at all. Like, you know, when he was caught on audio telling somebody, like, you know, I could have declassified this when I was president, but I didn't declassify it, but you want to hear about it anyway? Look, here's our battle plans to attack Iran. Like, the the level and degree of
You want the ultimate weapon?
It's like the top level of the top level.
The emu, dude. Dude, he wanted the emu.
He somehow...
Dude, totally. Dude, Donald Trump wanted an army of emus, yeah, so then the U.S. could be literally the most ultimate fighting force known to mankind. Because we'll have the emus on our side.
Out of the room, had it stored in, like, his Mar-a-Lago bathroom. And he's going around babbling away, like, literal nuclear secrets. And, I mean, look, I think the clear takeaway from this is homie really did back himself into a corner. In the same way that with this fraud trial in New York, the civil case,
I mean, this is just, like, fucking insane, insanely comical. I mean, but, like, bruh. I mean, it's just like... You want to ride one into battle, like, in a female Viking outfit? Okay, someone needs to generate an AI generation of Trump with that. Oh my god, someone get on that right now. I want to actually see that unironically. Oh my god, dude. Valkyrie Trump on an emu. Like, dude, like, I mean, I unironically want to fucking see that. Like, make it so number one. Somebody out there in the ether. Dude, that would be too fucking good, bro, and you know it. That would just be glorious. Utterly fucking glorious, my dude. Do you think a Gar could be ridden into battle? And he has pigtails? Yes, pigtails, dude, yes. And me? No. But I'll ride you into battle, I'll tell you what, you son of a bitch. Here. Let's see what other little things we look at here tonight. Let's see what other little things we can check out. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs announced this week that a Saudi-owned alfalfa farm citing violations on its agreement terms. Wait, so it ends the lease of that. Citing any violations of agreement terms, a decision against a high volume use of water comes as Arizona grabs with drought conditions. So he's terminating one lease and just plan on renewing 3 others to that expire upcoming year. Terminated lease covers 640 acres of Butler Valley located west of Phoenix. Through Fauna Monte's footprint in the area told about 3,500 acres, and the company owns about another 10,000 acres in the neighborhood of Vicksburg. Blah, 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 blah. So why does Saudi Arabia have fucking, like, land in America that they're just, like, destroying the, like, you know, water, like, storage with, being like, suck it all up. Fuck it. It's like, well, huh? Can we not? Can we, like, hell no on that one, please? That'd be good, probably. Or something more that scares them more than anything. Reality. I think we need to do more, make Nazis afraid again. Fuck Elon Musk and save space easily, so great for him. If I'm in this space or any other Nazis are not safe there. True. Like, honestly, yeah. Unironically, though, make Nazis afraid again. Because at least, like, liberals, despite being annoying and kind of shitty sometimes, at least, you know, aren't, like, utter freaks. Like, so, I mean, you know, at least there's that, you know what I mean? This thing, though, right-wingers are in perpetual paranoid cycle, that's why they never, because it's terrified they'll lose at any time. Pretty much. Tank is afraid too. They're not even that, like, significant of a group, dude. They're, like, the tiniest, like, political minority there is, pretty much. Like, I mean, they're not even really worth the fuck, bro. Like, they're really just a bunch of chuckle fucks. I mean, they don't really have any real means of getting anything done. Like, I mean, I'm just saying is that, like, you know, they're not really worth that much of a shit to influence us on. Well, sure. I mean, because they kind of see him as more of an outlet, you know, when it comes to stuff like that. And Hassan is not a YouTuber, he's a Twitch streamer specifically. I mean, there's just like different fans that, you know, kind of upload clips and stuff like that, like Hassan Productions, Hassan Reactions, and Hassan Capital. Hassan has infamously called it the Hassan Industrial Complex because there's a lot of fans that, you know, will upload clips and shit like that. Affects the same thing. Well, you know what I mean. But either way, like, I mean, the thing is, though, like, just because there are, like, some, you know, elements about, like, you know, tankies that are kind of, like, I guess a thing to some extent, at least when it comes to things like China or whatever the fuck, I mean, it's definitely, you know, sure, like, something that, you know, definitely needs to be addressed, but, I mean, when it comes to the brass tacks of it all, I mean, it's, at least to me, not really as big of a problem in comparison to, like, some of the more louder political minorities, like fascists and far-right extremists and, you know, Christo-fascist types and, you know, the whole shebang and yada yada. I mean, because the thing is, like, I mean, I feel like it's a little bit more easier to potentially, like, you know, swing people away from being a tanky, so to speak, because there's already at least, like, you know, a general basis of agreement on other issues. Like, while someone who's more of a far-right extremist, which, you know, despite being a minority of, you know, of being of a political identity for the most part, they have a lot more fucking influence. Like, essentially, because, and I think because of that, you know, honestly, are a lot more of a problem and a lot more of a risk. And obviously have far less of, you know, you know, agreements, you know, with, you know, like, whatever politics we may have. Well, at least, you know, tanky, there's at least an opportunity to potentially, like, bridge the gap and maybe deconvert them from being a weird tanky fuck. This is a good breakdown. You know, I was just looking at that right on my YouTube homepage right now. Garbage Man lost it. Dude, yeah. Yeah, I'm literally looking at it right now. Y'all want to watch it? I mean, it is an hour and a half long. I could probably speed it up a little bit, but yeah, you want to check it out? Because honestly, I've been seeing this the entire fucking day, and I'm half tempted to maybe deep dive with it, you guys. Because honestly, there's strong suspicion that this chick right here probably got killed by JF Garepe, which is a Quebec nationalist, white supremacist and shit. Blind, I had to do it to begin with. Yeah. She's mentally disabled too. Yeah. And also, I guess from what I understand, he's had different wives too, I guess, and they're all also mentally disabled too. Like, he has a weird thing about having a strong sense of superiority and having someone who's generally mentally disabled to essentially, like, just caretake for them in his own way and basically treat them like fucking property. And if that's the case, then, I'm pretty sure that this guy probably just fucking, you know, like, you know, straight up killed her, honestly. Because if she's missing, but yet disabled and is unable to fucking, like, you know, be dependent and shit like that, I mean, it's just like, yeah, like, this guy probably fucking killed her. I mean, obviously, you know, I mean, let's look at it. You know, let's watch it. I'm assuming this entire stream is about that. I'll just kind of... Oh shit, here we go. We're just getting right into it, okay. Way back in the old DP days. Well, because back then he was just kind of like a weird science, you know, like, nerd guy. But the thing is, he's probably always had these, you know, values and ideas, but he was just very quiet about it. And then at a certain point, you know, he just became more politically active and aware, and so just fuck it, YOLO.
But in my case, I'm comfortable enough, and Mama Jeff has left me with everything that matters in life, what matters most of life.
You know, honestly, even though it's been years, and I mean, like, probably like 4 or 5 fucking years since I've last seen this dude, and he literally does not look any different Like, it looks like he's in a time capsule almost. Like, even his background looks almost the goddamn same.
So, what can I do? I cannot hate her. I cannot be frustrated about this. And that's it. So that's why I had to take 3 days total to... I made so much cleaning, so much reinstalling, so much plastering of the walls, construction, renovation. I wanted to...
Is this, like, when was this recorded? Because honestly, I've listened to enough of these, like, true crime things, you know, these true crime videos on YouTube in the last, like, month or so, that I'm already thinking this motherfucker did it, dude. Dude, I already think he did it. Because the way he's talking about this is kind of implying that, you know, there's something that he knows, at least, that no one else knows when it comes to her at least being missing. And considering that he's talking about plastering walls and cleaning up a lot and stuff like that, that means something happened at his place where he needs to change up everything and thus hide a crime scene. So, this motherfucker knows something. He's way too uncomfortable to be telling the truth. I mean, well, you mean like too comfortable, I guess? I mean, the thing is, like, he's kind of comfortable being this brazen about it without really implying anything. So, I mean, but like I said, I've watched a lot of true crime stuff lately, and just, you know, from the vibe and what I'm like, what he's saying, because I'm really tuning into this, and it's like, this motherfucker knows something. Like, he genuinely knows something that, you know, no one knows about what happened to her. Like, he knows, and he's probably the last person to, you know, be alive with her.
A home in the way I like it. It's like sterilized, this home.
You won't look directly at the camera. You are right. He's not looking at the camera directly, too.
Now I can walk, finally.
Oh, hey, what's up, Dusty?
I can access everything. The fridge is...
I mean, well, is this, like, normal for him? Like, does he not look at the camera when he's doing his show? Because this just might be his normal thing. If he happens to pass through Oregon, lock a load. Well, the thing is, Quebec is on the eastern side of Canada. I don't think this guy's going to Vancouver or anywhere anytime soon.
For clean... But
so,
in my case, I'm...
That is JF Garape, alt-right, far-right, white supremacist streamer, also one of the most popular people in the manosphere. 3 days after his wife went missing, talking about cleaning his house, sterilizing it, and doing renovation work. So, welcome, guys, to a very special true...
So this was recorded 3 days after she went missing. And that's what he decides to talk about. That already says there's something up, dude. That is fucking weird, fishy, and creepy, bro.
Episode of the Dusty Smith Show.
For 4 months. So, this was recorded 3 days when she officially went missing. And she's been missing for 4 months. So, this was about 4 months ago when this was recorded. And that's what he's talking about. Dude. How did no one pick up on that?
I guess I might not know this about me, but I love true crime.
Yay, dude, Dusty, dude, dude, there's gonna be a bonding moment here, dude. Let's get this close. Let's get the Bluetooth close. We're gonna have fun tonight. We're gonna have fun tonight with this one, dude. We're having fun tonight with this one, boys.
Episode of every true crime show ever made.
Forensic Files.
Like a hobby, and right now
I know Criminal Minds is a reality TV version of it, but I like that one. Fucking, yeah, like Explore With Us, JCS, Criminal Psychology, those two are on YouTube. Like, I mean, those are my main go-tos, and, like, I love this shit, dude. I don't know why, but I always have. Like, I mean, I think it's just kind of a morbid curiosity about the human condition and the human mind, I think. Because a lot of it, I always try to wonder, like, well, what the fuck was going on with, like, the killer's head, or, you know, with that type of shit and all that stuff, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, you know, it's definitely something that I have a kind of a genuine curiosity about. It's not really like, you know, curiosity about the whole thing, and about what they do specifically. It's just about why. That's really where it all comes into, especially really the craziest ones. When I hear about a crazy ass fucking story, it's well, what the fuck? Why did that happen? And once you kind of explore everything, when it comes to the interrogation, all the details of the evidence and all this sort of stuff, and once it all comes together and the pieces of the puzzle get put together to make the full picture, it's damn. You take notes while you watch? No, I mean, not really. I just kind of think about it sometimes, just being oh shit.
Podcasts are the big new thing, and this 100%, in my opinion, is going to be one of the big true crime podcasts. For somebody, I wanted to get a head start on it and be one of the first to do this. So today we're going to cover J.F. Garapay's missing wife, who has been missing for 4 months now, apparently, but we just discovered it because he didn't report her missing, and he hasn't told anybody about it. So, yeah, it's looking very suspicious.
J.F. Garapay was Spartan's words, planting a potato. Okay, that's a little... Oh, man, the memes are going to be bad.
Yesterday, he put out a video explaining his side of the story, and
Oh, fuck. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Dude, okay. Dude, he has a whole video trying to, make his alibi. Oh, dude. Oh, hell yeah, let's fucking go, bro. Dude, let's honestly try to, notice some ticks about him. And I mean by that, in a sense of when it comes to his, body language, and when it comes to, maybe a sense of nervousness or anxiety, or, his, verbal, communication too. How he will explain certain details or explain certain things of a story that will be true, so to speak, but then he starts going into the part where he's making some shit up and lying about it, and that's where he's going to probably start using more vagaries and more certain things and this probably happened, and this and that, or whatever, just kind of being more vague, or being and if I have to be honest, just slight, tiny little things like that. This will be a fun deep dive, honestly. This will be interesting.
I never watched a video that made anybody seem more guilty in my entire life. I spent most of the last night watching videos about this, mostly from him, and I thought I would come on a live stream and we could all deep dive this true crime case together and see what we think about it. So thank you for joining me. Gonna be an interesting show, I think, if you're into true crime at all, or if you are interested in this case at all. So you guys might remember...
Dude, honestly, this is the best of both worlds. We got an old guy from DP that we all know about from back in the day. And, and kind of, I guess, early DFF, at least with Paul and Ideology days, because he also, Paul, ripped a new asshole for Andy Worski because he, basically told Andy Worski, it's JF owns your show, be a fucking man and, own your show, bitch, quit being a pussy, you fuck, and all this other shit. And literally, a day later, Andy Worski kicked JF off the show and shit like that. So Paul was kind of funny enough, the reason why the Andy Worski show split like that the way it did. So now I remember that too. And also so there's kind of some history that I know of JF. And honestly, after that, outside of, I think, the few weird things with his wife and shit, including this, it just I mean, it's been a long time, but holy fuck, every time he does pop up, it just gets fucking weirder with this guy, dude. I mean, just more weirder and weirder, bro. It's my lord.
With this case, which I have, which makes me have a little personal connection to it. 4 years ago, I released this video. I showed it on my show last night. I'm not going to show it right now, the entire thing, because most of the clips in this show we're going to watch in other formats throughout the show. But
dude, 4 years ago, dude, Dusty looks so different. Dude, that's what Dusty looks like. There's the not modern Dusty. 4 years ago, Dusty. Dude, what happened with Dusty back then? Why does he almost look like he's like a doll almost, with some weird goth makeup on his face? What happened to Dusty back then? What the hell? Was it just a camera or something? Cause Dusty now, like, you look like a goddamn, like, fucking Giga Chad over there, but, like, over here, he looks like a weird, like, emo Ken doll. Like, what happened? He has his daughters... Yeah, wait, he has his daughters living with him? Oh my god, that is... Okay, that is also weird, dude. That's fucking weird.
Concerned about JF Garapay's wife slash girlfriend. He calls her his wife, so I'm gonna call her wife for the remainder of this program. Now, whether they're actually married doesn't matter, but what does seem apparent is they have 2 kids together, and they considered each other married to each other. So I put out this video 4 years ago showing footage of her coming on live stream where he's talking to this guy, and she seems to be mentally disturbed. And the way he's treating her made me concerned with her well-being, wondering if her family knows where she is.
I remember this.
Safe in the presence of JF Garapay. And I tried to bring attention to this situation. And now 4 years later, she's missing, and there is a manhunt on for her. The police are very concerned. Her family is very concerned.
Holy shit. So there's like law enforcement involved with this now. So this is an active case. Dude, holy shit, bro. Dude, do you know for a fucking fact at some point there's gonna be some shit that's gonna drop with this guy? And there's gonna be some crazy shit that comes out, and we honestly all know what the results of what that's gonna be. Dude, holy fuck, bro. Dude, like, I mean, I've seen enough of these true crime shows where it's like, honestly, like, what I notice with at least some people that when it comes to like a one-off, like, you know, killing for some, like, murder of passion type of thing, you know, because a lot of these cases, you know, that seems to what ends up being the case, you know, in ways. And usually what happens if they have a means to, they will just usually try to find a local area that's forested or like a field or some shit and just, you know, do a quick burial and just leave them there or something. Like, usually that's tends to what happens from what I've seen from different stories. Or they just try to, like, dispose of them in some other way and shit like that. She might still be alive somewhere, defense? No, because at that point they can't really pin anything on him. Like, I mean, so they can't really criminally charge him. Unless they find a body's gonna walk. Yeah, unless they find a body, you know, he's not really technically guilty of anything. I mean, I guess you could say he's, you know, negligent for not reporting her missing sooner. But, I mean, the thing is, like, that's not really technically a crime. So, I mean, I guess maybe Canadian law might be different about it. I mean, this is in Canada, so their laws might be a little different with this. But, I mean, I'd imagine that, you know, until they find her and he's still a suspect, I'm sure. But, you know, until they find a body, they can't really pin anything on him.
Everybody is very concerned, except seemingly for JF Garapay.
But, here's the thing, though. They can, you know, maybe get a warrant for a cell phone, and they can use pings, you know, when it comes to, I mean, that is what legit JF says. Wait, so he actually has said this, you know, later. Okay, well, don't spoil anything. Here, let's progress on with it. Like, because, I mean, I don't want to, like, you know, be on this thing forever, but, you know, we'll definitely want to check this out for sure, you know, like, at least in as much totality here. Because, like, thing is, like, you know, because what I'm saying is, like, if they got a warrant for his phone, especially if they could ping his phone location from different cell towers, they can kind of track where he was, and if they find her body, you know, where his phone back, you know, 4 months ago happened to be pinged when she officially went missing, then that immediately makes him suspect number one. You know, just from that alone. So unless he didn't have any phone, or maybe even her phone, if she had one, you know, was on her, then that could also be a possibility. So, I mean, there's different factors that could play a role where they don't necessarily even have to find a body, but if they know where she might be, then, you know, at least especially when it comes to her last known location, then they could at least potentially, you know, easily, you know, charge him for it. But the thing is, like, they have to find her. And honestly, I guarantee you she's probably buried somewhere, because this motherfucker killed her. Like, that's my speculation.
So I've had multiple interactions, run-ins with Garapay over the years. He got his start on the Drunken Peasant show, which you guys might remember. I also have some connection to. I have been feuding with Drunken Peasants for a long time.
We all do. Hey, the whole gang's together. Look at old Andy Warski right there looking like a fucking schmug little bitch.
Garapay, a platform which popularized him. And then he joined with Andy Race-Warski to create a white supremacist podcast. And I've had many public debates and private debates with Warski. We've been battling. So I have been trying to tear down these assholes since the very fucking beginning. And,
hey, Paul's egos also helped you with that, too. Actually, Paul was the one who split them apart. Like I said, I mean, it used to be a ideology out there, but now it's gone. But it was a classic ideology that's been in the trenches. I mean, we kind of all have in our own way. We might have been auxiliary, sending ammunition and supplies, to the streamers up in the front lines, but, Paul cucked JF. Oh, dude, absolutely. Yeah, Paul was, one of the ones who was, manning the fucking machine gun on the front lines. He was like, manning the heavy, dude. You've gotten rusty. Why are you playing those video games?
How popular he's gotten. How much of a fan base he's built up.
Dusty, you've gotten rusty.
Because if you look at his material, it's... not only is it white supremacy, but it's a lot of woman hating. He is a star in the manosphere, and his audience hates women. You can read the comments on a lot of his videos, and they're so insane with it. They'll even warn each other not even to talk to women, because even talking to women can ruin your entire life.
Well, honestly, if that's how they feel about it, then it should be easier for people like me who don't give a fuck one way or the other if women talk to me or not. And hey, because I'll talk to women, it's not that hard. It's called talk to them like literally any other human being. Shocker. Because there's, I was actually, funny enough, I was at the dispensary, and the chick that was, at the counter, she was like, so how's your night doing? It's like, I feel like I haven't really been able to have a break, been rushed, running around everywhere, in between my breaks and stuff, because, have shit to do, haven't even been able to get my check till way later, and now I'm doing this before I go back, finish it up and shit. Then tomorrow, after work, after however that happens, I'm going to go out to karaoke. She's like, oh man, I haven't done that in a long time. And it's like, where'd you go for it? I'm just like, go to Duffy's just down the road. She's like, man, I haven't been there in years. And we ended up chatting with that, and her coworker came out and was talking a little bit with it too. And as I was leaving, it's like, we should all just do that tomorrow, or or something like that. I was like, hey, well, fuck, I do that every Friday and Saturday. So if you go down there, you'll certainly see me there. And so I'm going to say, well, at least it's an open offering without even saying anything necessarily. I mean, honestly, it's just like, hey, you'll see me there. I've been going there pretty much every Friday and Saturday for the past month now. So, I mean, that's why on those days my streams usually start basically around this time, more or less, or later, on Fridays and Saturdays, is because of that. I go over there, do karaoke, and I come back here. So that's basically is why, those days, usually I'm a little later, when I record my, these little fun things and all that shit. But anyway.
As we watch videos from him, you'll see in his own words exactly how he feels about it. He believes that women shouldn't really have the freedom that they have now because they are not smart enough or responsible enough to actually be free. So they should be under the thumb of a man. And,
but yet you should not talk to women, but yet women should be under the thumb of a man. So how are you going to make women under the thumb of men if you don't talk to them? It's contradictory in its own fucking nature, dude. It's in its own narrative. It's fucking contradictory. It's what? So oxymoronic.
Now. And things should go back to the old caveman days where you can just knock a girl in the head, I guess, and force her to do whatever you want to do. So the woman hating, the controlling, and not only that, but his own admissions on being rejected and how that makes him feel. We're going to take a look at all this. But before I start, I just want to say, everything I say here is speculation. I have no insider information about any of this other than what I'm about to show you. So this is all just a thought experiment, a little fun project where we can all deep dive into this together and speculate about what we think might have happened to Mama Garapay, which is what he called her. Now, she might turn up alive next week. I have no idea. If so, obviously I'll update the record. I will be honest about it. But for now, like I said, I have never seen anybody look more guilty. And even if he's not guilty of this, as we watch the videos, you'll realize that if he didn't kill her, this is exactly the type of person that would kill her. If he didn't kill her, he's still a giant fucking piece of shit in every way. So it's interesting to examine the manosphere and what it's become and watch their content and see what they reward and gravitate towards. And so, yep, here he is. Jeff Garapay was spotted, in his words, planting a potato. So that is a diss on his girlfriend, which many people think has mental disabilities. If you don't know who Jeff Garapay is, so basically, he's a biologist. But
there's a whole Wikipedia about him. Oh shit. And yes, he is a biologist, and who's done neuroscience research formerly and stuff. But he's also called for creation of white ethnicities, promotes obviously very strongly anti-Semitic bullshit and blah blah blah. Basically, Quebec-y white nationalist supremacist ethno-statist freak.
Doing biology because he kept getting accused of sexual harassment, having problems where he was working, and decided I guess he could make more money grifting and going on the drunken peasants and spreading white supremacy and stuff. He had one interesting thing that happened, though, that it needs to be brought up. Other than the fact that he received $25,000 from Jeffrey Epstein, yes, true story, in 2000.
What? Fucking what? He received $25K from Epstein? What? What? I never knew that. What the fuck? Hold up. Yeah, hold on. We're rewinding that. What?
Had one.
Wait, where is that? Where is that in here? I don't know.
Thing that happened, though, that it needs to be brought.
I'm assuming it's in here somewhere. Oh, right here. In 2014, Garapay received $25K from Jeffrey Epstein to start the nonprofit organization Nero something something. But Dusty, you're in the way. Bruh, what?
Other than the fact that he received $25,000 from Jeffrey Epstein, yes, true story. In 2014, Jeffrey Epstein sent him $25,000, if that's any indication of his character. But he also had another
that's fucking
alleged
disturbing
interaction with a girl who was, by all accounts, mentally retarded. I know that's not politically correct to say, but whatever word you want to use, I'll read you what it says.
Duster in a way here. Let's read about Garapay. Well, I mean, we're discussing him and getting into it anyway. So I mean,
during the let's read it through the Rational Wiki website, because the Rational Wiki website gives us several interesting points, like for the fact that he admits that he has been accused of sexual assault in court by 7 different women, which is crazy. Of course, he claimed.
Dude, what? Honestly, dude, there's already fucking some crazy shit. I knew he was kind of a weird sex pest and shit like that, and kind of like a weirdo, for sure, and a creep. But, dude, I didn't even know about this shit. Okay, dude, honestly, if he ain't suspect number 1, then who the fuck would be? Who would be suspect number 1 in this? I mean, oh my god, dude, I'm just starting to kind of think about what the fuck might have happened, bro. What disturbed, hell torture shit happened before she died, dude? I mean, holy fuck.
He never did anything wrong. I've never been accused by anybody of sexual harassment, much less in court. I don't think most of us ever have, much less 7 times. So, if you've been accused in court by 7 different women of sexual harassment, that seems pretty bad, in my opinion. So, the gist of it is, he apparently, when he was on the Drunken Peasant show, some girl who had mental deficiencies contacted him, and she was 19 years old at the time. She was under the care of her parents, and he took her across state lines to try to get her pregnant. And her parents had
I remember this.
Go to court and say she has the mind of an 11-year-old.
Yeah, this is back in like what? I think right at the same time, 2014, 15-ish about, or 16?
Basically forced to leave her alone. And so that brings us to his current girlfriend.
So I think that first incident, when it came to, man, it's kind of hard to keep track because obviously there's been multiple girls that he's purposely sought out who are mentally ill in some way, shape, or form, like to, basically like be their partner. And like in the first case, obviously she got fucking lucky and was able to, get away, and get back to her parents. But, with this case, obviously, not so much.
Wife, Mama JF, who has made multiple appearances on his show. And as I said, people speculate perhaps she also has mental disabilities. So before we go on, I'm going to play you a highlights reel of this missing woman, and we can all decide for ourselves exactly what we think about her mental acuity. So this is Mama JF on the JF Carapace show.
That being said, it's a cheat.
No, that's the same chick. At least the one that I remember of. Like the one chick that I remember about, and this is the same one.
I really love. It is the original orange cheddar. Now people are saying, Jeff, why don't you share with...
And it seems like him not looking directly at the camera is normal. That seems like it's a part of his whole shtick. But I will say, Venom, I'm noticing one thing here in comparison to that previous video. He's a lot more comfortable. Like, honestly, let's just kind of, really notice that. He's more comfortable, here in comparison to that previous video. Like, so we have an idea what he looks like uncomfortable-wise and how he looks like comfortably here.
With Mama Jeff, well, do you want some?
No, because we went to his mother's house, and after I drank so much this morning, and then I feel like, oh my god.
Okay, you feel like, oh my god, so you see she doesn't want to eat.
And also I eat only cheese since 2 days, only cheese. Because you give me why you give me so much cheese, Jim? You're like a Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Only cheese?
Yeah, is it like a blood?
So... that's an odd statement. Like, she's saying that, like, he only has fed her cheese the last couple days? I will say this. I feel like, this is just a hunch, just right off the bat. How's he not in prison on rape charges? Honestly, I don't fucking know. I really don't fucking know. But, obviously, it's just my speculation. I feel like she might have, like, some sort of a learning disability of some form. I don't know what, but I feel like that's just kind of, like, right off the bat, or at least definitely some sort of, like, a social disability. And, the thing is, Gardape is known for fucking preying on women like this. Like, because honestly, if, his sex pest behavior and, sexual harassing women in the past has anything to say, he sees them as easier targets. And, so he basically sees her as an easy target, essentially, because obviously she doesn't really have the intelligence, unfortunately, to realize what the fuck is going on, necessarily. Maybe sometimes it feels fine to her, and sometimes it doesn't, but she doesn't totally get it. Yeah, because honestly, you're right. There's definitely no way that, she's, got the capability to consent to whatever sexual acts that he might be doing to her. Which, honestly, I don't want to fucking know what he's into and what he does to her, bro. Ugh, fucking God.
No. You cannot accuse celebrities here of rape. This is the public space.
What's sad is that she is, actually, like, a, beautiful lady. It's just sad that, like, whatever, disability she has, that, she's afflicted by that. Legs and you, the legs, you guys lick the legs. I'm sure there's a lot of that going on, but, this guy's got some other weird shit about him, bro. Like, I just feel so bad for her, dude, because, like, she is just, like, such a fucking victim in this whole thing. Because, You know, like, I mean, she just needs to, she should have just been with her parents, you know, or at least, you know, like, with, you know, professional caretakers. And they have fucking kids. Yeah. And they had kids. Like, they have, what, like 2 daughters or something? Which I'm sure they probably got some sort of a mental disability as well. I mean, the thing is, you know, considering her, I mean, you know, I'm assuming, like, if it's not, like, you know, some sort of, like, genetic, like, mental disability she might have, it might just be developmental. I mean, and if that's the case, and, you know, like, if, you know, his kids, you know, well, their kids, you know, end up being in proper care of real parents, you know, that aren't, you know, like, a psycho and, you know, victimizing a mentally ill woman, then, you know, like, they probably will turn out okay. I mean, you know, this is like, because the thing is, like, people can have, like, genetic or developmental disabilities and stuff like that, and, you know, as long as they have proper, you know, professional care as they're developing and stuff, will turn out fine. You know, even if they have, like, little quirks or tics and this and that or whatever the fuck, I mean, they are fine just like anybody else, basically. I mean, for example, me, I'm an autistic spurg bag, but nonetheless, you know, hey, I turned out fine. You know, I could socialize, go out there, you know, steal the show at karaoke nights at the bar and stuff like that, you know, shit, you know, like, I mean, it's just, like, just, I mean, it's, you know, it's just because of, like, the different, you know, counseling professional help, because of, you know, my own, you know, like, you know, disabilities growing up and stuff, and stuff like that's good, you know, and, like, you know, fortunately, you know, for her, that probably just was never there. And, you know, for some predator freak like RFA, you know, that's a target.
No, you cannot defame anyone. This is what took place. These are the kinds of people they are. This is what we have to arrest. Is that Mama Jaya? I thought I heard something.
So he keeps muting her and pushing her away in this clip because he's embarrassed of her, but she's having some kind of psychotic episode. Apparently she was abused in the past, and she believes the man that JF Garapé is talking to on the stream is the man who abused her. And so she keeps jumping in and accusing him of attacking her and trying to kill her. Obviously, there's something mentally wrong here, but instead of helping her, JF keeps pushing her away. And,
which, honestly, that's kind of odd, too. Like, that kind of implies that maybe JF has had friends or people over, and maybe there's somebody that ostensibly just looks like the guy that, you know, JF's just talking to right now. Maybe that just kind of implies that either these two have met in the past, or there's just somebody that tangentially looks like the guy that she thinks he's talking to. You know, so it's one or the other, I think. But, I mean, at the same time, it could just be a mental episode, but considering that there is kind of a compilation and this happens a lot, and considering JF's behavior in his past, I mean, you know, even with her mental disability and shit, like, it, you know, there's a little bit too much of a coinkydink.
In any way trying to help her the way that I thought that she needed. This is the clip that I covered 4 years ago, and was trying to get somebody to maybe check in on her well-being.
And he's just laughing it off.
I had to mute Mama Jeff because she was telling some mean things about No White Guilt. I apologize. Everyone who is a fan of the show knows that Mama Jeff has an uncontrollable and irrational hate of No White Guilt, and we don't hate her for it. It's just a brain spark that she has where she construes No White Guilt as someone else. All right, Lawrence Forbes says,
ugh. That's just fucking gross.
Does Mama Jeff really have an issue with No White Guilt, or is she just fooling around? She has an actual issue.
Damn, I need to...
Meet her again, push her away.
Don't say anything violent.
No, I want to.
What do you have to say?
No, I get seriously. You tried to kill me, okay? And I'm fucking sick that you're fucking me with me. You always follow me everywhere, and
Alright.
and you say you want to make spiritual movement, but you fucking tried to kill me for 3 years, okay?
Who's we're fucking on the left? I guess his name is Not White Guilt, I think. And, she, like, again, like, I'm hearing what she's saying specifically. I'm trying to listen to what she's saying. And, she's saying, I think, like, that dude is, like, followed them before? Or at least there's, like, someone that has or something. And wanted to try to start a weird cult or some shit. I think JF had him on just to look better by comparison. I mean, honestly, yeah. I mean, and, like, I'm wondering if these two, like, frequently meet or something. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know much about, you know, what they've been doing, you know, in the last couple years. Or really, I don't even know who the fuck the guy is on the left either way. So I don't know what his background is. But, I mean, knowing, like, these, like, manosphere white supremacist, like, fascist types and shit, they like to get together and, you know, mingle around and shit. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have met and, you know, maybe has done, like, some stalkerish and, like, you know, predatory behavior against her and shit. It would suspect me if I have a cocktail fuck on stream.
Okay. Maintenant va-t'en. Okay, so the answer to the super chat is that Mama JF mistakes no white guilt for someone who has committed acts of violence against her. So that's why you see her currently sad.
And she kind of said just no in the background. Like, she knows that, you know, like, she's at least, you know, smart enough to know that he's just lying. And just, like, gaslighting her, basically.
So
whoever
weird.
made this video, like, the weird, like, clown music is really insulting, honestly. I wish it was not there or just something else.
Mama JF has been the victim of an act of violence. It was not by no white guilt at all. She is confused, and because she is confused, she associates no...
You know, I wonder, like, who might have done that before.
Guilt with...
Pushing away
People
again.
are asking on the regular chat, is Mama JF okay? Yes, she is doing good. I don't know if she wants to come to say hi, but she is doing good. So no worries for Mama JF.
I'm kind of noticing that he seems a little uncomfortable with that question right there. And he's obviously looking off to the side, so either she's in the same room or he's looking at something else. Or somebody else. And, I'm kind of I kind of find it interesting that even people in his own chat have asked that question before, being like, hey, is she alright? How's she doing? Like, there at least are a few people that maybe, or maybe not, have at least some interest in her to wonder if she's at least okay. You know, so it's just like, I kind of find that interesting. Like, there's at least even some people in his own community that do kind of strangely, maybe not in a healthy or good way at all, in a very nefarious, facetious way, but at least kind of like wonder if she's fine or not, or at least alive or existing, so to speak.
Hello.
Oh, well, okay. Well, I guess he was looking at her.
I just want to say, no, I will never accept your apologies, okay? What you did to me was so mean, and this guy is not a real person. He's doing shape-shifting, and...
That's interesting. She won't accept his apologies again? Okay, that's interesting. And look, I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt here. Like, I mean, because I obviously understand that she is, you know, like, got mental disability and stuff, but the thing is, I mean, she's obviously at least smart enough to be at least somewhat aware of things, and at least, you know, communicate, right? Like, so she's at least aware enough of this shit. So I'm at least going to give it a benefit of the doubt with this stuff, and, that's interesting. Like, I mean, you know, like, whatever he does, like, he has, like, this very, like, obvious, like, nice guy thing going on, where, like, he'll have an outburst, you know, that seems like what it might be his forte, where he'll try to bottle it up, so to speak, like, you know, how he's trying to push her away from earlier, you know, and at a certain point, that fuse blows, and then that's where he has an outburst, and that's when he victimizes her, and, you know, probably by, like, beating her, or whatever the fuck, I don't know, and then, or yelling at her, or accosting her, whatever the fuck he does, I don't know. And, you know, and then later, he'll come back being like, oh, I'm sorry, and then basically victim blame and say it's because of you, and this and that, but I apologize, will you forgive me, you know, for what you did, type of shit, and try to, like, gaslight her almost, and stuff like that, and I think she's kind of catching on with that enough to be like, no, yeah, I ain't accepting your apologies anymore, because you keep doing it because you're so mean, and this and that, like, I mean, you know, again, it's kind of implying there's, like, a certain behavioral pattern of abuse here.
He's a ghost. Don't believe him. He's not a real person.
Okay.
I mean, the shapeshifter thing, I think, is, just kind of a level for disability, though. But at least the first half of it definitely kind of seems like a damning statement, though.
To kill me.
Okay. So,
I mean, anything, I think it just kind of shows how, scared or traumatized she might get when he does get mean and shit, because, when she has, glimpses of him, she kind of sees, what her mind, thinks, oh, shapeshifter or whatever, because he doesn't look the same like here, because he, was probably angry and fuming and just, whatever the fuck,
It is a ghost, according to Mama J.
If this guy does convince you think, maybe this JF guy is so great after all, I think he need to be in jail too. Yeah, no shit.
I would say as a journalist, I have a duty here not to allow defamation. And I would say that the theory that Noah Guilt is a shape-shifting ghost is unsupported at the moment.
He's saying no white guilt because that's what the guy calls himself. These are white supremacists, so all their names are generally associated with white supremacy in some way.
Yep.
In my view. All right, we have a question for Mama JF coming on the super chat.
Are they drinking wine?
K Max McDonald says, Mama JF, what is your background? What country do you derive your ethnic heritage from?
I can't answer that. Before, I had a bad life, but then after I discovered GF,
So she said, I can't really talk about that. I had a bad life, but then after I discovered JF,
I started to look at GF every day. I was always looking at GF. I became crazy.
I started looking at JF every day. I was obsessed with JF. I became crazy.
I lost everything I had. I lost my job, my family. I quit school. I lost everything. I was just looking at GF all the time. I was crazy.
That kind of implies that, that's kind of some cult-like behavior and shit. You know what? What she's kind of saying about this whole, cult, stalker, predatory thing she was mentioned from earlier, too. I kind of think, she's kind of probably also talking about JF as well. Because, she's talking about him, right? The guy next to him. Once I looked at JF and basically lost my job, lost contact with my family, there's a lot of Q signs here that, are basically number one way of trying to get away with shit like this. When it comes to, potentially murder or, a kidnapping or anything. Because, oh, well, where is she? Oh, she's with me. She's fine. It's and just dismiss it as like that, even if it's suspicious. It's well, unless they actually, try to do a missing person report, which they did, thankfully, now there's actually a police investigation on this shit. It kind of, because it heavily implies that this motherfucker did something.
Then after I wrote him, I said, see you home to the and then you told me. And that's my background.
He seems uncomfortable, too, in this case. I feel like in these clips, there's kind of a little weird mishmash of him being comfortable, but uncomfortable at the same time.
You lost your job because you were addicted.
Everything.
You lost everything because you were addicted to my shows.
Yeah, I was just looking at your show all the time. Even I had a job, and I was going to hide in the bathroom to listen to your show, and then my boss said, "Why you always disappear for 10 minutes?" Then he fired me. I lost everything, my family, my friends, everything, because I was just looking at GF show all the time.
You've never told me that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That's a weird admission. You never told me that. Yeah, probably because you groomed her enough, and then that was like a little self-reflection admission right there in a way. Honestly, she pretty much, just had a moment of straight fucking honesty. And I'm noticing that, maybe he's just always just an uncomfortable, weird-looking fuck, but there isn't really much moments where he looks comfortable. So it's kind of hard to gauge when he really does seem comfortable and when he's not, because, he just always seems uncomfortable and anxious, and, something might just, be a little bit of a too much of an honest drop, because, she isn't really, someone who is capable of lying that much. Like, I mean, she's just some, she's someone who's like kind of like a brutally honest person, like how a lot of kids might be. That's why, like considering her disability, that she's somebody that, like does kind of have a mentality of a child a little bit, because, in a way, if you want to look at like psychology of children, I mean, they are brutally honest. I mean, in a lot of ways. So, because, like, they'll just straight up ask brutal, honest questions, about shit and stuff like that, and you see her just like, well, damn, like, what the fuck? You're just like, well, okay, well, damn. Like, throwing a little shade of that question, aren't you there, little kid? Like, okay. Some shit like that, but, like, sometimes they'll even just, like, say what they think, and just be like, hey, you guys think you look fat. And just say random shit like that. I'm just like, well, damn, a little shade over there. Brutally honest little bastard, like, damn. So, I mean, it's like, I mean, if we're kind of analogize it, at least in this case, I mean, it's kind of the same thing almost. And I think that's why he's, like, in a lot of ways, kind of uncomfortable when she's on camera, or when she happens to pop in out of nowhere. Because she might just say something that's a little too honest, and he has to kind of try to play it off in some way. As an aside, I love how blunt kids are. Taking kids to work to eat. Hey, Dad, this guy who said that he hopes to fall down on a flight of stairs? His boss. He has an active imagination, and no. I was just talking about a story, and he thinks it's, real, and blah, blah, blah. Like, you have to play it off really quick. Boss just kind of gives you this look. I mean, sure, though.
That is some dedicated fan right here.
That has anything to do with me being on the show. I am due 4 days a week, plus not with the Flat Earth thing. That is how the agreement was.
Oh, shit!
That is.
Oh, shit, I kind of remember this. Dude, this is a Non Sequitur show back in the day. That's Steve McRae and Eric something. Eric has actually kind of got his own drama, and he's kind of a piece of shit. But Steve McRae is also kind of a centrist dork, but he's also like an atheist, so I listen to him sometimes, but he's also kind of like a centrist dork, so sometimes he has like weird like takes about like trans people and stuff. He's not like a total like anti-trans person, but he has like questions and this and that, and well, it's definitely kind of not a whole definitely kind of not medicalist, but like I don't know, like pro-trans, but like very like, in a sense of like, oh yeah, well, when it comes to sports, no, and stuff like that, he's kind of like very, very soft, super softball with it. I don't know, I've kind of fallen off on watching him lately just because, like, But, like, I kind of remember this show, though. I think I might have, honestly, I think I might have actually watched this at one point.
McRae was interested in the flat earth, which is very naive and beautiful. Hello, Mama Jeff. Oh, you took your shower?
Oh, he was just reacting to it. Oh, I thought it was, like, on it.
Yeah, I was sleeping.
Yeah, so...
Hey, hello, AIU.
Oh, yeah. She's a big fan of AIU.
Yeah, they're big fans of AIU, of course, because they're white supremacists. But anyway, somebody said...
Well, actually, it's kind of another moment where he's kind of comfortable. Honestly, like, I'm noticing a moment, here. He's more comfortable because now he's kind of a little bit more, like, kind of this. I'm noticing that when he was kind of uncomfortable in the other ones, he was kind of more like, and kind of crunched up and kind of like looking down a little more. Like, this is actually where he is comfortable here, because he's just kind of casually reacting to a video and stuff. So it's just like, I mean, like, this is actually a moment where he is comfortable. So I guess he does have moments of being kind of comfortable sometimes. Very rarely, though. What just makes him such a suspicious fucking person is so Weasley. The fact that he looks like he's uncomfortable and, like, hiding something all the fucking time is just kind of odd and suspicious. I mean, and considering his past, it's like, yeah, he definitely is. I mean, if he didn't have his current past, it could just be like, yeah, definitely weird. This could just be coincidental. But no, he's got, like, a history of being a total fucking sex pest predator.
She's just got an accent that makes her sound mentally off, maybe, but the things she's saying are also very suspect, that she has mental deficiencies and also his past.
I mean, I don't think I don't think she's got, like, well, I mean, she has an accent, but I don't think, it's just an accent. I think it's just kind of a part of the developmental
attracting
stuff.
Such women but I have no idea. She's actually commented before, and this is her words. I'm not being mean by saying this. She said, "I'm not retarded. I'm just French." So take that as you will.
I mean, I think, that's just JF rubbing off on her.
So now she's missing. She's been missing for 4 months. The police put out a statement that they are looking for her and they're very concerned. He put out a statement too. But first...
So here's more pictures of her. Yeah, I mean, she looks cute too. And it's just like, and that's kind of the unfortunate thing. I mean, it's just like, you got like this just innocent, cute lady that just like did not need to be involved in whatever the fuck, she got, groomed into. And now, honestly, she's likely fucking dead because of it. I mean, that's just like the fucking just disgusting shit about it. This person with the Royal Canadian Mountain Police, the Moose Riders, find Ilora Patoni, Prince District, or subpoenas. That's the first. Where she was last seen in boarding Carleton on June 17th. I saw a video about her. She is missing here in Canada. He's denying knowing anything about it.
It's missing person, help. Her name is Elora Pantine, also known as Mama GF. For some reason, GF Garapay wouldn't release her name or picture in order to try to help find her.
That already makes him suspicious, dude. And considering that they're technically partners, he's like #1 suspect, honestly.
I think it's very suspicious. So if you guys have seen her, Prince Edward Island.
That tiny little island? Prince Edward Island? That's a small fucking island, dude. I mean, here, let's go to Google Maps. You want to look how big it is? It's, I think, in between, like, Nova Scotia and Quebec. Wait, so she was wait, hold on. If she was last seen there, then he purposely moved her there. Like, in a way. Like, purposely, like, I don't know, like, either... drug her out there and then, like, killed her there or something. I mean, here, hold on. Let's look up Prince Edward Island. Here. Prince. Yeah, here we go. Right here, yeah. Here it is. Okay, it's not near Nova Scotia, like I thought it was. Burp. Oh, never mind. No, it is. It's north of Nova Scotia. And then you got New Brunswick, and then Maine, and then Quebec is way over here. So, yeah. Not a big island. Jesus Christ. Sneeze attack. And she was last spotted here. Right at the, bridge. Borden Charlton. So, that means... Frankly, she probably could be anywhere in this area. Or maybe, Lord fuck forbid, out in sea. Or somewhere. Like, I mean, she could probably be anywhere in, around this area. So if there's cameras or anything, then, police ought to look back and check out everywhere in this area. And then potentially, where the vehicle that, that JF was driving that day. Like, legit. Because if they could spot what vehicle he was driving that day, then they could probably track, more and pinpoint exactly where, that vehicle was last seen, and then kind of get an idea about where to search. I mean, because that is, like, honestly, if he really buried her out there or some shit, he's a fucking idiot, because there's only so much space that you can, be searching, and you've limited it by making it on an island. I mean, you made it guaranteed at some point that body's gonna be found. Guaranteed. It's only a matter of time. I mean, just straight up, dude.
Because,
I mean, honestly, like, if that was the last spot that she was spotted in, is that Prince Edward Island at that little bridge town there, then, yeah, there's definitely, a chance that she's probably, her body somewhere on that island.
Very strange case. He put out a statement saying basically the police in Canada is looking for Mama JF because in true Mama JF fashion, she has left our home in June and has disappeared from the map.
I mean, is that really in true fashion for her? Is this like behavior she's done in the past? Sure, JF's fine. I know she's been safe for at least 2 days after I dropped her where she wanted in June. JF left our home entirely voluntarily to go live a life adventure wherever I bring her, but since she's electronically disappeared, not connecting to her cell phone or update me or her, that's suspicious. But if the police can find out what her phone number is, and the way that they can do that is get a warrant on JF's phone. And if they can do that, then they can go for his contacts and then find her phone number and then get her phone number and then trace that to the last known phone that phone number is connected to, and then ping where that phone was last spotted. There you go. Like that's the way to narrow this down too. Like, I mean, there's a few ways that, she could be narrowed down. Like, JF left a lot of fucking Swiss cheeses, if he fucking killed her, dude. Because if so, he left a lot of holes. He left some evidence behind if that's the case, because, if, the investigators are savvy enough, they'll fucking find her, and they'll know that he fucking did it.
It's fine. I know she has been safe for at least 2 days after I dropped her where she wanted in June. Mama JF left our home entirely voluntarily to go live a life of adventure.
And by the way, this is this like weird vague-ass alibi, which gives him, too, basically carte blanche to kind of give whatever fucking bullshit story he wants in a way. Because he'd be like, the essays dropped her off and that was it, and then I just went back and, that was it. Like, it's vague as fuck, but as soon as they start getting some evidence to start, collecting, some, like some of what I was talking about and shit, then they're going to realize that, there might be some holes in that. Obviously, it's all speculation, I have to, put that out there at least. But just, especially from what I've seen, when it comes to, like, true crime and shit like that, when it comes to stories that are somewhat similar to a case like this, I mean, there's a lot of patterns that I'm seeing right now.
Bring her.
A lot of patterns.
She's electronically disappeared, not connecting to her cell phone or updating me or her family. This is True Crime 101. Like I said, I watch every true crime show. The first person I always look at and suspect is the husband. Doesn't mean he did it just because he's the husband, but that's usually the person that did it. Either the husband or the wife. When somebody goes missing, usually, like 8 times out of 10, that's who did it. So that's the first suspect. And this is True Crime 101. Hey, I dropped her off. She disappeared from the face of the earth. I have no idea. I haven't seen her. I'm sure she's still alive out there somewhere. This is how you set forth your defense.
Yep.
We're going to go into that in much greater detail.
This is the alibi defense. Like, this is the defense in your alibi to, trying to make yourself look innocent. Yep. And, I mean, I've seen a lot of, investigative, like, interrogations and shit like that, where, like, this is basically kind of like the first thing that officers will do once they start trying to kind of get to a case, where they'll build rapport, at least if they are trying to do it, properly. And it's actually a very specific technique to it. It's called the read technique. And basically, what they will try to do is kind of establish a rapport to try to kind of, have a sense of friendliness and empathy almost in a way to kind of, make the suspect comfortable to come out with a confession, and kind of lead them on almost without necessarily, doing things like judgment or making, definitive authoritative claims or statements and things like that to be like, oh, you're guilty and stuff, basically, without doing that. Basically kind of being like, oh, hey, and another tactic, when it comes to something like this would be like, hey, we understand that sometimes people have like moments of, blackout where they just go for crazy shit and, they're not a bad person at all, but sometimes, people do bad things and, it happens, and things like that. People understand, blah, blah, blah. Like, there are certain things like that as kind of way to kind of show that, like, there's a sense of understanding to the suspect that they're trying to get a confession out of, to be like, oh, hey, like, it's okay for me to kind of confess because, I could kind of get a better out in a way. It's trying to make the suspect comfortable with, being honest, essentially.
He put out explain this entire situation. So, I got 2 I want to watch. First off is the video he put out yesterday, explaining the entire situation about how the cops have been at his house every single day.
Every day. Dude, yeah, there's a reason why shortly after he went missing, he decided to do some renovations. Because after all this time, it's going to be really hard to find any evidence, when she was missing, if, he did anything to her before going to Prince Edward, Island or whatever. Unless that's where he happens to live, is in that town. It's just like, there's already some suspicions, with that right off the bat. And then, it's like, now the cops have been showing up at his house every fucking day wondering, like, hey, like, they just need to get a warrant on his phone and, like, to search his whole house and just, like, search that motherfucker from top to bottom. And even, honestly, like, do a warrant on his computer, too. Because, there's probably some shit on there, too. Like, if emails, maybe, and something like that. Because honestly, like, I guarantee you, this guy, has got some damning evidence that is either on his phone or on his computer. There probably is. I'm not saying that for a certainty. That's a little bit more unlikely, I think. But, at least for his phone, more likely. Especially if they can at least get, Mama JF's, I forgot her exact name. It was like Batoni. Or Patoni, or whatever, whatever her last name was, Lori or Leoa. But, like with her phone number, since, they don't have that immediately, they can get it through his phone. So they need to do a warrant on that, especially.
Putting out his narrative, his side of the story. What's interesting to me about this is, since we're just speculating, we can look at these videos from the viewpoint of what if he's guilty. Let's examine his words and why he will be saying what he's saying if he's guilty, why he will be putting out this specific narrative. And it's interesting because basically, even though he's not being interviewed by the cops here, he's trying to get out his narrative. He's trying to tell his side of the story that he wants the cops to believe, and the public as well. And so, if you ever watch any of these true crime YouTube shows, a lot of times they're just videos of like the interrogations of people, like 2-hour interrogation, and hundreds of thousands of views. And basically, this is like if he was being interrogated by the cops, his side of the story, without the cops actually being involved here. So here is,
which should give him the maximum room to be as comfortable as he can. So it's just like, if there's no cops, while he's explaining this, then, if he ends up being uncomfortable, like, then we'll kind of notice, especially. If anything, I think it's more likely of, like, noticing when he looks comfortable, because, it's not often when he does.
Also, I guess I'll play this short clip. Now, this is the clip that they put out to back up his claim that maybe she just, so his story is this, folks.
Do they have a pet parrot?
And believe me, I'm going to show you, but his story is this. This woman is somehow some kind of James Bond-like character in her ability to go off the grid, change her identity, and disappear without anybody finding her.
Bullshit. Wait, that's JF's excuse? No, bullshit. No, that's just fucking horseshit, dude. James Bond level of, like, being able to change our identity and just, like, fall off the grid and just be a different person? No. No. I don't even buy that for a fucking second. I'm not even, like, an interrogator or anything, or, like, or, like, I'm not, or, like, an expert on any of this shit, but even I can smell that bullshit from 10 miles away.
And in this way, she's a super genius. And he, even though she has 2 kids with him, she just up and decided, hey, I'm going to leave my kids behind. I'm never going to contact any of you guys again. And
yeah, which also, that just doesn't make sense either. Like, if they have kids and she's just like, let me just up and leave and say, fuck it. Let me live a life of adventure. Why, for one, she wouldn't decide to take her kids, or at least, or maybe plan a whole vacation or something like that. Like, that's already a red flag, because if she wants to live a life of adventure, why not play on a vacation? Like, take the kids out to go, like, to Europe or whatever the fuck, or some shit. Like, like, if she wants to do that, then that implies that, well, go out and see the world or something by doing some, like, world travel vacation thing. That would make more sense, and would fall more in line of what couples would do. Especially if they are a family and they have kids, right? But, all things considered, there's some fucking red flags with that. That is not typical usual behavior when it comes to those things. So, you know, it's like, that's already really odd.
And taking some camping equipment, and I'm just going to go out into the world and camp. And I want you, JF, to go drop me off somewhere. He's like, I did. I took my wife, and the mother of my 2 children. I just went and dropped her off somewhere with camping supplies, no credit card or anything. And she disappeared off the face of the earth. But that's to be expected because she's some kind of traveling genius where she can just disappear off the grid in a heartbeat and knows how to change her identity if she wants to and not be found. So nobody should be surprised by this. This is literally his story that he's telling.
And if that's the case, then how come she hasn't done this before? Because she seems like a nice lady. She left, I guarantee she would have taken the kids with her. That too. Like, I mean, that is also the case. Like, if she actually wanted to go live that life of adventure, she probably would have tried to find an excuse to have her kids be, you know, going with her. And use that as a chance to get the fuck out and escape. So, that's also kind of another red flag, considering a lot of what, you know, we saw with that compilation earlier. So, there's already a lot of red flags about JF's alibi. You know, just with what we've already have seen. And with JF's previous behavior. And considering, you know, like, you know, what she said and all this other shit, like, there's already red flags galore. You know, so, you know, and considering that she also has 2 kids, why would she just up and leave them out of nowhere? That doesn't make sense.
Then, as soon as she disappears, he cleans his entire place, remodels it, even says that he sterilized it. So,
that's also another red flag, by the way.
Very, very suspicious, but this is the clip they put out to bolster his claim that she's some kind of a super spy genius who can change her identity. Now, to me, this clip doesn't show that. She talks about, before she met Jeff Garapay, being homeless and searching in the trash for food, which doesn't make it seem like she's some kind of survival expert in any way. But I just want to play this clip for complete.
That kind of implies that she was vulnerable and houseless and was unable to, you know, be independent and live on her own because, well, if you have developmental disabilities and you're homeless and having to, you know, like rummage for trash to find food and shit, then yeah, I'm pretty sure you're not living a life of adventure.
People at the right time, and also I was looking.
Oh, that's not a real parrot.
The garbage for some food, or I was playing my violin to get money, and to sleep I would find a little hole to sleep in every day. But often I just made friends who just invite me to sleep, so that was easy.
Couch surfing.
So if you want a little resume of what I did in my travel, I can tell you, okay? Okay, so first I went to France, but that was just because the little airplane ticket was so cheap. People at the right time.
So that was her claim, and you might remember when a clip I just played where she said she was obsessed with him and sucking his dick and stuff. She said that she left her family, her job, everything. So it seemed like at least before he met her, she wasn't some kind of super spy genius changing her identity and traveling around.
Yeah, definitely not.
Which is his entire defense here. So we're going to go ahead. Yeah, also, just in case you didn't believe me, they made a video talking about the fact that she's pregnant, and multiple people who knew her came out and said, yes, they have 2 kids together, who apparently she just abandoned, disappeared off the face of the earth, never wanting to contact her family again, which, yes, is incredibly, incredibly suspicious. So, this is the video he put out yesterday, explaining why he hasn't mentioned that she's been missing for 4 months.
Woken up by the feds every morning, they're knocking on my window. Jeez. It's a 36-minute thing.
He doesn't really care, and how the police have been contacting him.
And the fact that he also doesn't have any care or anything, that's also another red flag, because someone who, you know, is like in a relationship with somebody typically would have worry and concern. I mean, sometimes even if they might technically be like some domestic problems or shit like that, like if they actually have like some genuine, like at least some love with each other, at least to some extent, or at least some care for each other, there's going to be at least a level of concern, like, oh fuck, well, you know, what's going on? How come, you know, I've been wondering what the hell's been going on. I just, you know, like, assume maybe they were, like, you know, with a friend or something like that, and this and that, but, like, holy fuck, you know, like, and also, you wouldn't be waiting for 4 months anyway. Like, I mean, you know, so it'd be like a level of concern, like, you know, within days, you know, being like, oh shit, like, you know, why is she back? Like, what's going on? Like, you know, let me put a missing report in and be like, where's my girlfriend or where's my wife? Like, oh, I haven't seen her in days. Like, I mean, there would be a level of concern. And, like, I mean, from what Dusty's supplying here, he doesn't have a fuck to give.
Single day, it's 36 minutes long.
That's immediately very fucking suspicious and very odd. I mean, that could just be some antisocial behavior of his, because he certainly has got that, but that is an immediate fucking red flag, especially if it's past behavior.
Like I said, it's going to be a deep dive, and we're going to view this from the point of view that he's guilty and examine why he might be saying what he's saying. And then after this is another video I'm going to play, so we're going to do this for like, it's at least 90 minutes of clips, so buckle in. Here we go.
Oh, fuck. You know what? Alright, well, 1.25 it. Fuck it. Said damn near 90 minutes worth? Yeah, we're gonna at least 1.25 this bad boy, at least a little bit.
Here's this video from yesterday.
Something personal that I'm forced to talk about at this point. It's
Forced to, huh? Well, that's another thing, and okay. Already immediate thing. Okay, so the one thing I've noticed is that when it comes to people who tend to be uncomfortable about having to talk about something, they usually will do things like this and, you know, kind of like shift around and shit like that. Let's see how much she like does stuff like this and shifts around in his chair and shit, being forced to talk about it.
I've been wanting to keep it relatively calmer and less public, but I've been forced by the various events because people have discovered about it, and so I might as well talk about it.
Yeah, because the police put out a bolo, be on the lookout for her. Her family is scared to death. Everybody's looking for her. So yeah, you need to talk about it, JF.
Instead of letting rumors develop and all of the messy information that can stem from it. So yeah, it's the disappearance of Mama JF. Mama JF has been disappearing in the sense of not leaving any contact, not leaving information about where she was. And I titled my episode "The Cost of Liberty" because I didn't want any of this. I'm just a family guy, and I've always been wanting to provide and secure for people around me. But there is one thing I cannot do in our society. I cannot stop you from doing crazy stuff. I cannot stop you from exposing yourself to risks when you say the words, "I want to do it." When you claim your own liberty, you are on your own, and I cannot do anything.
Yeah, one of his entire points is that women have too much liberty. Maybe they shouldn't have this much liberty because they make bad decisions and they make themselves unsafe. When you go back to the other old times where men controlled women. But yes, he seems very calm. It's been 4 months.
And yeah, he's really calm and already blaming the victim immediately. And like, he seems pretty calm with this so far and fairly comfortable outside of just like, I have to be forced to talk about that because he's uncomfortable with having to talk about it in the first place. But he has like a set, like, you know, kind of pre-planned, you know, thing, you know, to be said here. So there's going to be times where he's going to be kind of comfortable with certain things, which he seems here, you know, pretty comfortable with this pretty authoritative statement that he's making. And, like, but I guarantee you there's going to be definitely times where he's going to not be comfortable because of certain things, you know, that are going to be mentioned. Or at least, you know, he has to bring up.
He knew for the last 4 months that he's going to have to explain all this. So if you're looking at this from the point that he's guilty, which we're just speculating once again, he's had 4 months to come up with a story, to work it out all in his head, to stay up late at night and think about every word he's going to say. And
probably got a goddamn journal dedicated to it.
It's the narrative he's putting forward. Hey, I mean,
that would actually be kind of fucking damn. He has like a journal, like pre-said, be like, our little sees this, and this, like, you know, just has like notes and shit. Dude, that would be fucking insane if, like, yeah, something like that.
Or she wouldn't leave her family, never see us again, and just disappear off the face of the earth. That's her right. But, like, does this make sense? If you have a girl that looks like she's mentally impaired and she's just got camping equipment, no credit cards, are you going to take her, just drop her off so she can just be in danger? Or are you going to contact her family? You're going to be like, yeah, she doesn't seem to be doing well. She seems to be having this kind of mental episode. Somebody, she doesn't want to be with me anymore, but somebody needs to know where she is and what she's doing so they can look after her. That's what any...
Or maybe just drop her off at, like, you know, the hospital, be like, hey, look, like, she wants to just, like, run off and do this and that, doesn't want to be with me anymore, or with our kids, but I don't want her to just like wander off or anything. Can you please like, you know, check up on her and like, you know, check her in and like, you know, try to get in contact with her family and stuff like that and blah, blah, blah. Like, here's like, you know, her phone, word, like her contact information to her family is blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, that would be like something, you know, somebody who has like one, empathy, and two, like concern for somebody that might be adamant about this. Because let's grant the benefit of the doubt she decided to do this and not take her kids for whatever fucking reason, you know, and maybe she just like starved and died somewhere in fucking, you know, Prince Edward Island or some shit, which I highly fucking doubt, but let's just, you know, let's grant this idea. Like, I mean, wouldn't, you know, someone at least cares, you know, like him, supposedly about her, just do that instead? Or, you know, instead of just being like, fuck it. Because, I mean, it still seems suspicious.
A caring person would do, in my opinion. You wouldn't just go drop somebody off with no money with a tent, who's the mother of your children and your wife, and just abandon them. Like, you wouldn't do that, right? So already I'm calling bullshit in the story, but maybe he's just a psychopath and don't give a shit.
To protect you. And so that I don't know if Mama Jeff is in danger. I don't know where she is.
What's her?
But at this point, I'm forced to talk about it because people are spreading rumors on the internet. Because so I'll just give you.
I just noticed that. Notice that little like spreading rumors thing, and it's like, look, you know, like I don't know, like he's, you know, it's doing the, like here. Let's play it again here real quick.
Talk about it because people are spreading rumors on the internet. If you, and so that.
Clear near the throat.
I don't know if Mama Jeff is in danger. I don't know where she is.
What's her?
But at this point, I'm forced to talk about it because people are spreading rumors on the internet.
Don't know, you know, where she is. Don't know if she's in danger. There's kind of like, you know, some non, you know, authoritative stating, you know, with that.
Yes.
But then doing this.
I'll just give you my my perspective on all of this, and
it's clearing his throat again.
And, you know, people are accusing me of murder on the internet. It's like, you guys don't know. You guys don't know the police. I've been speaking with the feds on an everyday basis for a couple of days now.
Yeah, most murderers do that.
You know, notice how he kind of started chuckling, kind of went, you know, he's doing a lot of different things where he's really uncomfortable with what he's talking about right now. He's very uncomfortable with the, you know, having to bring this up. Because, you know, obviously it kind of does make him suspicious. And, you know, and again, when you know, see enough of this true crime stuff, you know, you kind of notice these little tics and mannerisms, you know, in people who are certainly guilty. I mean, the thing is, like, a lot of these mannerisms, you know, can just be innocent. Like, I do stuff like this, and, you know, like, I mean, I do it a lot myself, but obviously I'm not guilty because I'm just sitting here talking or whatever, right? But, like, when it comes to trying to, like, you know, do so via an investigation, when it comes to this context, I mean, it does kind of play a role into, like, you know, looking at what someone's normal behavior is versus when they're uncomfortable. And also, when it comes to the broader read technique, this is why a lot of investigators will generally build rapport by just asking about general life questions. Be like, hey, so what's your name? Oh, so did you, you know, how far is your education? Oh, you know, college, what college you go to? Oh, yeah, I have a kid that went there. Yeah, okay, cool, nice. Yeah, high school, yeah, oh, right on. Yeah, I actually graduated back there like 98. Yeah, right on, cool. What year for you? Oh, nice. Cool. Right on. You know, what do you plan on getting into? But, you know, stuff like that. You know, that's what they do before, you know, they even start, you know, kind of like getting into the whole, like, investigation and start asking questions stuff, just because they want to kind of get an idea about, you know, what the comfortable look for somebody is when, you know, they're just having a casual small talk conversation about something like that. Because then they could kind of get an idea of like, oh, they're just answering honestly and being casual with this, and here's how they look. Now, when I start asking questions about being a suspect, now I can see when they start being uncomfortable and might start doing things that are more abnormal and atypical for what their usual behavior is.
Or maybe...
I could get mistaken for other people. It happened twice in the past few days. Oh shit, really? Oh damn.
I don't know, maybe a couple of days. For a couple of days I've been speaking to the police on a regular basis. So it all stems from Mama Jeff, you guys know, and I've stated it publicly.
And also knows he keeps clearing his throat.
June, she left. She didn't...
And honestly, you notice, like, in the past clips and, you know, past videos, he doesn't do that often. Or really at all. And he's done it like 4 fucking times in the past 40 seconds.
I mean, it's not even clear why she left, and she's done it in the past. You guys have seen it, who have been following the show for years. She wanted to go away, so that's all we often know with Mama JF. She wants to go away. She had done it once, and had come back to us.
There's a lot of uhs and ums, and he's being very vague. He's hiding something. He fucking knows something. He's being very vague, doing a lot of uhs and ums. Like, and we know how he talks. We've seen, you know, this guy's been around the block for a long time. We used to see him, you know, back on DP and all sort of shit. Like, I mean, we know how he normally speaks. He does not usually do, he does not do that a lot. That's not really a normal thing for him to do that often. And he's done it a fuckload so far. Like, maybe I'm just going hyper true crime mode, but I mean, honestly, you know, thinking about it, he's doing it way more frequently than he has in the past. So there's something off, you know, for sure. And he's doing a lot more of this and looking down a lot. Like, he's certainly got a lot of red flag ticks when it comes to body language that makes him more suspicious.
After.
Because there's basically like 3 things, you know, when it comes to, like, there's like basically a 3 strikes rule almost, basically, when it comes to like body language, when it comes to like, you know, abnormal, you know, things like the you know, like doing this, looking down, you know, shit like this, you know, kind of shifting around, which is shifted around to see a lot so far as well. Like, you know, if you're doing, you know, 3 or more of different things like that, it kind of, you know, is more of a cue for investigators to be like more likely a suspect. I mean, you know, but granted, like I said, when it comes to building rapport, that's, you know, giving what their normal body language is and look at the atypical factors of what that is. So it's like, in considering what we have seen of him looking comfortable, and even when he's kind of uncomfortable in a way, like, he's way more uncomfortable here than he has been. It's actually kind of like, dude, you are hiding something. Like, he's overtly fucking hiding something. Like, he's kind of like, you know, I mean, he almost looks like his eyes are closed, basically. Like he's looking down so hard.
And you remember, she came on the show on the day she came back, and she said something along the lines of, well, I thought you didn't want to be with me anymore. And so, and I said to...
That's another interesting statement. She was saying that, oh, I don't want to be with you, and oh, you didn't want to be with me anymore. That's something that he said that she said to him. Or on the show, basically. How do people look like this? How to not be a spaz before they do shit like this? I have no idea. I mean, because they don't really... I mean, because the thing is, I don't think JF thought he would get caught. Or at least, you know, be on the spotlight. Like, I mean, I honestly think at the very least, you know, JF thought he wouldn't be on the limelight about this. 6-year-old me who got caught red-handed sneaking Oreos could lie better than him. No shit.
No, you left of your own will. But she says yes, and then she says yes, but I thought you wanted me to leave. That is sometimes the state of delusion in female minds, and I can't...
Victim blaming again.
...do anything about this. I have zero control over this. If we were...
That's another interesting thing. You didn't have any control, huh?
Society... The Christian society of 1920, maybe I could file some report and say, hey, my wife is a little crazy, she's a little out there. Can I own her, basically?
But you literally...
That fucker was creepy. And he just, like, laughed and chuckled. I mean, one, that's an immediate there's, like, 3 things there. 1, victim blaming. 2, deflection. And 3, like an honest look in his fucking behavior. And how he genuinely views women, dude. That is fucking creepy, bro. Ugh, God, dude.
It's a little crazy.
This disgusting fucking monstrous worm, dude. Holy shit.
Wondering, hey, I don't know where she's going. I just want somebody to know this is what's happening, so they can look after her because she doesn't want me to do it. Like, that is the minimum I would think you would do for your wife. But a big part of his manosphere personality is what he's saying right here. We should go back to the times where women don't have say-so over their lives, and men control them. And you read his audience, and they are 100% behind him on this. They literally hate women.
And I'm sure that there were... I mean, basically, you didn't have to file that paper in 1920s. Because in the 1920s, this was called marriage. But we are not in the 1920s, and we are in 2023, where we have an experiment going on in society.
Yeah, freedom for women. Oh, what an experiment.
What happens when you let these females do whatever the fuck they want?
Yeah, when you let females do whatever the fuck they want. Imagine that.
Which is kind of why that you tend to be a predator towards, you know, women who aren't necessarily, like, mentally, you know, like... like efficient, so to speak, in the sense of like, you know, being disabled or having developmental problems and shit like that. Like, I mean, it's like, this is kind of why you tend to be a predator, you know, in that way. And and whatever the fuck happened, like, shit got too far, and either you, like, you know, brutalized her to the point she tried to, like, maybe escape, or, like, you know, had a moment of being out in public while you tried to, like, ditch her or kill her off, you know, somewhere on an island, you know, where no one would suspect a thing, so to speak. But someone at least last saw her there, and now at least narrow shit down. Let's go further back when natives were Canada scalping heads of people like this. Oh my god. I mean, well, if that's the case, you would have no hair left.
What happens is that they sometimes make bad decisions.
And you know what? That's kind of an interesting little omission there. He, sometimes, you know, they make bad decisions. Like, obviously, I know he's trying to imply women, you know, in that case, but he kind of left it slightly open-ended. I mean, if you want to kind of break it down, considering, you know, the level of suspicious, you know, like, you know, anxious uncomfortability that he has with this. So, like, was that a little bit of a minute, implicit self-admission?
So, in June, she left, and...
Or my shawl.
Wait, hold on.
In June, she left, and...
Kind of curious how he, you know, did another weird little, like, fidget, you know, and shit when it came to, like, mentioning that date.
And 2 days after leaving...
What was that about? What was that about? He had a long pause, and what was that? What was he even doing? Dude, the more this video goes on, the more suspicious he looks, dude.
So she left, and she had a whole plan. She had bought camping material. She was on her way to some sort of survivalist trip. From what I understood, it looked like she was preparing for life in the wild.
So now he's starting to try to make up the story a little bit, and that honestly, I think that's why he just kind of did that weird thing that he did, because he's trying to, like, okay, how am I gonna, like, you know, set the arc of my story? Like, he, you know, I think he had a moment like, okay, I remember this in my head because I thought about this, you know, let me, you know, like, okay, here's how I had it. Like, I think he was thinking in his head, like, how to try to get that story out for a second. Like, I mean, and the thing is, though, the problem is, has this been something that's been, you know, a repeating thing in the past? Because, as far as, you know, I could tell, no, it ain't. So, you know, it seems a little suspicious that she decided to just randomly take up the hobby out of nowhere.
She promised me when she left that she would always be reachable, and that I would be able to reach her to deal with all of the official papers. You know that she owns a lot of stuff, and sometimes I need her signature. And
that was a lot of stuff.
So how come, you know, you had no ability to connect with her at all immediately afterwards, when her phone just immediately shut off randomly? How come that happened then, huh?
You can't just let it all, folks.
Man, dude, make me be an investigator, you know, dude, like, you know, make me a temporary investigator, like, deputized investigator or some shit, bro, for Canada. Dude, I got my passport, dude. You, like, send me up there, baby. Let's go. Because, dude, I want to sit in a room with this motherfucker and have a, you know, do some questions with him, dude. I've seen enough of this where I think I could probably, you know, squeeze a little something out of him. I mean, honestly. Temporary hitman. Well, yeah, but, I mean, you know, like, I'll do it the proper way this time. Just to kind of like, get a warm up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll do it the proper way this time, and then I'll do Agent 47, the next time. Okay? So, I gotta do a warm up though. I kind of gotta at least kind of do the social engineering shit first to make sure I'm at least, pretty good at that. And then, after that, then, I can, be like, all right, let's test some guns on this one. No pun intended.
And he has no clue what happened. That's the story.
I was like, and although, we do have legal remedies for this, I was like, if you totally disappear, you might put me in trouble on some bills, on some, get...
Already suspecting she's going to...
Okay, that's already suspicious on his part. So JF is saying that, hey, make sure that you reach out to me because you could get me in trouble and this and that. He's trying to apply it because now she is missing. Dude, he's still doing the victim blame. Because he's trying to imply that she is at fault, for being missing because now it makes him look suspicious and trying to divert the blame to her instead of him. Like, I mean, it's a whole fucking deflection tactic. And it's already heavily enforced considering he's a sexist pig. Make sure you get paid. Canuck bucks is 37 cents to the dollar. Oh, I will.
Disappear, which seems odd, an odd thing to think. Hey, I'm never going to see you again. You're totally going to disappear off the face of the map. Who would think that?
Utilities and everything. So she promised to me that she wouldn't fully disappear.
He's wiping his face a lot. We even got him in mid-pause doing it. Dude, this guy is, like, honestly really fucking guilty just considering how much he has been shifting around, doing stuff like this, doing that. He's doing that so much that it honestly really makes him look fucking guilty as sin, dude.
And, she went away.
And the and stuff like that. Like, he's hiding a lot of details.
2 days later, she talks to me on the phone and...
So let's say he's guilty. Speculation. He would have her phone, so he'd be able to send messages back and forth. Of course, he'd have to worry about the triangulation of the cell towers. So who knows where he might have driven to use her phone, driven back to use his phone to make it look like they're interacting back and forth. Once again, no evidence. I'm just speculating on how one might try to get away with this crime. JF thinks he's incredibly smart, thinks he's a fucking genius, an egomaniac.
And the thing is, honestly, I bet if he did actually look at cell towers and ping the phones and stuff and all that shit, I guarantee you those calls and those messages probably don't even exist.
That type of person you would think would try to pull off some getting away with murder type bullshit.
Sent a message. By the way, everything I tell you is things I have told to the police. So it's
And this is exactly his narrative he's trying to get out, so the police listen to what he's saying right now, clearly.
Oh, yeah. So they're gonna look at this as evidence and collaborate it with his stories he's been telling police and see if there's any details missing. So whatever the things he's told police might be even slightly different, or there might be even holes, in comparison to what we're hearing here.
There's no secret coming out that you guys are hearing. It might be secret from a public perspective, but it's all things that the feds have been knowing for.
It might be secret from a public perspective, huh?
Days. So the last message that she sends me in June, 2 days after leaving, and it had been apparent, I think I may have been in contact for a couple of times during these 2 days, so I was sure that she was progressing through whatever trip she wanted to do.
Well, they released the text messages. Let us see what you're talking about.
Yeah, screen cap them.
I don't fucking believe you.
I knew that she was still alive. But 2 days after leaving...
That's another thing. If he actually is innocent, he would release these messages and... like, at least show some evidence to be like, hey, here's some texts and stuff, and here's, like, even, like, a screen cap of my call logs from back then. Because, I mean, if you go on your phone, like, with your call logs, you can go pretty far back and shit. So, it's like, I mean, I guarantee you would still have those fucking call logs, where you could screen cap and be like, see, she called me, 2 days after, here's the dates right there, blah, blah, blah. Like, you can at least, try to prove the innocence, but... he's only telling a story. He ain't showing the evidence and trying to collaborate, with his story. And if he was actually innocent, he would do that. Or at least, considering he's on this platform, he's got a lot more of a means and ability to do that if he wanted to. If he was innocent, right?
She says, I have changed my plans. I will not hold my promise toward you. I will not be reachable. And
all of a sudden, she messages him like, I'm throwing my cell phone away. You're never going to hear from me again. And it disappears. That's the story, folks.
And it's like, okay.
Okay.
She says, I have a new plan.
Well, that's immediately when you contact her family or anybody you know and say, hey, this is what she said. Somebody needs to look after her so she doesn't just end up in a bad situation. If you cared about her at all.
And I'm like, does your new plan involve any sort of attack against me or the family? Because you guys know how important that is to me.
Right. How could she attack you? What does she know that you don't want the public to know?
She says, you don't have to be worried. My new plan does not involve you. I'm just going to change cell phone. Now, I knew that she had left without any sort of electronic tracking. You know how the police can track you with your credit card, with your debit card? She had left with nothing but her phone.
Right. She left with nothing but her phone. No credit.
Which is suspicious, considering, like, you know, like her, like, you know, considering her faculties and shit, like, I don't think she would be that aware enough to, you know, understand that. I don't think she's that Machiavellian. He's trying to perceive it like she is on some weird, like, James Bond villain, Nujitsu, fucking, like, you know, Nero, like, you know, mind trick shit or something. Like, I mean, she isn't that at all. Like, so this idea that, you know, he's applying, you know, here with this story is just bullshit right off the bat with that, too. It's still another red flag. He would have been more believable alibi if she was kidnapped by aliens. I mean, for real, bro.
For a while, has 2 kids with you, has a ton of shit at your house that belongs to her, and she left with no credit card. That's your story here.
So when she said that to me through text, I concluded, okay, she's going off-grid. You know, she's going full survivalism.
Makes sense.
Kind of in her fashion. I mean, that's totally the way Mama JF is. So changing her phone, to me, it meant I'm dropping potentially my own identity behind. I'm potentially disappearing in nature. I'm potentially, I mean, she could.
So, in my mind, he's setting the background for his defense. He may be thinking they're never going to find her body, so they can't really charge me with the crime without the body. So if you ever watch true crime, this is what they do a lot of times. When they don't find the body, the men who kill these women just claim, oh, they're still alive somewhere. That's my defense. I am claiming that they're not even dead. So how are you going to charge me with murder if they're not even dead? If you haven't found a body. So I think they're going to come back alive someday. 100% he's trying to set up his defense for the trial, in my opinion.
Be anywhere from there. And that's what I was explaining to the police. You know, Mama JF, you remember the story she told on her video on YouTube where she talked about crossing the border in Spain and in the enclaves of Spain in North Africa. Mama JF is a fucking extreme, like 007 level of, like, fugitive mentality.
That's right. This woman, we just saw this woman who's...
Like, it's just, like, I mean, how? Like, she just isn't. Like, I mean, it's just, like, some weird hogwash bullshit. Like, and again, I have heard these, you know, fucking crazy-ass, like, stories before and shit. Actually, there's a story not too long ago that I read about that's actually, weirdly enough, not too different from this. Different circumstances, but at least, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, just, like, you know, being a predator and a sex pest and having passed, you know, sexual assault charges and shit, and finding this woman who was killed and buried often, like, you know, like in the middle of like some forest somewhere or in a field or some shit, mainly because construction workers happen to you know, be doing some like work there, and they were digging up, you know, to kind of get a foundation going, and they happened to unbury the fucking body, and all of them were obviously being very fucking traumatized, called the cops being like, fuck, we just found a body, oh shit. And, you know, and obviously they tracked it down to a suspect because of, you know, pinging the phone and all this other shit. And like, honestly, like, a lot of it is almost damn near to a T of, like, you know, with this shit when it came to that interrogation I'm thinking about, because, like, they're just like, oh, yeah, well, you know, I was, like, hitting up this one chick because she's pretty hot and stuff, like, you know, why would we give a fuck about this bitch or whatever, and, you know, like, being very dismissive and basically having an alibi. It's like, oh, yeah, well, you know, I kind of traveled out in this area before because, you know, I was checking out, I think it was, like, you know, this dude that was formerly like a Mennonite or something like that, and the woman that was killed was a Mennonite herself and shit. You know, so there was like animosity about the church and shit, and he happened to know that, you know, she was a part of it, so he targeted her for it and all sort of things. You know, it's kind of a long, complicated story, but like, basically, you know, because they pinged, his phone records, to track where he went, and found out, like where she was last known, and and where her body was also discovered, considering where his phone pings were and everything, considering where he traveled and all this sort of shit. It basically heavily implied, like, yeah, you're kind of the last person that it would ever been to see her and shit. And eventually, after a while, got him to confess and be like, yeah, I did it, eventually. And of course, kind of a misogynistic kind of sex pest type of guy, too. And honestly, there's like a lot of commonalities with that story that I'm thinking about, when it comes to this one, too. Different circumstances, like I said, different context, obviously. But when it comes to, like, operandi, with things so far, when it comes to, like, what the killer did in that case, in comparison to this one here, there's a lot of commonalities.
Impaired is basically 007. Can change identities, disappear in a heartbeat, nobody will ever find her. Super genius. This woman we all just recognized has something real weird going on.
And I was kind of telling that to the police, jokingly, half jokingly,
So
but
funny.
it's like she's a professional fugitive who doesn't commit crimes. So it's like she's going to be hiding from you as
Totally believable.
as hard as she can.
No, she doesn't want you to find her. She's such a genius, cops. You'll never find her. But she's still alive, though. I didn't kill her.
Also not having anything to reproach to herself. But that's just how she is. So, I mean, and so from there, I'm like, I'm going to drop myself behind. I'm going to disappear. You're not going to be able to reach me. So that is what I've been knowing since June. And
I didn't tell
of course,
anybody.
you're faced with the big... Should I call the police?
Yes, you should call the police.
Well, yeah, duh. I'm noticing he kind of went into, like, okay, here, let me kind of, like, and now he's kind of, in another moment of uncomfortability, because once he kind of, figures out the rest of the story and shit, he kind of gets in, comfortable mode, now that he's kind of going into, like, the, epilogue, so to speak, with the bullshit he swung. Like, he's trying to at least, get, this maintained story that he's trying to get out as much as possible, so even he himself can remember it. Because the more lies that he spews about this, case, he'll get, eventually he'll find himself in a liar's loop, where he will spill so many lies that it's hard to keep track of how many lies you've said and how many you made to try to, defend yourself. So it's like, the more lies he spews, eventually he's going to slip up.
The mother of your two kids has been missing for 4 months.
Even, like, the most Machiavellian, like, sociopathic, narcissistic, like, self-serving types that will lie, like, impulsive liars even, like, I mean, they, like, even they, being, like, experts at, like, lying all the time and shit, like, even they will catch themselves in this and will eventually slip up and be like, oh shit.
You fucking asshole! Call the goddamn police!
This is a willing woman, a willing adult woman, doing her willing stuff. So I've not called the police. Because in my view, there was no evidence of criminality. There was no evidence of distress. It looked like...
That's interesting to fucking say. That is honestly that is a very curious statement. There is no evidence of criminality. Why would you say that? That's very suspicious. Like, why would you say it in that statement, in that way? Like, no... Like, specifically no evidence of criminality. Like, why would you say it that way? That's kind of suspicious. It's already odd. There's, like, so many red flags. I don't even know how many red flags there are at this point. There's been a shitload. But, like, I mean, but that was a very big one. Like, what? I mean, that's kind of implying that, because he was saying it's like there appears to be no evidence of criminality because she, did it willingly or whatever. So it's like, okay. So that implies there's evidence out there that you either do know about or you don't know about that would imply something different. That would kind of poke a hole in your story, wouldn't it? I mean, kind of like almost, it was kind of like a self, implication of like, there's potentially more evidence out there. I mean, because honestly, let's hear that again.
Evidence of criminality.
Here.
So I've not called the police. Because in my view, there was no evidence of...
In my view, that's a specific statement, leading up to that. I didn't even think about that part. He said, in my view, there appears to be no evidence.
There was
of
no
criminality.
evidence of distress. It looked like...
And no evidence of distress, like, in my view. That's how he stated, you know, that. You know, so... That's in your view, specifically, which obviously is bullshit right off the bat anyway. But that all, again, that implies that there's other evidence that would say there is criminality and distress. And maybe in your view there isn't, but maybe in the view of the law there is. And what would that say about you, bitch? So that's very curious of how he worded that. Very suspicious. That is really interesting.
To me, someone who has decided to go survivalism. Will I report someone for being survivalist? I mean,
I'm the good guy here for not reporting her. She's a woman. She has her freedom. I didn't want to invade her privacy. So,
this reminds me of the Facebook post. You know, as one of your loved ones gone to survivalism, as one of your loved ones bought too much camping material.
What? What is he even talking about? Like, I mean, he's just trying to deflect it. I mean, honestly. God, tap, so sleepy. No, it's all good. I mean, we're actually on my stream at the 3-hour mark. You know what? I'll probably timestamp this, you know, once we're done, because, like, this is definitely interesting, and, you know, like, I mean, you know, especially, like, when it comes to, you know, maybe, like, checking us out in the future, especially post-fact, then, yeah, we'll definitely have to keep tapping in with this one.
I really want to...
Yeah, honestly, I feel like we're definitely going to be here for a while anyway.
My wife is missing.
Book post, but I don't want to be in the society where buying camping material gets you reported to the feds.
Yeah, it's a good reason.
Which I think is kind of suspicious. Death by Moose. You know, I mean, honestly, I don't know if JF is this Machiavellian, but do you think maybe, like, he did probably buy some camping material and then made it look like, you know, she probably, like, got attacked somewhere out in the woods and then, like, set up a camp and then, like, fucked it up a little bit and made it look trashed out and thrashed out and just, like, left it abandoned somewhere in the middle of nowhere, like in the forest? I mean, because that, I mean, that's, I don't think that's the case, but, I mean, he's really referring to this whole camping material shit a lot, and I wonder why. Do you think, I mean, like, here, I think I still have Google Maps up, right? Does Prince Edward's have, or Prince Edward Island, does it have any, like, you know, places where you can camp out here or something? I don't think so. It doesn't look like it. National Park, up here. Prince Edward National Park. It's small and narrow, though. I don't think it would be. You know what? Hold on. Let me see if I can, get satellite view up. That would actually, I think, help a little bit. Satellite view. Give me that satellite view, bish. Satellite view. Alright, hold on. I have to full screen the map to get into satellite view and then bring it back. Satellite. There we go. Alright, then do this. Alright, shit. Oh, fuck. I have to do this really quick. Hold up. This will give us a better idea, I think. Okay. Boop. Yeah, looks like, honestly, there's a fuckload of farmland out here. I mean, here, let's just kind of check out this local vicinity where she was last spotted. I mean, fuck, dude, there's not, like, at least in that area, not much. Yeah, it's just like a fuckload of farmland. Yeah, there's not really much out here. I mean, it looks like there are, like, splotches of, like, little forested areas, like here. You know, which would be, at, you know, right over here. You know, it's kind of near. Yeah, there's, like, a little patches of little forested areas and stuff. What is this, like a little park? Oh no. Well, yeah, I guess. You know, honestly, there are like some little splotches and patches that would be, you know, I guess, not too bad to like have a, you know, a little camp out, I guess. I don't know if you technically could get away with it, unless I suppose if you were trying to survivalist out. But also, I mean, looking at the satellite view of fucking this place, like, where in the fuck could you do that in? Like, there's not really many areas out here to do that. Wait, what the hell? Wait, Huckett? Huckett, dude. Huckett Disc Golf. Yeah, they got the big bridge. I mean, and you got over here with fucking New Brunswick. Which, I mean, if she came back over here, she would be spotted somewhere, you know, or hitchhiked on the fucking bridge. So, like, even, like, granting if she decided to do this, where the fuck would she do it at? So it doesn't make sense. I mean, it just doesn't.
Missing wife. Because I don't want to get her in trouble for buying camping material. It just makes sense, y'all.
I mean, you know, considering the, like, I'm also kind of surprised, Dusty hasn't, like, kind of pulled up, like, the map of, like, you know, where she was last seen and stuff, because honestly, looking at a satellite view, especially with the story he's saying and collaborating that, you know, again, doesn't really add up, considering, like, most of that, like, 90% of that island looks like farmland and agriculture. Like, so, I mean, like, a fat chunk of that, most of that island is not really, inhabited, you know, with a lot of forested reserves and shit outside of, like, a few splotches here and there.
And I am bound to Mama JF's Terrace because I've loved her and I still love her and I still consider myself allied to her forever. Forever, no matter what she does, even if she goes out there getting other boyfriends, I consider myself tied to her forever. So at this point, I'm in front of this information, and I've decided that this was not warranting a call to the police in June. And I've spoken to her family.
Sure you have.
And they thought similarly, you know, this is Mama JF.
I'm sure they did.
She is an out there woman, and
that's why they call the cops. The cops have been at your house every day for.
Which also, considering what he's saying there, that's a definite lie. Because if they were like this fucking worried, then why would they think, oh well, yeah, that's just how she is, I guess. Like, huh?
Because they believe you
the first time.
Yeah. Now, honestly, I'm sure that, like, you know, if we were to, like, hear the investigation, like, or interviews with them, and when it comes to this case, like, I'm sure it'll tell a different story.
This, in the absence of any evidence of harm or that she's doing something evil to someone else, there's no reason to call the police. And in fact, we even had someone in the family talked loosely to a federal investigator who was friends with us and just asking, you know, what is this? Is this a disappearance or is this just a woman? Just a woman doing what?
I mean, that's just, oh my god, dude. Man, like, just the level of just, like, you know, blaming the victim and just, like, the misogynistic, sexist, just chauvinistic shit that's just smeared all over this. I mean, it, to me, just implies more of his guilt.
He wants. And the investigator had actually, I mean, from what I heard, this is not an interaction that I had myself, but someone who was worried in the family spoke to an investigator and said, look, those are the facts. It's a woman, she leaves like this, she wanted to leave, she gets herself equipped with camping material and all. Is this a disappearance? Is this something we should signal?
Yes, it is.
And the investigator had said, well, no, this looks like a consensual trip.
Definitely. The investigator that totally exists says, she disappeared, left her 2 kids behind and all her stuff.
Yeah, and also he's doing another weird little thing. Like, I mean, he's just been doing so many of these little ticks, you know, when he's telling these stories that, like, it just implies that he's hiding something and not telling the full story, or just making up a whole bullshit story, and the real story is not even being told whatsoever.
No credit cards or way to be.
I mean, he's definitely sticking with the camping trip, you know, camping material, you know, alibi though.
totally normal.
So
he's got at least like a few specific foundations that he's sticking with and trying to keep it at that. But the thing is, like, I mean, if we were to try to, like, you know, further expand and try to, like, pontificate further about what he means by these things, and, you know, outside of, oh, that's just women, like, I mean, then, you know, there might be a little bit more going on. Because here, he could just deflect to be like, well, that's just women. But, like, when it comes to investigators, especially when they got a little bit more extra, you know, ammunition on the belt to, you know, tackle something like this, like, you know, they can, in a way, kind of, like, trap him in a corner, you know, when it comes to this, and be like, well, yeah, but, you know, we know at least, you know, last time a show was spotted, you know, your phone's pinged off, you know, over here, and blah, 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 and so what was about that, You know, so it's like, I mean, then, you know, there's certain things that, you know, it hasn't said here, or probably won't, or, you know, whatever, but, like, you know, now he has to at least account for, and that would be a hole in the story that he probably didn't think would be asked, and be like, oh, shit. Because he hasn't accounted for
my judgment converging toward the fact that Mama JF does not need help and that she's a free woman. She can decide to do this. And also, there was these social signals reinforcing that I wasn't the only one thinking this. Other people were thinking this also.
Totally. Absolutely.
So that was the state in
like who?
June and July, but then, you know, the months pass, and now we're in October.
We are.
When is it that worries are justified? And so there was a building up of stress in the people who love her.
Right.
And my position has always been to all of these people.
If only you had some kind of public platform, you could have asked the public's help to find her.
To any friend of Mama JF and to any person involved, my position has been, I saw her go. I saw her wanting to go.
Definitely.
That seems very interesting. I saw her go, I saw her wanting to go. That's kind of vague, because, like, that could apply to some different things besides just leaving. It's like, oh, I saw her, you know, wanting to go, like, especially if someone's psychotic enough could think, oh, you know, they wanted to die, so I wanted to let them go, you know, so to speak. You know, like, some people have made those weird fucking justifications before. So it's just like, I mean, it's kind of interesting that he kind of vaguely, you know, says it like that.
Go toward the light.
Well, I don't need to call the police. But if you feel that it warrants a call to the police, I respect you, and you go ahead and call them.
I'm not going to call them, but you call
I will
them.
not say who ended up calling, but someone ended up noticing that somehow Mama JF was missing.
Yeah, I'm glad somebody noticed.
And maybe knew about me. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm glad somebody cared about her.
That is seriously kind of like a weird, like kind of suspicious admission.
Really don't seem to
know exactly how it all happened, but someone ended up noticing, hey, there's this girl and her loved ones don't know where she is.
Or care.
And so they made a call to the police, and this launched a whole investigation that I've been involved in for, I don't know, maybe 4 days. 5 days, I don't know. But the feds are coming regularly at my house.
Good.
They are waking me in the morning. I sleep late, and all of my loved ones sleep late. We're just that way. We are computer like programmers living in the night.
We have nothing to worry about. Not be killing anybody or anything.
You know, that is just what we do. And I'm a man of the internet. My show is at 7 p.m. Eastern time, and it's not even the end of my day. So they wake me up every morning. There are days where they come once, there are days where they come twice. There's always a truck of the feds in front of my house.
It sounds like they totally believe you then, right? Your story's tracking with them for sure. They got fucked.
I mean, like, if that's the case, then how come they haven't, like, searched his house or, like, you know, gotten a warrant to seize his, like, equipment or phone or anything? Like, I mean, like, I'm willing to believe that part. But it's just like, I mean, like, is there, like, some weird procedural thing, you know, with Canada where they have to, like, wait, you know, to, like, you know, like, for them to wake up and be like, oh, hey, what's up, babe?
Got to your house all the time, coming every day knocking on your door. Yeah, dude, you're a fucking suspect.
And, you know, there's lots of people making jokes right now on the social media, like, Jeff, where did you hide the body and all. I knew that this was coming to this no matter what, because we live in a society that just can't accept the cost of liberty.
Oh, the cost of liberty, folks. Hey, this is what you get.
The cost of liberty, huh?
women do what they want to do. Hey, I don't like it. I think women should be under the thumb of the men. Have no say-so, but you guys want women to be free, so this is what you get. Women just disappear. It's your fault, society.
It's your fault, society, and women, if you want to be free, then fuck it, I'll give you freedom by dying.
Is you're gonna have a bunch of females make terrible decisions. But no, I have not killed Mama JF, and I would be very surprised that I'm even considered a suspect.
You'll be very surprised if you're considered a suspect. You got the feds camped out in the truck outside your house, and they're there twice a day for 4 days in a row. And you're surprised you'd be a suspect. Really? Now, you're stupid, but you're not this fucking stupid.
In any way.
No shit.
Because I have left records, I have left electronic traces of my dropping her alive in front of cameras of a...
I like that is kind of very specific. Like, honestly, as soon as the woman signs divorce papers to get raptured, no shit, dude. I also find it very suspicious. It's like... He's making that very definitive claim. It's like, oh yeah, I dropped her off alive. There are cameras and shit. But that kind of implies that something happened to her where she's not alive anymore. And you know something about it, JF. That means that you followed her somewhere and decided to do something later where she wasn't so much in public view. So, what the fuck happened, buddy? Another implication of vagaries.
There has been plenty of electronic records of the fact that she was alive many days after leaving.
Prove it. Release them. You have them. Release them right fucking now. Why aren't you releasing them? Do everything you can to prove your innocence and bring this woman home.
Me after asking me to drop her at a certain location. And yes, you know that there are so many cameras these days and credit cards purchases that I can prove. I would be very surprised.
You said you'd have a credit card.
That I'm anyhow considered a suspect.
Yeah. Wait a minute. You know, considering she had a phone but no credit card, how come, you know, it's like, oh, well, yeah, you can track a phone and, you know, they have credit card purchases and blah, 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 so she doesn't have one, so how will that happen?
The feds are still very thirsty for information.
Yeah.
So they keep coming back, and honestly, I'm very impressed by the quality of their work, but it's like...
Hey, I respect you, cops. I respect you. Just do your job. It's all good.
They understand also that I'm a guy on the internet, so I'm not... I have a high security home. I'm not going to let them in, you know.
I've actually heard, I don't know if this is true, but I've heard other people who have been in his house that say his house is a train wreck. They live like squatters, basically. The entire place is a mess.
Fucking really?
Outside is overgrown. It's a pigsty.
It's like, okay,
really?
they want every possible detail they can have about Mama JF because they are on this program of finding Mama JF. And it's fascinating to see a bunch of professionals like this who really are interested in her safety, let me tell you.
It's really interesting to see somebody who actually gives a shit about my wife and mother of my two children.
That's also really interesting. It's like, I find it interesting that people are interested in their safety and blah, blah, blah. It's like, and you're not? Like, why do you not care? Like, because women. Is that it? You fucking weird pig.
Lord knows it ain't me.
I'm hostile to the government in general, but I've always known that within the police force, the vast majority of policemen are excellent, just excellent workers and professionals, and I see it in my interactions with them. They understand everything. So so that means they're coming to me and they want to know exactly what she said before leaving. They want traces of where were you when you dropped her, who could know her, who are her friends. And it's like, I pulled Mama JF out of a lifestyle.
Now he's about to paint her as like a crackhead. Like she probably just went off and is doing drugs in a ditch somewhere. I have no idea. It's her fault, completely her fault.
And I never really got acquainted with this lifestyle. You know, I'm not the kind of... I don't have respect for human beings, especially not homeless druggies, you know? So it's...
Despite, I guess, apparently living in a very overgrown, gardened house with a bunch of, squalor lifestyle type of shit going on, so you're kind of one to speak there, buddy.
Of guy who will approach a female and become friends with her male friends.
Female. Oh my god, I just hate the fact that he's barely said woman, but it's just 90% of the time it's just female. It's it's just really fucking insulting.
With Mama JF is I extract.
It's I'm not even a woman, and even I'm insulted
from her misery.
Okay, that's exactly what every cult leader,
Wait, hold on, wait, what?
Her male friend.
Wait, what did you just say?
So what I did with Mama JF is I extracted her from her misery.
Okay, that's exactly what every cult leader, every abusive relationship.
Yeah. Okay. So extract her from her misery. That's kind of an interesting little statement. I wonder, if that might be said later. So this is who refers to women like that. Yeah.
They isolate you.
He ain't the only one, but he's one of many.
From her lifestyle, and I brought her to a greater lifestyle, cleaner, less craziness.
Definitely less crazy than this motherfucker.
So that is what I've done. And so when they ask me where could she be, is she friends with this guy? Is she friends with these guys? It's like I have just a general idea that Mama Jeff is a super social creature of Montreal, and that's what I've been telling.
Yet no one's seen her.
No.
But last was seen in Prince Edward's, but is apparently just somewhere out in Montreal, but that's not where she was last seen. Kind of interesting, isn't that?
And so that's been so the feds being extremely on their path of we need to save everyone. We need to.
Why would they do that?
Save everyone. And I'm like, it's amazing to see the conversations between them and me, because
I bet
I'm actually less motivated at finding Mama Jeff than they are. I've never requested any.
That is fucking, again, another red flag there, buddy.
Yeah,
I want to be clear.
I bet you're way less interested in finding Mama Jeff than the cops are. God damn.
Mama Jeff is out there.
Yeah, because if, you were, then you would just lead them to the body and be like, oh, well, I guess you caught me. Don't want that.
With you, Mama JF, I've not been requesting an investigation against you.
We know, Jeff.
I've not been trying to send the feds after you.
We know.
I've not been wanting to do this episode even. I'm forced to do this episode because there are forum posts right now.
Right.
That your face is on whatever the feds have published. And so,
you're missing.
And then people are looking at my tweet today, informing people about this. And they're like, well, look, he calls her Mama JF. He doesn't even call her by her real name. So he's not really interested at them finding her.
Right, you're not.
It's like there's a lot of interest to wade in here.
There's not. Release her name, release her picture, say, hey, she's missing. People think that she might be in trouble. Please help me find her. At least, for the very least, I want to clear my name. I don't want people to think I killed her. So here's her name. Here's her picture. Please, if you've seen her, you're my fan base. You know her the best. Please look out for her.
No shit. If he actually, wanted to try to, prove his innocence, he would at least, be doing various different things like this. And honestly, would have been doing it way sooner. Even if it was a week later or something like that. Granting, his alibi. If he did this 3 months ago, or at least 3 months and 2 weeks ago or something like that, while it's mid-June or at the end of June or whatever the fuck, or maybe at the very beginning of July, at least then his story might make at least a little more sense and, at least make him look more innocent and, kind of throw the trail off at that point. But this far in the game, and now you're just starting to say some shit, bruh, you're suspect number one, numero uno, fucking guilty as sin when it comes to this shit, bro. And now you're just trying to catch up and, be like, oh, wait, no. But, because in a way you're kind of doing so in a panicked form, which, honestly, a lot of that uncomfortability, having to panic, to get this out there, to try to save your ass, really fucking shows, bro. It really shows.
That is what anybody who is innocent in this situation would do, you would think.
By naming Mama JF a way that I've never named her publicly, I would only be misleading people. The fact is,
even though you literally what?
Right now, for why he won't release her real name or her pictures. Is there any logical excuse for what he's saying right now? Does this make any sense for an innocent man to say?
So everyone who interacts with me through this platform knows Mama JF as Mama JF, so that's her name for you guys. I'm not going to reveal her real name because, honestly, I don't even know if she wants to be found. And that is something you have to wait when you're in this situation.
Definitely.
I am a bearer of the interest of Mama JF.
He's a hero, y'all.
Maybe she doesn't want to be found.
Even though you don't give a fuck about her or not interested in finding her.
She's on a huge trip, whatever, going to parties. Maybe she's going to Woodstock in the U.S. I have no clue.
Definitely.
But maybe she doesn't want to be found, and that's part of her liberty that I have to defend.
He respects her too much to try to find her.
I'm not going to not going to act like these worried families who want to help someone more than they want to be helped. Because one thing I have
fuck her family.
Learned at enormous cost in my life is don't help someone who doesn't want to be helped. And so I'm like to these.
So that is a really interesting, like kind of like he's just making so many really weird, suspicious statements when it comes to these things about like, oh, it's like, yeah, like when it comes to just like being dismissive and not having interest in finding someone, being like, oh, if they just want to do that, then whatever. Just, and it's still super vague, and it's just only a way to deflect and trying to, keep off the trail and not really have to build a story off of it either. Like, he doesn't necessarily have to do a lot of details, to a story like this because, like, that's how he could just, like, fucking, dismiss it as, that famous, so, where, like, that's pretty much it. Like, I mean, he's trying to be as coy and as, like, vague and obtuse as possible while trying to, fabricate a whole, like, bullshit story, too, on top of it.
I'm like, please understand, you're going to pursue a fugitive who has committed zero crime. She's going to be playing with you, sending you on false traces. She's going to have her hoodie.
Yeah, unlike you going, trying to, like, make false, like, traces and shit, you fuck.
The woman we just saw is such a genius. She's going to
It's like projection.
outsmart you cops. She's going to send you on wild goose chases here and there. She's 10 steps ahead. She's a super genius.
Hiding herself from facial recognition cameras everywhere she enters.
That's why you're not seeing her facial recognition cameras that are everywhere across Canada. She's hiding her face purposely. She's basically like fucking James Bond 007.
And honestly, considering, like, when it comes to a surveillance state, like, even if you have, like, a hoodie on, like, I mean, you can still potentially be, found with things like that, or at least, potentially be, having a glimpse. Like, I mean, so that's just bullshit. Like, unless she's doing some weird, like, polygonal, like, triangle, square, some weird circle here, some, just some weird polygonal shit for face paint, that looks a little weird as a way to try to, like, subvert, like, facial recognition. Like, I don't, like, yeah, that ain't happening.
She has dropped all of her electronics behind. She's basically 007. But she has no mission, and she's not fleeing you guys for a crime that she did because she's a good person. She's not gonna commit a crime. That's the situation. You guys want to have fun finding her?
She's not gonna commit a crime. Not say anything about you, though. You didn't say anything about yourself there, buddy.
She's safe. You go ahead. But
I kind of find it curious that he didn't really imply innocence to himself there. To her, but not to him. Isn't that a little interesting?
Well, when I see
this, I mean, he's making this video for himself, and he didn't even really imply innocence on that part. It's like, oh yeah, she would never commit a crime, and I haven't. There's, like, he didn't at least even swing himself in there on that one. Because, like I said, he fucking knows. He knows he's guilty because he has done something. He's hiding something.
And her will was to go out there and for whatever period.
Leave her 2 kids behind, leave all her stuff behind, take no credit cards, and just disappear off the face of the earth and play cat and mouse with the cops and be 10 steps behind them. That's what I really believe is happening, folks. And I don't care what her family says about being worried for her and wanting to find her. I don't care if people think that I'm a murderer. I'm still not going to release her name. Or
also, why would she be, like, trying to play around with the cops or whatever the fuck if, they only started getting involved, for like 4 or 5 days? Like, I mean, what about the last couple months then? I mean, wouldn't that have been going on for way longer? I mean, and wouldn't that mean that you would have been contacted way sooner and all this? Like, wouldn't that imply that, like, like there would have been something going on sooner? Like, maybe, because evidently she didn't take her credit card, ostensibly. So wouldn't she, maybe try to shoplift for food and then, like, like, be like, hey, we got a petty theft or whatever. Like, if, so wouldn't there be, like, something that would imply a little bit, that, with this type of shit, but there isn't. So there's no evidence of that. So,
in any meaningful way.
Yeah, I didn't know when she left whether it would be a 2-week period like last time, or whether it would be a 2-year period. She could be on a container traveling toward Morocco right now. And
you just said you could tell by her will she was going to disappear off the face of the earth.
Morocco?
Now you're saying you thought she might come back in 2 weeks?
She could have dealt with the locals at the port. She could have talked to a boat driver, and give him some money
Definitely.
and get on the boat. Who the fuck knows?
Who the fuck knows?
Oh, yeah, but she didn't have money, though, so how would she do that? Where would she get the money, then, bud? How would that work? He's already poking holes. He's already I think he's starting to get himself caught in a liar's loop, almost. Like, I mean, because now he's starting to, like, you know, add some random vague detail to be like, I don't know, this and this, you know, to try to kind of, like, add a sense of innocence. What are you doing? Even though there isn't any, you know, obviously, like, he's trying to, like, you know, ostensibly try to show a level of innocence. Where, like, in here, where he's, like, you know, basically doing the, like, oh, well, you know, she probably did this and this, and, you know, whatever. But his weird little, like, you know, examples don't exactly line up with his initial story. You know, when it comes to her not having a credit card or anything like that, just only her phone, which I guess ostensibly you could probably have, like, Google Pay or whatever the fuck, I guess, or something. Whoa, gee, fucking hell. What? But, I mean, like, either way, it's like, you know, because of something like that, it's still very suspicious. And also, if that's the case, you would see, you know, payment records still. Like, I mean, and there obviously isn't, at least so far, given, you know, what we've seen. So, I mean, all in all, there isn't exactly much that lines up with, you know, like, claims here of, like, oh, she got money to go to, like a Morocco, or, like, you know, go to a port driver or some shit. I mean, it's just, like, it doesn't make sense at all.
And so that is the situation. And to people who are saying,
I'm gonna get him some water real quick.
Well, he doesn't make all efforts to find her. He doesn't name her in her tweet, or he doesn't show a photo of her. I'm not gonna show a photo of her or name her when this is not my quest. This is not my quest. I had a visual confirmation from Mama JF live in front of me that she wanted to go away.
Now you guys know how to cover this. This shit's the most suspect video I've ever seen. This is crazy. He's literally making himself look so guilty right now. What a fucking idiot. And he builds himself as a genius, and his fans call him a genius. Okay? Even if he's innocent, this is not the work of a genius.
It really ain't.
Anybody with two brain cells thrown together would have got a goddamn lawyer and never put this video out there.
No shit. Like, honestly, like when it comes to, like, to being the most, like, smartest person when it comes to, like, whether being innocent, guilty, or whatever the fuck, lawyer, always. Never do shit like this, you know, when it comes to, like, something you're being accused of, you know, in an investigation, and you're, like, to the point where you're in an investigation room, lawyer, just do it. Like, just do it. I mean, you know, honestly, because there's been so many times where, with a lot of the true crime stuff, not every video is about, like, someone who's obviously, like, a weird, suspicious, like, sex pest, predator, killer type, or whatever the fuck. Some of them, you know, will examine, like, where the cops are actually kind of fucked up, and they let the killer almost get away, but, you know, or they did, in a way, or the investigation's still active because of a major fuck-up, or whatever the fuck. Like, every now and then there's some shit like that. And, like, and it's kind of meant to kind of show, like, an example of, like, how not to basically try to, like, you know, crack a case when it comes to something so severe as, like, a murder or some shit, right? Like, so, I mean, you know, and there's a lot of cases, too, where there's, like, where, you know, like, there are people that, you know, will kind of seem guilty almost, but they aren't. You know, they're just innocent, you know, when it comes to it. But they've, you know, either have, like, you know, some active case for some other reason, like maybe a child payment thing or traffic ticket shit or whatever the fuck. You know, literally something that's totally, like, not even remotely related to another case, but because they happen to be, like, wrong place, wrong time, or it happens to be, like, in the same apartment or some shit, you know, then it's like, oh, well, because there's, you know, this thing on that bitch, then, oh, well, this has to be them too. You know, so it's like, you know, shit like that happens. And, you know, because, you know, sometimes cops, you know, it's almost in their fucking nature to be, you know, overzealous fucks that just want to get someone into prison and shit because it helps with their fucking quota. Like, they don't give a shit. Like, so, I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, lawyer, you know, like, regardless. I mean, because, you know, at the end of the day, whether you're innocent or genuinely guilty, like, that's always going to be the best case scenario of an outcome. Even if there is just, like, pretty damning evidence that might be against you, which I'm sure, like, the RMCP or whatever the fuck, yeah, like, when it comes to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and shit, I'm sure they'll definitely find, you know, a lot of different damning evidence, you know, with this fuck. Because he's got, well, I guess no pun intended, he's got, some skeletons in his closet.
As far as I'm concerned, she's still in a trip. She's still out there just tripping, and
right.
And I'm not going to publish her image because I don't know whether she consents to.
Right. That's why.
I'm not going to name her name because I don't know if she consents to it.
You respect her so much.
If she wants to call me and say, Jeff, I want to be.
Honestly, if you don't know what she consents to, then what about the whole relationship that you had in the first place with her? Like, if you don't know exactly what she's able to consent to, then what does that say about everything else?
Jeff, I don't want to be found. She could do it, and she can do it.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, unless she does that, then assume she wants to be found, or her family needs to know where she is, or you want to clear your name, and do whatever you can to help find her, your wife, the mother of your 2 children.
What I said in my tweet is, if you guys want to help the police, and you've seen Mama JF somewhere, you've seen her at a gas station.
I'm not going to say her real name or show you her picture, but hey, if you've seen her, then you can contact the police or email me directly, and you can be assured I'm going to forward that right to the police, y'all.
And you've seen someone who looks like her, you just call the police or check my tweet and you will find a Proton Mail email address. If you don't want to be in contact with the police, just send me an email and I can relay any information that I think is relevant or factual.
Totally gonna do that.
I'm not
sure.
To relay trolling, so you guys can already forget the idea of trolling me. I'm going to relay what seems to be important, but it's...
He's shuffling a lot and going, like, yeah, he's not comfortable at all about this. Like, especially kind of thinking about it, it's like, yeah, these trolls, and yeah, well, I can't really dismiss all of his trolls because some of them I actually have evidence, and I'm like, oh, fuck, maybe I shouldn't have said all that like I did. He's kind of regretting how he said that.
Probably Mama JF is out there having fun. Probably exposing herself to huge risks. You know,
he's putting out his defense right here. He's repeating it over and over again. I think she's still alive. I think she's back out there. But hey, she chose to do this. She put herself at huge risk. Well, if you believe she's out there putting herself at huge risk, then why do you not want to find her? Why are you not making more of an effort? It doesn't make sense. Your words aren't
They're contradictory.
The risks of street life and anonymous life.
Help find her.
When no one is there to care for you, you are at risk. Because no one knows. No one knows if someone has raped you and just put your body in a ditch.
Yeah, if she is.
Well, that's a little bit of a oddly specific detail. That's very oddly specific. What? Like, is that a little bit of a self-admission, bud? You know, and considering Prince Edward Island, yeah, considering a lot of the farmland and shit like that out there, yeah, there seems like there would probably be a lot of ditches. That's a kind of an oddly specific detail he decided kind of like whoop out there. Like, I mean, he's trying to not look guilty, but that was just a very fucking guilty thing he just said there. Like, what? That's oddly specific, considering this case.
I didn't do it. It was somebody else.
And no one is there to check. That's the consequence of anonymity. That's the consequence of having no one.
That is also a little oddly specific, because he's still anonymous, you know, when it came to, well, allegedly killing her. Because, like, I mean, that's, you know, could apply him, but he's not overtly stating his innocence. He's not making overt and making an authoritative statement that he's innocent. He's being very vague and kind of wishy-washy and being like, oh, well, that's the risk, you know, when it comes to anonymity and blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, it's like, I mean, it's like, that's not exactly somebody who's innocent would be, that's not exactly how they would be, explaining this.
Cost of liberty. But we've chosen to, and Mama JF has fully chosen to run with that cost. So it's like, she has her husband, right?
Has she, though? Or did you make that decision for her?
Ready to care for her. Ready to give her security and comfort and not demanding anything from her. She chose to expose herself to whatever risk it is, and she totally has the right to do so. Shadowban says, if someone could get away with murder, it's JF. But if someone could get away with faking their death, it's Mama JF.
So you gotta ignore the first part.
That's interesting that somebody from his community would say that.
You get away with murder and just concentrate on the second part that she could disappear without anybody knowing. We were laughing.
That
so
is
funny.
absolutely correct.
Yeah,
I mean,
I can get away with murdering her.
Oh, and he didn't really have anything else to say besides that is absolutely correct and just laugh it off. Very nervously, too.
Funny.
That was just fucking really creepy.
Found an interesting duality right here. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it's a very interesting duality for you, you fucking slimy bitch.
Style of Mama JF to basically fake her death.
What of the first part, where you say you get away with killing her? Why aren't you talking about the first part he said?
To just disappear in a way that she can switch identity. I mean, she's and it's amazing.
Notice how he's really doing this a lot. Like, I mean, been shifting around, that nervous laugh. Like, again, like I was saying from earlier, it's like these weird little odd ticks that he will do occasionally. He does this a lot, and he's been doing it very frequently in the uhs and ums. Like, there's a lot of things where, you know, he's trying to, like, kind of play off, but it doesn't work.
JF doesn't watch movies like CSI and
really?
007.
And yeah.
She doesn't watch...
Why does it keep saying it like 007? It's 007, you fucking weird worm. And also, I'm just kind of curious how he's mentioning those shows, too, anyway. Well, shows and movies. Hey! God damn it, hold on. I think I've been pausing and playing too much, so sometimes that causes, like, the Bluetooth to kind of, like, be like, Bleh. Come on, don't be a bitch. There we go, cool.
You see what she's like? She's literally mentally
give it a
deficient.
slap.
She is not goddamn James Bond or some kind of secret spy genius.
That is what is so amazing. Holy shit. What a crazy woman. Who, but you know, out of the crazy women who have been...
That's also not exactly a very positive statement about her either. It's like, oh, she's just crazy. It's like, not something that, you know, somebody who normally would be concerned about their missing wife, you know, would say.
She has always been morally straight, you know?
She's been missing for 4 months. He just now is letting anybody know about it.
Yes, all of this disappearance is causing some kind of shake-up and chaotic thing in my life. I mean, I'm getting woken up by the feds every morning.
Kind of curious how it's only now started to affect your life.
Knocking at my window. What? But I'd much rather this.
Yeah, they're looking for my wife. It's so funny. Why are you laughing?
I mean, he's starting to laugh a lot more. Like, he's starting to try to play it off more as a joke, because I think he's trying to start talking with his chat more. So I think now he's trying to be more jovial with it, so which is really making this more morbid.
Then evil stuff, then attacks on loved ones. I would much rather the chaotic nature of Mama Jeff, but with a kind of moral pillar to it, than anything else, anything more evil. Forex says, often when worried families get the state involved to save or help someone, they make it significantly worse for the person.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
How? So that is honestly like a wild statement. Like, what in the fuck does that even mean?
Or it'd be better if they didn't try to find her, I guess, is the point of this.
There's very little help the state can give to a person against their own will. That is very wise.
Huh?
And that is what I was telling the policeman, you know? Wherever Mama JF is, it was her choice to be there, and it was her choice to run these risks. And she would hate it to hear that all of these people are looking for her. So now there's a whole national campaign.
Yeah, she would hate it to know a lot of people care about her and her family loves her and misses her and wants to make sure that she's okay. She would hate it so much, y'all.
To find Mama JF, and I will ask Mama JF and you guys, just to calm all these people, can you please collaborate, like, go ahead and just, if you've seen Mama JF alive, and you can reassure everyone, and you can calm these people, and you can make so the feds don't knock on my door. And
you know, another thing I've kind of been noticing is that, like, occasionally, he doesn't really look at the camera at all, you know, for the most part. But there's been a few times where he'll do, like, kind of this glimpse at the camera. Very, like, half a second, like, type of thing. You know, where he's been doing that a little bit more often as well. I'm kind of noticing, I think that's, like, another abnormal tick where he kind of wants to look at the camera as kind of, like, a more of a affirmative, like, yeah. But that's kind of not really, you know, usual for him, because he doesn't always look at the camera, or really at all that much. So now he's kind of like, you know, trying to do that more often to try to kind of give him more of an affirmation in a sense when he's, you know, saying his bullshit lies.
Right, well, show us her picture.
That
Give us
would
her
be
name.
very appreciated. As far as I know from this investigation, as far as my interaction with the police, I understand it to be, they are not interested in any form of persecution of me, of Mama JF. They are just interested at establishing that Mama JF is alive.
Right, and first.
Yeah, just to try to, rule out suspects and shit. I mean, the thing is, they're not going to immediately try to, throw you as being guilty right off the bat. That's not how, proper investigations work when ruling you, especially as a suspect. They just want to try to be like, hey, look, we're just trying to find out if she's alive or not, man. That's all. They're not going to say that you're a number one suspect even though you are. And the thing is, it probably is going to get to a certain point where there's going to be a warrant and they're going to barge in and not give a fuck one way or another whether you want them in there or not. And, probably, take your phone and, whatever other potential valuable evidence that, you might still have in your fucking house there, buddy. So, I mean, in a way, I kind of feel like the clock is ticking with this dude. Honestly, is the downfall of JF gonna be a fucking murder? I mean, honestly, is that how he falls? Cause holy fucking shit, dude. I mean, that would be insane on, honestly, various different levels. For a true crime sense of just, how much of a sociopath callous fuckhead he is. And also when it comes to just, career-wise of who he was and all such. It's just kind of dude, threw it all away because you just couldn't deal with her shit anymore or whatever the fuck. I mean...
Then when they can't do that, they move on to who did it. Have you never watched any true crime ever?
So, Mama JF, if you hear this, you have a chance there to calm all these people down.
Mm-hmm.
Not like a win. It's when you hear this, because I want someone to get this out there to you. It's if, just whatever.
From you, I'm sure they would be reassured.
Definitely.
Silver Spider says, JF is such a loyal guy. I really hope he finds a loyal wife. We should pool all of our super chats together.
That is so retarded. Did someone be like, oh, he's such a loyal guy. Yeah, so loyal. He doesn't give a fuck about whatever happens to his, ex. Yeah, sure. That's just hey, wait. I mean, that's just, fucking ridiculous. And, oi. Does it not want to do it? Is it? Seriously? Boo. Here, let me do this real quick. It could be this fucking stupid bitch again. Possibly. Loyal. Yeah, probably. What the fuck? Quit being weird. Stop it. Stop it, Bluetooth. I'm gonna slap your ass. I'm gonna abuse you
all of
now.
our super chats together and order him one from Japan.
Oh, great.
By talking...
That's what, okay, well, I guess we weren't missing out on anything less substantive besides just yeah, let's just have a child, or not, well, maybe, a child female slave bride or some shit, for JL, because she shall be loyal. Yes, Jesus Christ, the fucking, man, when, when they do an investigation on this guy, they should probably, tap into, who these motherfuckers are in his chat and do an investigation on their asses, too.
Wives from Japan.
Nice.
Yes, Martin Shkreli. Oh my God.
Yep, this is hero.
He scored. He scored the.
He worships that fucking disgusting. Well, I guess a disgusting worm to another.
Ultimate jaw-having Asian. I have never seen this, ladies and gentlemen. The sexy body of the Neotenic Asian, combined with the perfect jaw of the European genetics. How the hell, where the hell does Martin...
Oh my God, that is just so fucking creepy, dude. The fact that that's how, oh my God, this actually makes me want to get to 12 gauge, bro. I mean, you know what, fuck 12. Let's get it an 8 gauge, baby. Fuck it, let's go. We're going high power on this one. I mean, the fact that are basically, literal Nazi, fuck you, Genesis motherfuckers that still exist today... I mean, Jesus Christ, it really makes me... It's kind of wanting to channel the, hyper-commie partisan fucking, French resistance, within me, and just like Vive la Revolution, like right up his ass. A literal cannon. Yeah, like a goddamn, like fuck a cannon. Sarbamba, baby. Oh, Sarbamba.
They find such perfection. Tiffany Fong, his new girlfriend.
I mean, he can't just simply say, hey, she looks beautiful. Because, in my opinion, yeah, she looks beautiful, but, I wouldn't go on such a weird, disturbed tirade about, she has a beautiful European genetics. How does he find such as a beautiful ethnic? It's like, I mean, it's, like, what weird, insane shit is that? Like, can you just be a normal human being and just say, hey, she's cute, she's a beautiful woman, nice, whatever. Like, it did just, move on. Like, Jesus Christ. I mean, fuck this worm, Martin Shkreli. Like, fuck that weird little dark shit turd ball. But, I mean, I guess fuck her too, because, I mean, she's, hooked up with him. So, I mean, whatever. I could give a fuck, but, whatever. What's, Sarbamba do? The Tsar Bomba. It's the biggest nuclear weapon that's ever been tested, known to man. The Tsar Bomba. Like, just a nuclear weapon, that.
Martin Shkreli, yes! Oh my god. I'm so happy for you, Martin.
I'm real happy.
I'm so happy.
So happy.
Ew.
Daryl says that's almost too much, I mean, this is the point at which it's almost there. Balloon Nut says, sends $10, thank you so much. He says, are you serious? Did Mama Jeff really leave the family for no other reason than to be a drifter? I mean, it looks like it.
Someone is, literally sent that as, like, they sent money to say that, ugh. But, I mean, they're skeptical. Dude, in the mixture of the weird, like, neo-Nazi fucking eugenicist garbage, like, there are a couple of people that are like, are we sure?
It's like
no, it doesn't. It looks like you killed her. That's what it looks like.
Honestly, I feel like, there are probably just some people that are like, well, yes, women are just like this, but, I don't have, like, animosity or whatever. It's just whatever. Hey, is she okay at least? Is your property all right? It's like, it's kind of like, it's how they probably see it. So they're probably like, well, what is this? It seems a little off there, good chap. It's like one of those weird fucks.
All look like she would have left all her stuff behind and her 2 kids to disappear on the face of the earth.
I mean, you guys know we have seen her here on the show. Leaving.
Yeah, not anymore.
Back like a year or 2 ago, and we have seen her again.
Remember, she did it before. Probably the same as before. Remember?
And disappearing.
Repeat over and over again.
Just before she left in June, I remember a bizarre show. A bizarre show where I actually...
It's gonna be fucking Nazi infighting, man. He was a bad Nazi, but I swear most of us are cool. Not all of us are predatory sex pig dog motherfuckers that, eventually kill their, wives. Not all of us are like that. Some, like, we just want to genocide queer people and Jews and stuff. That's what we want. But this guy, nah, he went too far, bro. Yeah, dude, I honestly hope so. Dude, I kind of want to be, like, in tune with this. I'm honestly really interested in this. I'm going to kind of, keep updated with this for sure.
This is our show, too. This one, motherfucker.
And this one, motherfucker. Yeah. Like, I honestly definitely want to kind of see what, like, maybe what some of the inner sphere, especially, like, that are, like, kind of more directly affiliated with him have to say about this. It'd be kind of interesting.
Terrorism. Because she tried to enter...
I'm assuming this would have to be on Rumble or something, right? Technically. I guess Twitter, too. But I'm assuming there might be re-uploads on YouTube, maybe?
With something that I do not allow at all on this show. Like, at all. And she knows it very well that there will never be such things on this show.
So you have a gun in the house?
And she attempted to surprise me by surprise opening the door of the studio and came running to my camera.
With a gun?
And I had the chance to turn off the camera just before she arrived to me, because it's like 2 meters. So that she did a 2 meter run to try to
violate one of the ultimate rule of the show, a rule so intense that you guys cannot even ever hear it. That you guys cannot, cannot even tell you what the rule is.
Well, yeah, why? What is it? Could it be maybe a gun, maybe?
And
normal, totally normal shit.
It's like, and then I said, Mama JF, you're banned from the show for a couple of weeks because that was actual terrorism. You have
terrorism. Jesus Christ, this fucking way of speaking. Ugh. It's been a long time since I'd hear it. But that is kind of a little odd that he's like, oh yeah, there's a rule so, restrictive, that I have on this show that, I won't even, tell you guys what it is. It's like, why? So why is it that restrictive that only you have to know about it? Seems a little odd. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I want to let it keep playing, but I don't want to miss anything, so I just have to, you know what, well at least... Okay, yeah, we're gonna, we're gonna use that as our little interim. Hey, buddy. That felt good. That felt good, I tell you what. Honestly, let's hold that one for a good fat minute. To the point that the pressure valve kind of low-key made me feel like this for a good minute. I'm kind of glad we kind of have a strategically good price, pause frame of Dusty there to kind of lightly lighten the mood a little bit there. Little interim. Nice. Yep. Honestly, that should be a little emote, dude. That should be an emote. It's what are you barking about? What the fuck did you dude, you drank all that water? Are you kidding me? Were you just a thirsty boy? Well, I guess you want here. I can distract you with this. You want this, boo-boo? Come here. Come here. Come on. Really? What's the last one? So I'll just toss that off. What about one of these? Come here. Come on. Come here, buddy. Zukov. Zukov. This old butt. Come on, come here. Come here, bye. Boo boo. A boo 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 boo. A boo 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 boo. A boo 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 boo. A boo 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 boo. A boo 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 boo. Come on. Oh my god, you fucking little prick. It's just gonna be right there, so you're just gonna have to suck it up there, buddy. So is this a prom break? Yeah, I guess we'll take a quick little interim. Here, let's see what we got. Ooh, those look good. Ooh, those are nice, fancy looking Danishes, dude. Feel like money is too high. Always give 100% at work. 12%, 23, 35, 10. Well, well, it's a little different for me, but yeah, I guess pretty much. Oh, here. Dude! Bruh! Hey, oh, okay, hold on. What? Okay, you didn't drink all the water. Wait, you just want, like, food in your bowl? Oh, is that really it? Like, I was giving you some treats you could snack on. And plus that, like, okay. You're really demanding. And now you're coming back over here. Wait, what? Like, come here. Or you're like, ooh, yeah, I'll show up for this. What the Wait. Fucking bulldozer. Like, I only have the two that I just had, and I had a coffee can from this morning over there, and he just, like the only places where he didn't have to bump into it, and he bumps into him. It's like, dude, what the fuck, dog? Like, why? I think he just does that purposely. I honestly think he does at this point. It's really annoying. But anyway, here, so for like, you know, Monday for me, that's technically a Friday, so I'm kind of like more or less doing 35% personally, because I'm like, I want to get the fuck out, you know, get shit done. And, well, Tuesday and Wednesday, you know, I don't work those days, so I guess that would technically be blank. So Thursdays would be my Monday. I'm definitely more about like, yeah, I think 20% is actually fair on that one. Friday, I think, would be about like 23%. And then like Saturday and Sunday are more about like where like pretty much where Friday and Monday are respectively, basically. And then, yeah, pretty much, yeah. So, I know, for me, it's a little different, but, yeah. Anyway, continuing on.
Terrorize me and yeah, so that was maybe weeks before she left.
Oh, really?
I don't know that it's directly related, but I think that she was starting to.
So that's why you didn't see her. You guys haven't seen her for weeks. That's why.
Kind of be in a mood of party, and in her party mood, she had forgotten that there are serious rules in Papa JF's house. So yes, that is basically all I have to say, and this story is so waiting on my mind that I don't think I can...
It's so waiting on my mind that I didn't mention it for 4 months.
So that's kind of an interesting little mission that, you know, there's something about this that is weighing on his mind, but he only decided now just come about it because he's getting pressure.
Show tonight with news or stuff
you seem real stressed, all
of a frivolous nature, that this is too much on my mind. And that is why I had to take a break also 2 days ago.
Definitely.
Because, man, just waking up early is something that I had the privilege in my life to attain such a degree of luxury.
Right.
That I can wake up whenever I want.
Okay, but now you have 2 kids and no wife, so who is waking up and taking care of your kids?
Whenever I feel like, all the time. But for 4 or 5 days, I'm back to a, you know, waking up at 9 a.m. Because the feds are... And they knock for a long time, you know, before they wake me up.
The cops, look at my
so
wife.
it's been,
knocking on my door so
it's
long
been
now.
tiring me because when you change my sleep schedule where I'm super used to
dare you.
this very long sleep where I'm fully rested, now suddenly you mess up my normal sleep and suddenly I'm more tired.
I like how he's just bitching about his sleep more than anything right now.
So any
He
information...
just has like, you know, like no care or like any really consideration or worry or nothing.
Appreciate that. To calm all of these people.
Give her name in the picture.
And it will have been a short show for tonight, but that's all I have to say. That's all I have to say.
Okay, that was way too much.
I can read actually what I wrote today on Twitter. The police in Canada is looking for Mama JF because in true Mama JF fashion, she has left our home in June and has disappeared from the map. I am sure that Mama JF is fine. I know she has been safe for at least 2 days.
I'm sure.
After I dropped her where she wanted in June. Mama JF left our home entirely voluntarily to go live a life of adventure wherever it would bring her.
As you do, leave your kids.
But since she has electronically disappeared, not connecting to her cell phone or updating me or her family, I ask anyone who would have encountered her to just notify the police so that they can know she is safe. And I ask her if she wants to leave a note to the police, me, or her family to ensure everyone of her safety.
Holy shit, this is every true crime ever.
If you want to send an encrypted tip anonymously, I can receive them at jfgarriep@proton.me.
Gotta pass it right along, folks.
And someone was asking, did everyone's girl
not to,
lose
you know,
her shit
fabricate,
this
you
summer?
know, anything,
Mine
you know.
went full postpartum bunkers in August. And I said, that's the cost of female liberty. 50,000 policemen, full-time salary, nationwide searches. We could feed the homeless 1 billion times.
Yeah, if we just get rid of that female liberty. Look how awful the female liberty is. Yeah, but I have all these extra...
Yeah, also funny that because like a lot of people who are homeless also happen to be women too. You know, so like isn't that kind of a little contradictory? Like, you know, fuck the woman so, but like, you know, hey, let's get the homeless out of the streets, but what about homeless women that exist? Like, what, so fuck them? Like, seems like a little odd. It's stupid.
Look for these women. You motherfuckers did this.
Just take our society and just allow some degree of control by husbands onto their wives. Just basic control of some little financial aspects. Some, like, no, you won't travel to Peru. And so I'm going to decide for you that you won't travel to Peru. Just allow some form of control of husbands over their wives. And you're not going to get events like the Mama JF craziness here. But
definitely not the words of somebody that would kill their wife.
If you want that,
definitely not.
Papa JF can provide, and because
definitely not at all. Because this is like, I mean, because that's essentially, you know, and when it comes to a lot of these type of cases, is what ends up being, you know, the factors. Like, yeah, no, they, you know, they end up killing him because they want to have control and, you know, view his property because they don't want to have that liberty. And when they lash out and try to have, you know, a sense of, you know, their own autonomy and control, that's seen as a utter, like, the biggest violation, you know, in their minds, and thus they have to face, like, the severest punishment because of that. Which can be, you know, death, you know, including.
Yeah, I'm going to stand by the ideas of our society.
He's single, ladies! Now.
And the ideas of our society first is, I cannot keep a woman against her will. I cannot go against her request. I cannot intimidate her to stay with me. I cannot manipulate her emotionally to be one way or another. And so what are the tools I have left as a man?
Killing her.
The tools I have left is, all right, I respect your liberty. You want to go out there and do your crazy lifestyle? Where do you want me to drop you? I will drop.
That's really suspicious how he phrased that. And yes, this guy really should have been in jail years ago, dude.
The safest way and place I can.
Drop you right in where
that is all I can do. And that is the cost of liberty. Thank you so much for listening, everyone, and much love. I'm personally very confident that this is a big scare, and I hope that Mama JF understands that she is causing too much scare.
That's right. It's your fault, Mama JF. All that scare you're causing.
Just nothing but sheer victim blaming, deflection, and scapegoating, dude.
Like, all my true crime watching, this is True Crime 101. This is what they always do. I don't know where she is, but she's probably still alive, and I'm innocent. Usually they try hard to fight her, though. So then, you know me, I deep diving into it, investigating, doing a little journalism. The next thing I did was say, okay, well, what day did she go missing? She went missing on June 17th. And so I was like, well, let me watch the video he made right after she went missing to see if there are any clues to his behavior, anything he says that's suspect. So now I'm going to play about 15 minutes of this clip, this video he made 3 days after she went missing, folks. It's a video called False Declarations of Love, where the entire point of the video is him defending Andrew Tate against rape and sex trafficking allegations, which is just
convenient.
More for the fucking course. So here we go. Here's the video that he released 3 days after she went missing.
Hello everyone and welcome to Jeff G Tonight. I'm back after 3 days of vacation. It's good to be back on the internet, let me tell you. It's really not part of my habit to be gone from the internet, but I had to, and I will explain why. But before that, if you want to be blackpilled, Justin, the Pentagon says accounting error provides extra $6.2 billion for Ukraine military aid. It's like this Monopoly card. Like, oh, you get $50 for free due to an error of the bank. Can't believe this, but I mean, I scrolled down.
Because these Russians, they rule and they do the perfect, defense of the genetical ethnicity or some shit, or probably. I'm assuming that's probably what he believes. If I take a guess.
I see a woman saying that could have paid for a lot of gender-affirming care during Pride Month. Can you believe that your brain is in that place where you're like, okay, a big loss has happened for the U.S. government, and the only thing you can think of, since it's a loss where we've sent by error $6.2 billion to Zelensky, and the only thing that comes to your mind is, oh my God, we could have made so much sex change surgery onto people with this.
I mean, because, investing that money into, like, healthcare and gender-affirming care and protecting queer rights is, certainly nowhere near as important. In fact, such a disaster in comparison to this. Really?
If you are not blackpilled, you should be starting now. The reason I was away from the show is that there were big changes here in the home. Mama JF has abandoned the family once again. It's really too bad. It sucks. And it's not something that I wanted, but it is just, that's just what it is. I mean, I've been covering for many years how women are just unstable. And as long as you don't constrain them legally to stay with you, they will choose to become a crack whore on the street before they choose a stable relationship. So it's as simple as this.
They hate women, folks. They have no respect for them at all. The exact type of person you would think would have no problem killing them.
Civilization is either a polygamous crack whore-based civilization or it's a marriage-based one, and men must be the one just forcing it. We have to force it. We have to give up our principles for choice and liberty, and that's
basically, that's kind of another weird admission. And he's also doing a lot of shuffling in his chair again.
What it is. Now, I will not say anything bad about Mama JF. She has been...
I think leg boy. No shit.
Refer to her as a crackhead or insinuate that she's a crackhead.
And honestly, there's a lot more dehumanization going on here than there was previously. Because I think he had to change his tune now that the feds are listening. But here, he didn't give a fuck. Because no one noticed yet. No one really implied or really thought anything
as happened last time. I will simply repeat the same thing. I did not choose this. I truly believe in monogamy and...
I did not choose this.
Full devotion to each other.
What, choose to kill her?
And yet I'm faced with a world of females who follow their whims and emotions, and so be it, it's...
people, women having their own autonomy and free will, what a horrible thing.
In the process, and that she didn't do anything to destroy me, or...
So he's trying to sit down his fence here, first of all. He's trying to be like, hey, I wasn't mad about it. Hey, we left amicably. She was very, nice about it. Nice about leaving.
People on the ground before the regresses back to caveman times. Well, I'll just shove them in a cave and just, bore up the cave so they can't escape and just let them act like a bunch of cavemen in there.
I was angry. I accepted it was fine. But this is exactly what you would think.
Good same result.
Trying to set up their defense would say.
To destroy the family, and so credit, and that's it. I'm continuing life. These 3 days, I needed them to rearrange my setup. Things are different when there's not someone...
Rearrange the setup, huh? Notice that?
Setup. Things are different when there's not someone around. That's it. I'm continuing life. These 3 days, I needed them to rearrange my setup. Things...
You need time to rearrange the setup.
Different when there's not someone around. I need to set up different things that relates to my tasks in the home. I'm now in charge of keeping the home clean and everything. And honestly, it's a takeover of the home in terms of because.
Oh yes, wow! What a horrible thing for a man to do. Be a home taker. Take care of the home.
Giving her full reign into determining how the home would be placed and the various care that she would have to do. She was determining what she was doing. But now that I'm the head of the home, I like things a little cleaner. I like things a little more orderly. I like things, if you don't use something, I want it in the trash.
He's 100% saying of his defense on why he cleaned the house. Hey, it's totally normal. I cleaned the house, sterilized everything, did work on the walls right when she disappeared. It's not because I'm guilty, y'all, but here's my built-in excuse for when the cop...
And honestly, considering that he's probably more of a homebody anyway, why wouldn't he be doing this on his own? Like, even with her there. Like, if he didn't want anything, it's maybe she was lacking, in some of her house duties and shit, why didn't he do this, already as it was? Like, why is he suddenly doing it now that he has to just take over for it?
And they're going to be like, what does that smell? Bleach is everywhere? What? Here's your excuse for why you did it.
I'm a guy of, I want access to everything. Mama Jeff would constantly pack the fridge with all of her vegetables and stuff. It's like I wouldn't eat. I don't know if she would eat it, but I'm more like a guy. I want an empty fridge where I can access each of the important ingredients, ketchup, really more. I don't want anything more. Nicholas Petrus says, Mama JF, please come back. We'll see if she comes back like last time. At this point,
we'll see.
Not counting on anything.
Mm-hmm. She's pretty convinced already. She's not coming back.
The time I've just become just totally shelled from this because it's like it happened to me so often and so often that woman would make you commit into a lifestyle, make you commit into caring for them.
Basically doing a boy who cried wolf like thing. It's like, oh, she's done it so much that, whatever, I'm numb to it now.
It will just disappear and ruin your life in the process.
Once again, he's saying they're just going to disappear. He has no idea, suppose at this point, that she's not going to come back, he's not going to see her immediately. But he's also relating here his past experiences with women and how often he's been rejected. And it kind of gives you a view into his mindset. If you've been rejected a lot of times, that could make you very angry. Homicidally angry, in fact. Especially if you have an ego like this guy.
I mean, especially if you look at, people like Elliot Rodger who are a lot more of an extreme case.
I've learned from having my life wrecked in many cities and many governments and many countries before I got it, and I understood that you have to set your life on the assumption that your woman will leave you, and that is that should be a black pill to anyone in the chat, because here I am with...
Because I think in a sense he didn't want her to, and if he can't have her, then no one can. It's that type of weird shit.
Complete freedom, complete support. I can offer to any woman, I can pay for your life. Like, you don't need to work for the rest of your life. And here you can do whatever you want in the home. Here you want this floor yours, that's all yours. You do whatever you like. And even when you get to that point, with Bitcoin reserves and everything, they will still choose to go to the city to be a crack whore. That is.
I'm not going to disparage her, but she went to the city to become...
Okay, so you're a guy who got rejected constantly. You finally get a girl that loves you. Why the fuck would you not actually be a good person so they want to stay with you? I mean, no shit. Because when you feel happy and be like, yay, I'm now I have a relationship. Let me try to make this last. It's like winning the lottery and burning the money. Yeah, or it's like winning the lottery ticket and be like, hey, can I see that really quick? Wow, it really is actually that. Awesome. It's like, before you even cash it in. It's like, it's like you win the lottery, but you burn it before you even cash it in, bro. It's like, what?
Or you left me like all the other women. That must have made you, even though you're claiming you're completely fine with it, that definitely would make you very angry if it happened again. Another woman ruined your life after so many other has done it. No matter the fact that you tried to give her everything. You let her do whatever she wanted to, she still left you.
It's just what women are. They are all crack whores deep inside.
It's just what women are. That's so robotic. And you said it so slowly, and I have this at 1.25 speed too. So that would be someone to double my fist alone if they burn my winning lottery ticket. Oh yeah, I mean, to be fair, I would too. Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's like, some fighting words type of shit right there to, like, the gladiatorial death.
them can hide it for temporary amounts of time for a specific purpose if they have a plan. Anyways, it's not even talking here specifically about Mama JF, but women in general are simply not trustable.
And I also kind of find it interesting how you stated that it's like, you know, in time, you know, they'll cause trouble and like, you know, and this and that, blah, 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 which 4 months later, guess what happened? You know, trouble arose and you got, you know, now he's getting, you know, visited by the feds and the cops and shit like that.
They constrain themselves into living in poverty.
They hate women, folks. I'm not going to bother to read the chat to this thing, but it's exactly what you would expect it to be. Incels, shitting on women all day, talking about how dangerous they are, shitting on Mama JF, blaming her for everything. There's even people on there saying, I don't even care if you killed her, JF. The only thing I care about is that you don't get caught because we like you. That's the level of dregs this guy is attracting.
Jesus.
Like, through their own choices. And when it wrecks the life of children, I think we have a social interest in intervening and cutting out that liberty. But in
Once again, he's saying, hey, we got to take women's freedom away from them. They should basically be slaves to the men, property of the men, without any agency of their own. And this is a common talking point in these right-wing manospheres. So even if this guy didn't kill her, holy God, what a piece of shit.
Case, I'm comfortable enough, and Mama JF has...
I mean, at the very minimal, it just kind of shows how callously he views women in general, which is disgustingly fucking abhorrent behavior just in general. Like, just overtly. Like, I mean, he should never even be able to, like, you know, be within a mile of a woman, let alone, you know, be on a date with one at this point, as far as I give a shit, considering, you know, how he is. But there is definitely a strong chance that this motherfucker is definitely, you know, is involved with how, you know, her ultimate outcome end up being. Like, he's, at the very minimal, complicit, or he is, you know, directly involved in, you know, whatever the fuck happened to her. Which, honestly, is likely that she probably was killed. Hey, boo-boo. You want this? Here. I want to try to give you a treat, but you never come over here for you. You suck a bastard. Ah! Alright, now I'm dropping the other can that I had over here. Good grief. I moved him in the hopes that he wouldn't knock him over, and now I'm just like flinging my hands around, and just now I'm knocking him over. Jesus Christ. I cannot win with these fucking empty cans I will have. Whatever. Ah. Sons would be bad enough, but yeah, his daughters are raising him with that mentality is set up for abuse. Yeah, and it's going to be a lot of cycle of abuse that's going to be happening with shit like that.
Me with everything that matters in life, what matters most of life.
Kids.
And so, what can I do? I cannot hate her. I cannot be frustrated about this.
Right, I'm totally fine with it. I just explained to you how everyone in my life has abandoned me, no matter how much I've tried to give them, but I'm totally fine with it.
And his kids will definitely be abandoning him if he, like, for some fucking weird, like, reason gets away with it.
So that's why...
Considering so far, it doesn't seem like it.
I made so much cleaning, so much reinstalling, so much plastering of the walls, construction, renovation. I wanted to set the home in the way I like it.
Oh my fucking God, dude! He's just admitting to it! This is...
Like, he is kind of admitting to the fact that he honestly likely did something in his house. Like, I mean, if she was last spotted on, you know, a particular day with this type of shit, how much do you think, you know, he, like, honestly, I'm starting to think, you know, what happened here. I'm starting to think there's a certain level of a timeline, I think. I think she was dropped off. I think the part of him dropping her off and stuff, you know, probably in or Prince Edward Island or whatever, I think that part might be true. But a couple days later, after she mysteriously cut off, that's because, you know, he was like, you know what, fuck it, you know, like, you know, this bitch, you know, trying to leave me and this and that, this crack whore, blah, 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 and all this other shit, you know, she'll get what's for her, and brought her back, and then... Well, with especially that weird, odd little throwaway comment from earlier, being like, oh yeah, maybe, like, you know, that's what fuck? Like, that's what comes with the risks when it comes to, like, you know, being, you know, it's like sometimes you might get, you know, like, you're raped and killed or something, I don't know, whatever, like, you know, you just weirdly saying that and dismissing it kind of weirdly. Like, it seems like he's kind of adding weird little clues and shit when it comes to this. And I think, honestly, there is definitely a sense of, like, a timeline here where he probably found her and then kidnapped her and then brought her back. And then that's whatever the fuck happened might have happened. And that's why he started doing a bunch of cleaning, renovating, and all this other shit like he's saying, you know, because he wants to try to justify why he was gone for so long. So he's trying to make it like, oh, I was, you know, cleaning out the house, you know, doing a bunch of construction, renovating, you know, changing how the way I want it to be, to try to, you know, while he was mostly probably just sterilizing everything, and that's really about it. You know, essentially was like at least taking some of that time to, you know, like try to justify why he was gone for so long. Because he dropped her off and then decided to do some renovations, when realistically he probably dropped her off, maybe decided to, like, you know, plot, you know, a way to kill her at that point. Came, you know, a couple days later, you know, got her again, you know, and did whatever he did, and then after that disposed of the body somewhere potentially. And then, which if wherever he lives, then it's probably more likely near that. If he's in Montreal, then likely, then her body might be over there then. You know, so somewhere maybe like outside of Montreal. And, you know, if that's the case, then that's probably why he did a lot of renovating. And I'm sure he was probably doing that over time, you know, in between from then, you know, from this, you know, in like probably a couple weeks afterwards too. Because doing it for the level of like renovations he's talking about, it would take more than 3 days. Unless it was like, you know, got contractors and shit, which maybe he did. Maybe that's probably how he got it done so quickly. He hired contractors to be like, get this done, no questions asked, just do it. I mean, maybe that's probably what happened.
Let's pull up the carpet, renovate, clean. Good God, no wonder the cops are looking at it. What do they know about this video?
It's like sterilized this.
Yeah, I bet the cops did see this video too. And they probably do see this as kind of a certain level of evidence.
I can walk finally. I can access everything. The fridge is super clean. I had bought a new fridge.
He's kind of got a weird sense of relief considering the level of what should be considered the stress and, you know, emotionally. I mean, like, you know, my wife left and I'm kind of worried about her and I hope she's okay and this and that. I mean, maybe there could be a benefit of doubt being like, oh, well, you didn't call a missing persons report yet because, well, she's done this in the past or something, you know, so... Like, honestly, it's just like, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, here he could ostensibly, you know, be a little bit more vague, but he wasn't really thinking about it. So related to the story at hand, but have you ever read The Telltale Heart? I don't think so, but I think I've heard of it.
A gigantic fridge, and it was too bad because I couldn't profit from this fridge because there was just too much things in it. It's like, bat brain, boiled brat brain.
Yeah, I'm sure she had bull bat brain in the fridge, dude.
Don't say it. Boiled bat brains, little hairs from a squirrel, coniferous branches. Like Mama JF was operating.
What is he even talking about?
This fridge like a fucking witch.
Like somebody who's mentally infirmed, someone who was not all there. Yeah, no shit.
Yep, nothing in that story relating to the situation at all.
I'm back into what matters in the fridge. I like it that way. So that's it. It's also a part of the process of recovering. You know, in your plans in life, I needed time to look at that home and see, all right, where am I headed in life? Do I want to attach myself to a new woman? I think I may not actively seek a woman. Although if there are women who are seeking insemination, I would be available at this point.
Right, let's do it this. But genetic specimen. Don't you want to have this guy's kid?
Dude, that's fucking so creepy.
Ladies, jump on that. He'll get you pregnant. Who wouldn't want this Adobe man chance?
Not like, you know, available to be with my partner, but be available for insemination. It's like, oh my god, dude, just dump him in the barrel acid or something, I don't know.
Dipshit children.
I think I've done enough in my life. I've sacrificed
so
enough of my emotional health and wealth to caring for women. So if you want to take the insemination offer, my policy is to almost never refuse. But I'm not going to solicit it.
Almost.
I'm not going to do a contest.
The second reptilian of the stream. I mean, no shit, dude.
a new woman.
A demonic demon reptilian.
You
just killed the last one, so take a break.
I can now care for the future and also take some time to enjoy life rather than always be at the service of these emotional wrecks. No, I'm not taking the gay pill, Callum Oxford. I don't care that much about sex that I would want to be penetrated in the anus or suck a dick, okay? That's just,
where you're going, dude, you might want to get used to that.
Yeah, where you're going, you're definitely going to want to get used to it.
Sex all that much. Oh my god.
Bubba gonna have a good time with you there, boy.
Are you fucking kidding me? You have to be desperate, really, to try to recycle your...
Well, you'll definitely be desperate to have the beating stop when you're in prison, okay? So, yeah, you'll do anything, promise you.
For sexual pleasure.
I mean, your male G-spot is literally in your anus.
Whether you do that with a man or a woman, you have
Why do you think us buys pans and, like, you know, straights that get pegged and gays, like, why do y'all why do we like it? Like, cause, you know, hey, hit that G-spot though, you know what I'm saying?
Fucking desperate. And you like sex too much at this point. It's like...
Is that a problem?
Try to balance things just correctly so that you like sex enough to get babies, but not enough to wreck your digestive system, wreck your anus.
Not if you're doing it right and being healthy about it. What?
How the balance turned over. End of the line, Joel says, Jeff, wait for a snap.
It really definitely kind of shows his ignorance on that one. Like, what?
Sideways tweet.
He's waiting for him in prison. Bullwinkle. Yeah, Bullwinkle about to do a good old bowl Mossberry, and I tell you what.
Philosophy Cat soon. Oh boy, Philosophy Cat is not following me anymore. And she said I have burned bridges. Well, it is always, and it touches upon what we'll talk about with Andrew Tate. There's always this philosophy in the feminist mindset, and it's not just women, it is also male leftists who will do this. They will always try to find the guilt in the guy.
Well, because you are a guilty fuck.
You cannot believe how much times I have spoken to leftists privately. And
Such a victim.
Oh, well, they all left you, right? So there must be something wrong with you.
True story.
Total assumption. Total assumption. When in fact the statistics...
Not an assumption. I'm listening to you, I'm looking at you, and the fact that every woman has left you tracks.
Reveal the country.
Yep. How you married for years and still don't know how to please a woman? Yeah, to the point where he has to kill her instead of maybe going for a divorce or whatever the fucking shit, dude. It's just like, bro. Yeah, I mean, it just shows how much of a sociopathic, narcissistical fuck this guy is. And it's, like, to the point where he's probably, like, a antisocial, cold calissolicist. I mean, you could just kind of, God, fuck, okay, no. Like, I mean, you could just, like, see that, like, I mean... He is like a cold, callous, like, you know, fucking, there's like no humanity in him. Like, there's nothing in there. You know, when it comes to, like, you know, having empathy, being, you know, having any real emotion or anything. There's just nothing. Like, and honestly, like, he was already kind of a creep. But, man, like, knowing this damning shit, fuck, bro, dude, man, it's hard to look at now.
The statistics
are you looking at
totally independent of me.
Oh my god, this dog was looking at this box, just like, hell yeah, I want that, and it's like, I'm gonna have to check right there. There we go. Little hoe. Oh my god, look at you, you little bastard. Were you gonna try to sneak some of those?
The statistics are that women are unreliable. They are disloyal.
Unlike men.
And so they always want to turn that to the responsibility of the man, because we are in a very sad state of society where the brain of people is just incapable of processing female responsibility. It is not a thing.
Like you. Like, I mean, you're incapable of understanding shit like that.
But it's capable of processing male responsibility, and so their brain goes directly to, oh well, you must have done something wrong to each of these women.
Yes,
you must be a wrong person.
You did.
And it totally fits within the female political interest to do
Fucking
this.
females. They hate
if
women, y'all.
everything can be put on the back of females, then we can justify the program of attack against fathers. And to be clear here, this is getting us into the anti-feminist discussion. This is not a private comment on Mama JF. I think that Mama JF has been super graceful.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that this is not, directly involved, when it comes to her. Yeah, not at all.
In the way she's done this.
I'm not
she's
mad.
done this in a way that would
Don't let the paper say I was mad.
harm and minimalize breakups and hearts broken, okay?
She did it perfectly.
Echo chamber galore, dude. I mean, the echo chamberism going on here is beyond. Honestly, it makes like leftist echo chambers look like basking beautiful meadows that, like where everyone's just kind of frolicking around like in their own little corner of the meadow. Like, I mean, it's not really an echo chamber. We're all just kind of like around. If we want, we could just kind of like, wander around and meet up in different parts of the meadow. Be like, hey, my dude, my guy, how'd it do, my dude? Or whatever the fuck. Yeah, so it's just like, I mean, it's like whatever weird, left echo chamber shit that does go on, it is not even close to being this bad. I mean, maybe there might have been a point where, like, it was probably, skirting the line, but at this point, I don't know. I don't think so. Like, I mean, the echo chamber, like, politic bullshit going on here is fucking insane, honestly. Like, it is just fucking crazy, honestly. Just on top of him, but also just with the broader like community, so to speak, that's like parasitically like built up over this. It's like, oh,
Totally happy the entire time. 100%. I did not murder her when, like every other woman, she told me she was leaving me and our 2 kids.
And in a way that fully assumes the responsibility of her choice. Spud Ruckus says, I want to be able to defend rare women that prioritize family, as I have been married with child for 15 years now and cannot fathom leaving my child and husband, but modern women continue to disappoint. Sorry, JF.
I mean, okay, that is definitely a fake comment. There's no way there's a woman that's watching them. And also, like, I mean, even if there are, like, maybe less women that just want to start a family, whatever the fuck, like, I mean, you could still find them that exist. Like, I mean, there's still women that want that. Like, they're still out there. The left side of echo chambers, anytime there's a disagreement, it's always like, yeah. I mean, if anything, yeah, like, I mean, we tend to, like, fight it out. Like, we have, like, our little cliques, basically. But we're not really that much of an echo chamber. I guess maybe, like, they're smaller in a sense that, like, each, like, like, content creator, so to speak, has, like, their own little, like, kind of clique community and stuff, like, their core community. But the thing is, like, that's kind of why I say the whole meadow thing. And I guess at the very center of the meadow, there's, like, that WWE match where, yeah, that's happening. Every now and then. And, sometimes, people go over there, and sometimes, people are just kind of hanging out and just like, hey, what's up, my dude? And, the more in the center you go, the more, like, you got, like, people in their cliques, fighting it out and shit.
I often speak to women who have been super loyal. It's a rarity, but they are out there and they will stick to their husband no matter what. And it's the mentality you have to be in. If you're constantly in that process of, oh, maybe I can get better, or oh, maybe I don't love him anymore. If you're in that setting, you're not going to go very far in life. You're always going to be stuck reconstructing from scratch. And there are so much economic advantages to living together and psychological advantages.
I'm going to cut it off there, folks. So today he's been basically doubling down, defending himself on Twitter. Shit like this, where he says, society would not improve as long as people prefer to attribute guilt to innocent men rather than conceive of the possibility that poor female decisions making does in fact exist. Yeah, it was all our fault. That's which somebody says, it's still in your interest to ensure that she's found, dude. And you should also realize that the average person who hears about the situation isn't going to automatically rule it out. You should take this lightly, or you shouldn't take this lightly. To which he responds, you think I'd be here if I cared about the average person's thoughts? Yeah, dude.
I mean, yeah.
On and hour-long videos.
I mean, evidently you care, just not in the right ways.
Post after post after post. Try to spread your narrative.
I mean, yeah, like, I mean, I don't know, whatever, well, Loyalist Goiper, oh my god, even, like, I'm assuming this guy's probably a fan too, but, you know, but even he's trying to be, like, nudging it on, being like, hey, look, I think you are innocent, you know, but it's your best interests, you know, and it's just like, dude, like, even some of your own friends and fans are trying to tell you, like, hey, you know, you should probably care about this more. You shouldn't be taking this lightly. Like, I mean, dude.
Clearly, you think about what the average person thinks about the situation, but you try to play it up. I don't even care. I don't care about it. I'm so innocent. I don't have to care. Bullshit, dude. So, anyway, once again, folks, just want to reiterate, I have no idea, no inside information. All I know is what I have just shown you. But to me, it looks incredibly suspicious. And I understand why the police might be looking at him as a suspect, and I 100% expect this to be on Dateline. And when it's on Dateline, I just want to say, hey, Dateline, come pick me to be on the show. It could be like, he was an online journalist who broke this story 4 years ago. Well, he put out a video asking somebody to help make sure this woman is okay from her abusive lover. And I'll be like, yeah, I broke this story wide open. Folks, look out for me. And major red flags, yep. Jeff will be with OJ soon. He's digging it his own hole. I mean, like I said, even if he didn't kill her, these videos are incredibly stupid.
Watch Jesse die before the episode airs. Oh my god, that'd be such irony. Oh my lord. I mean, yeah. That basically, that would be kind of sad, honestly. It's just like, you know, unfortunately, Dusty Smith has died, you know, of, you know, like of a heart attack or something. I don't know. Something random. And then it's just like, yeah, like literally a week later, the episode airs. It gets like a lot of credit for it and like and all that shit, at least a little bit. When it comes to, oh my god, that would just be so sad.
So look far more guilty, and like undoubtedly, if you get charged with this, all these videos are gonna be used in court against you. So just stupid.
Oh yeah.
What do you expect? The guy's a fucking moron. This is the kind of intellectual right-wingers use.
And honestly, like, I really do hope that they kind of put that shit publicly when it comes to, like, court proceedings and shit.
Consider to be smart. The dregs of humanity, the dumbest lowlifes. And these are also the people that are always about alpha males. Ooh, genetic specimens, alpha male. How can you be any more of a beta bitch than this guy? This doughy, balding sack of shit. Snaggletooth fuck. So in every goddamn way, just the lowest, the low bottom.
Well, he is Quebec-y.
Genetic inferiority. That's a JF Garrape.
All
right, folks. It's been fun hanging out doing this. Just wanted to share my thoughts, my research, my investigation with you. Hopefully this will be the jumping off point. You guys can go out there and we can crowdsource this. You guys can maybe watch whatever videos you think of his that might have evidence to this case. Do a little digging yourself and we can collaborate. Come back together and I'll cover this story again as details emerge. And appreciate you joining me. I got a couple super chats I'm going to read real fast.
Oh, call with that one. But, ooh. Damn. I'm definitely going to keep in tune with this one myself, too, because, like, holy shit. Dude, that motherfucker's definitely has done some shit, bro. I mean, like, at minimal, he's, like, complicit in a sense of, like, you know, negligence of, like, you know, her care, you know, considering her health and stuff. Like, honestly, like, I feel like at a certain point, you know, he's probably, like, especially if they find her, like, he's going to be charged with something, you know, because, like, I mean, there's at least some sort of a criminal negligence at best for him, and honestly, fucking murder at worst. So, like, I mean, if he really wants to try to play it smart, like, he would just get a fucking lawyer and go from there, but he doesn't give a shit, because he thinks, like, honestly, like, I guarantee you, he thinks, like, oh, well, you know, it's just slander, fake news, basically, so whatever. I'll just play it off, and eventually it'll just, like, fly, you know, let it slide, and it's like, no. That loyalist Goiper fuck, you know, on Twitter was, you know, probably right. You shouldn't be taking it lightly. Cats, kitties. Oh my goodness, that is a cute kitty. That is an adorable kitty. Suka, hey boo boo. Hey, little dork. Wait. Dork. What's up? Oh my god, look at that little fluffy little mane. Little sweet thing. Sweet little kitty. Sweet little doggo. Just sweetness all around. At least wrap a little bow up on it. Also, funny enough, I got like maple syrup sausage, or like maple flavored sausage, basically. And I'm gonna add that for my eggs tonight. I'm thinking, you know, for my egg sammies for tonight, I'm gonna add those bad boys in there, add a little extra, like, you know, sweetness, and just with that. I do have some maple syrup too. Ooh, oh yeah, I'm doing a little drizzle on that bad boy. Cause I want to get some bacon, but I was like I just want to, like, you know, get like a small pack of it, but there wasn't really a small pack. All the ones were just like these bigger packs. And I was like, oh, god damn it. I just wanted to get like a little small package of it, and there wasn't really any available. So I was like, all right, well, let's do some sausages. We'll try it with this time. What we got right here? What's this? Ooh, look at these little candies. Look at these little bad boys. Ooh, look. Particularly looking keen on those bad boys right there. Some of those, some of those, some of those, some of those chocolates. I mean, I'll probably take at least a couple. That'll probably be a little overkill for me, but everything else, though, especially these bad boys, I'll eat that whole fucking plate right there. Like, I would eat all of that. So, like, that would be gone if you left me alone with that. Like, just that alone. Like, I would... Venom Ski Tour menu with mayo. Dude, he's told me earlier. He's trying to haunt me. I don't know, man. I can't help you with that. I'm sorry. Wish I could help you. I could try to get him to stop. I guess I have to suffer. Well, we can find something. We'll figure something out. We need to, like, get something that will, like, cause a tick. Be like, air, you know, for him. We'll just have to, like, find really creepy, just something really, really disturbing. And just, like, do it a few times, just enough to have him get the message. Really? I'll go over there to check up on him, see if he's just taking a nap or not. He's licking his balls. You gotta lick the peaches, huh? Gotta lick your little golf balls? Seriously? And now he's giving me this look of like, whoa, what the fuck, bro? What, you judge me now? What a goof. What a goober. But, anyway. Well, let's go for the rest of the... Oh, wait, well. Alright, I'll read this out a little bit. Keep me wrapped around here, roped in. Been watching a lot of Halloween food talks and haunted houses. And the latter has been pretty awesome, naturally. The food, though, however, their creative recipes are just mostly melting a bunch of sugary shit. Well, yeah. I mean, isn't that kind of like a lot of, like, you know, treats for Halloween? It's just a bunch of sugary shit. I mean, yeah, like, it's kind of like a one excuse to have, like, a bunch of sweets and stuff and basically just, like, you know, have dentists, you know, just, like, you know, upcharge you and be like, yes, here, let me fix your cavity. One s'mores peeping casserole. The s'mores peep casserole? Oh, my fucking Christ alive. Yeah, let me just have a, you know, one good old casserole of diabetes, please. Let me just have this casserole of diabetes right here, I'll tell you what. Like, oh my good grief, bro. The dip... Actually, it was a dip for crackers. Graham crackers. It was a dip for graham crackers. So you dip graham crackers in it? Oh my fucking god. Good lord. I mean, honestly, I'm a fat-ass American in the soul, and I would eat the fuck out of that, but oh my god, that would just, like... I don't even know what that would do to me. It would definitely be a oof. Yes, for sure. It'd definitely be an oof. And I hate myself after. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I would definitely. I'd still do it. Yep. That's how you know that you're like, you know, a true fat ass American in the soul. When, you know, it's just like, yeah, I would hate it, but I'd still do it. I'd still eat the shit out of that, even though I probably regret it afterwards and probably induce like early onset diabetes. But you know what? Fucking American. Idiot. I'm gonna get myself a delicious food. Well, make myself some delicious food. So, very long-formed true crime analysis stream for, you know, for tonight. And we are. I've been saying we've been needing to do one anyway. So, you know, what a great way to do one than with the one and only JF. Which, Jesus Christ, what a warm up to, you know, check out true crime stuff. But anyway, at least, you know, I'll be do for now. So, peace out, and I shall see y'all in the next one. So